And here I am doing last minute things. I feel like I look a bit sepia toned because I have different lights on. C'est la vie. Maybe you need to play with it a bit. Hello, Megaleech, by the way. I'm just going to play with the settings a little bit. Shift the white balance a bit more, maybe. What's on the camera control? Okay, exposure. Ooh, wow. Okay. It's nighttime. I didn't mean to do that. That might be a bit better. That might be a bit better. It's kind of hard to tell on this laptop because I think this laptop doesn't really show me truly what it looks like to other people, but I might stop fucking about. And that's it. That's the lighting setting for this evening, party night. I've been making pineapple syrup, and now I'm making sort of fermented pineapple drink called tapache. Thanks, Megaleech. This is one of the new ones, of course. I keep showing off new ones. 3 more arrived today. I hadn't even run out of new ones to show on stream. 3 more arrived today. So much more fashion parading to happen. I was doing a casual in the kitchen one, and then I'm going to change into my white shirt for formal cocktail making. Renegade Faith, hello. You like the contrast of the orange blue? Yeah, the new ones I think have more interesting colors. There's more sort of striking sort of blues and purples in them. I like the first round of ones I got, but there's a degree of sort of similarity in a lot of the designs, and in the new ones, it's really different. This one's all mixed up. Like it's got old fashions and martinis and Collinses. There's a whole bunch going on here. And yeah, if I do say so myself, some of the ones that arrived today are pretty cool, but can't even show you. No, I'll spill it if I do. But look, it's like, that's pineapple syrup. All that is I peeled the pineapple, which I possibly did on the stream. I did it on the stream last night, didn't I? And I didn't cut myself, which was pretty good. Covered the pineapple rind that I peeled with sugar and 24 hours. It's that, and it's a really tasty syrup. And the other thing I'm making, this is now a drink that, because of the yeast in the pineapple rind, is going to self-ferment, and I put some spices in it too. This is tapache, which again, it's going to take a day or two to do. Brachial, hello. Yes, long time no see. Nice to see you. So besides the pineapple and sugar, this has got cloves, star anise, I think some nutmeg, and cinnamon stick in there. Smells good. We'll see what it's like. See if the fermenting works. It's meant to take a day or two. So that's over there. Ugh. And my hands are a little bit sticky from playing with the syrup. I'm just going to go off camera and wash them. And I've got to decide, I might have to record a bit, just a little bit more to camera, wearing this shirt. And then I'm going to change shirts and talk a bit more. And carry on into Friday night, party night. Gotta love party night. Well, you don't have to. I tend to. I like having a bit of a wild time on a Friday night. And yes, I had an energy drink just before starting the stream to give me a leg up. And now I'm going to drink alcohol to see me through however long I last. We hopefully won't see a repeat of the falling asleep thing. I think we can leave that in the past comfortably. But we shall see where the evening takes us. So I'm just going to... I closed it. I had a tepache recipe. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Looks like tepache. Tepache? It's Mexican, so I'm guessing it's tepache. That's how I've heard other people pronounce it. So... Ooh, it's a fine line. They're saying 2 or 3 days, and there will actually be a degree of alcohol, but like tiny amount. People often add beer to it, and it self effervesces. The fermentation makes it self effervesce. So yeah, it's like pineapple, sugar, cinnamon, cloves. Cover it with cheesecloth or plastic wrap. So yeah, you got to let it breathe. It's just sitting there. Let it sit for 24 hours. Then it says with a wooden spoon, remove any white foam that's formed on top. Loosely cover again and let rest for another 24 to 36 hours. Do not let it ferment longer unless you need pineapple vinegar. So I'm going to taste it after 24 hours. And if I like it, I'll stop then. Or maybe do it even longer. All right, so I'm going to, I think I need to talk to camera a little bit. I'll just do a very quick to camera bit explaining what I put in, which is going to end up being voiceover. I don't have to do that to camera. It's just voiceover. I think I'm going to sneeze just in my recorder. I'm going to see. Okay, that was weird. That was very weird. Hi, Raiders and Safa. I'm just doing a voiceover. This will seem weird. Tepache is pretty simple, and you can get a few different recipes online. I'm free-forming a little bit based on what I saw. So it's going to be the pineapple peel and some spices. I'm actually using the spices I used in my spiced rum recently. So it's star anise, cinnamon, some nutmeg, and some cloves. And that's it. And so I'm doing 1 cup sugar to 2 cups of water. And I'm actually splitting the sugar, half granulated brown sugar and half the pineapple syrup I've just made. The idea is you leave that for a day and it actually ferments. And you're going to see what it tastes like after a day. Then you might leave it for another day. But it'll have a very mild alcoholic content. And if you keep leaving it, it's going to turn to vinegar. So we're going to have to watch that. I'll come back with a taste test in a day or two. Safi, you're getting Tim Smith tonight. Dude, I don't know about anyone else, but I often wake up, once during the night to take a piss. I don't know if I think it's the CPAP machine that does it, pumping air down me. I can wake up with an incredibly dry throat, like a painfully dry throat. And it's about somewhere between 1 and 2 a.m. this morning. I woke up and I thought, and I could go back to sleep. I thought, oh God, my fucking throat. All right, I could piss. So I'm going to get up. And so I take the headgear off and get up to go to the toilet and go, I'm still Tim Smith. It's like at 1:30 in the morning, still Tim Smith. But I'm going to get royally Tim Smith tonight. I have to decide what videos what cocktails I'm going to make tonight. Don't have to make them all tonight. I could make some tomorrow night as well, but I'm going to make something. And I'm going to change out of my cocktail shirt into my white shirt. So, okay, one is I need Kevin Koss. I need the recipe for his cocktail time with Kevin Koss. Pretty cool cocktail channel. I think these guys are from Estonia. And so this guy's doing the hard work of making videos in English. His English is very fluent, sort of sexy European accent. But yeah, making videos in not your native language. So for Movember, he's made one called A Gentleman's Health. And I'm going to make a version of it, but a little bit different for fun. Just to show, because I like to improvise. And I think people should improvise more. So I'm going to improvise. It's like Jamison's whiskey, yellow chartreuse, Lillet Blanc, lemon juice, drops of saline. I'm going to substitute yellow chartreuse, and I've got a substitute for Lillet Blanc as well. Renegade Faith, you're into a Paloma. Speaking of things Mexican. And hello, Net. Glad you like the new shirt. I'm going to change out of it in a moment. Maybe I should just have a drink and take from here. So, a Paloma cocktail, another Mexican cocktail. It's a long drink, tall drink, whatever you want to call it. So it's tequila and grapefruit juice, a lot of grapefruit juice and some lime juice, agave syrup, and you top it with pink grapefruit soda if you're being authentic. I'm not hugely into grapefruit, so I'm not into Palomas. Grapefruit's a little bit bitter for me, but Palomas are very popular. I'm trying to think. What's in here? Oof. Okay, I was thinking of I've still got a little bit of my sour apple liqueur, which I can drink straight out of the bottle. But I was thinking of making a cocktail with that. And yes, happy Friday, by all means. Oh, you garnish with rosemary. That's nice. Got rosemary in the garden I often use for cocktails. Leanne, hello. And I also have my freezer martini. I could just pour myself a freezer martini. Or I could make something. What did Difford say is the cocktail of the day? Oh, my God. Renegade Faith, do you know today is Paloma Day? I am not joking. I just looked that up. It's also the International Day of Peace. So, because most drinks have a day, and today is Paloma Day. Still not going to make one because I don't have any grapefruit juice. Actually, I might. International Day of Peace. The Hobbit's birthday. Oh. So The Hobbit was first published on this day in 1937. Goodness me. Almost 85 years ago. Well, well, well. Fancy that. World Coconut Day. Everything has a day. World Coconut. Oh no, what the fuck? Today's not Paloma Day. What was that about? I think it went to completely the wrong day when I clicked on cocktail of the day. No, now it's bad. It's not Paloma Day. But it's super fucking weird. The website randomly took me to Paloma Day. That's in September. That's really weird. Net, does anyone know of a restaurant South Yarra might not be booked out for tomorrow night? Good luck is all I'd say to that. At this late stage, it would be quite difficult. Her Ladyship of Expletives. Hello. Speaking of people I feel like I haven't seen for a little while. Time to bleed. Yes, the gunpowder plot. Today is the 5th of November. So looking for an inspiration. It's a fireman sour. Rum, lime, and grenadine, and an egg white. So yeah, that's just a rum sour with a different sweetener, which is a thing I like doing. I love this one. It lists what drink you should dedicate to each of the conspirators. A hot toddy for Robert Catesby, who's the brains behind the plot. A Tom and Jerry for Thomas Percy. A hot buttered rum for Robert Wintour. A mulled wine for John Wright. A collar and cuff for Thomas Bates, the only working class member of the gang, Robert Catesby's servant. A negus for Guy Fawkes himself. A blue blazer for Christopher Wright. And a hot red-blooded Frenchman for Thomas Wintour, who's a soldier in France. What's a negus, they say, to make for... Oh, it's a hot one. Port, lemon juice, sugar syrup, and water. It's a hot drink. Looking for an inspiration for my first drink of the night. Now, you're not drinking to papists trying to kill a Stuart King. Ladyship of Expletives. That collection has doubled since the start of COVID. And Barakiel is waiting for IKEA to deliver. Nice. Then get a beer. You are Swedish after all. Need IKEA stuff. My big patriotism in lockdown was buying lots of Australian spirits and liqueurs. About half of the stuff there's Australian. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. And it is a very Ratbags and Rapscallions Day, the end of the anniversary of the Gunpowder Plot. Oh, wait. What did I save here as a favourite that I haven't maybe tried yet? The Ridgewell Rye Whiskey, Punta Mez, Sweet Vermouth, Creme de Mere, and Bitters. That sounds interesting. A Black Rose, bitters, whiskey, cognac. So that's version of a Sazerac, really. Viagra Falls. I have to make that at one point because it's just a funny name for... I think I made it on a stream once. And it was actually pretty good. A Darlington, Calvados, Blue Curacao, Dry Vermouth, and Gin. That's pretty freaking interesting. Piscola. I'm going to do a clarified version of that because it has cola. And what a lot of people don't realize is cola will curdle milk. And that's a good thing if you're doing milk clarified drinks. Okay, yes. Our Ladyship of Expletives. Drink for less stress. I like the sound of that. Viagra Falls. 3/4 of an ounce of absinthe, 1.5 ounces of sour apple liqueur, chilled water. That's a lot of water. I think I made it without the water. I mean, that's obviously, because there's a lot of absinthe in there. I'm sure I made it without the water, though. Fireman Sour is pretty boring. It's in a Ridgewell. whiskey, rye whiskey, Punt de Metz, Rosso Vermouth, Creme de Mer, bitters. Stir all of that. You know what? I might make that one. That sounds good. See if I like it. See if I like it. Okay, it's gotten dark. All right, I'm going to make... I'm trying to think. You're going to make one drink, or I'm just going to pour myself a martini. Fuck it. Fuck it. And then I'm going to do something to Canberra. Then I'm going to stir the tepache. Man, my pineapple syrup's good. Oh my God, that tastes amazing. I have some ideas of what to do with that too. I think I'm going to make a sort of a pina colada that I can keep in the fridge, like a bottled pina colada that I can keep in the fridge. I was after a glass, that's why I got up. All right, I'm just going to do this one. A coupe. And get my freezer martini. Doo-doo. This is why we keep freezer martinis, so we can just pour out a drink when we want one. Okay. So, Kirsten, you've been making bogan martinis all evening, just gin and ice. Nice. Oof. And that's, I think I always say, one of the things I like about the freezer martini, it's far too much alcohol for it to freeze in a normal freezer, but it is slightly viscous because there is a water element in it, but there's no ice crystals. And it just kind of looks cool when you pour it. And oh, yeah. Ooh, you got some honey mead, Her Ladyship of Expletives. I have some homemade mead over there. Mrs. Angry in the past used to do homemade wines and mead, and we still got some of them. What are the ones over there? There's the mead and fennel. There's a fennel wine over there, which I've used as a vermouth substitute before, which I might again, actually. Actually, that's a thing. When I top up my freezer martini, because I do like to top it up, make it an infinity martini. Oh, that is really good. I might use some of the fennel wine as vermouth. It's a strong wine, apparently. I don't know how that was measured, but it has a wonderful handmade label on it that refers to it being a strong wine. So that might have just been from experience. Like Mrs. Angry and her friends might have tried it and got hella pissed. So they were, okay, this is actually strong. Ladyship of Expletives. Have I had Viking's blood? Is that a mead or is that like a? I know there are some traditional Viking drinks as well. Short answer is no, I haven't had it. But I think there was a video on the How to Drink channel on YouTube a while ago, and I think it was a couple of months ago, where he tried some things that were essentially trying to recreate Viking drinks, and that might have been one of them. I don't remember because it was a little while ago. But you can get commercially produced meads in bottle shops here. Oh my God, that's good. I like complimenting myself. I'm also going to make another syrup. What I was saying about a sort of pina colada. I'm making oh wow, that just flares out white, doesn't it? I'm making a coconut syrup here. Got some diced coconut meat, the inner part of the coconut. I don't think that's got as much moisture in it as the pineapple. So this might not turn into a syrup on its own. I might have to add some water and put it on the stove and simmer it. But I'm going to leave it overnight. Got to leave it at least 12 hours to see what sort of action. Because when I got up this morning, the sugar on top of the pineapple was still dry. And I thought, oh, that isn't working at all. And then I sort of stirred it up a bit. And I went, oh, okay. The stuff under here is clumping a bit. So it is working. So I stirred it up and then I got the thing from the mortar and pestle. I always forget which is the mortar and which is the pestle. I think the thing that you grind with is the pestle and the bowl is the mortar. I'm sure someone here knows, or he's going to go on Google and look it up. But anyway, so I got the, I muddled it because Mrs. Angry has the mortar and pestle in the kitchen. And so I muddled it a bit to get the juices flowing. And then, yeah, just hours later, it really started liquefying. And now about 24 hours after I first did it, it's completely liquid, which is cool. I got it right. Thank you, Her Ladyship. Yeah, you know what I thought? Pestle sounds like a pistil, which is the male reproductive organ on flowers. I think it's a reference to a dick. I could absolutely be wrong, but I feel like that's how English works, using the same source for things. I think that's a reference to a dick. And if it's not, it was just rhyming that got me to the right answer. So, hey, it's in the first half hour and we're talking about dicks. So that might be an indicator of where this stream is going. To which I say, hell yeah, let's do it. All dick references all the time on Friday night party night. Oh, nice. Nettie, number 3 of your Godfather. Again, class fucking drink. Nettie got, when we went out to a bar on Halloween, Nettie got him to make her one. It was fucking great. I just had some kind of classics at this bar. I had a Sazerac and a Manhattan, which they made really well. Nettie instructed them how to make her old-fashioned Godfather. Basically, lots of whiskey, lots of amaretto, topped with soda or lemonade, and it was good. So, I'm working my way up, Nettie. I'm starting with a strong martini, which is probably a double the way I poured it. And then I'm going to make my first cocktail. I'm going to make the Gentleman's Health. So Jamison's yellow chartreuse. I'm going to use Ocar Gold, an Australian equivalent. Instead of Lillet Blanc, which is a white aromatized wine, I'm going to use a red one that's a little bit bitter. Some lemon juice, a couple of drops of Ceylon. I'm going to put like a spoon of sugar syrup in because the aromatized wine I'm using is more bitter than Lillet Blanc. So I think it needs just a little bit of sweetener to balance for that substitution I'm doing. So, and that is all tying into these guys' cocktail time with Kevin Koss are doing a Movember fundraiser. And I can't be bothered doing myself because I'm not shaving. Oh man, I have to do my mustache. Kevin Koss does the stylish mustache thing. Okay, I can't do that till we've got Angry Bunch happening because I actually have to disappear for 5 minutes. And I've got to put some moustache wax on. And I've got to do the Kevin Koss sexy moustache. Mrs. Angry's looking for something and confused, or is it just the lights are too bright in here? So, do you want me to make you a Woodson and Ford or anything like that? No. Look at the syrup, by the way. Look, it looks amazing. And so I've already started. That's the tapache over there. So I have to sit that for 24 hours and then taste test it to see if I like it, and then leave it for another 12 to 24 hours after that. All the warnings are, don't leave it longer than that. It'll ferment to the point it becomes vinegar. So it's a real fine balancing act between fermenting enough to be a nice flavor, but not too much that it turns. So, but if it turns into a vinegar, I've never made a shrub. A shrub is a cocktail ingredient that's vinegar based, which I've never used, but lots of people swear by. So if that goes too far and turns into vinegar, I'll turn it into a shrub. Isn't it? Oh no, there's that song, A Scrub. So whenever anyone refers to a shrub as the cocktail ingredient, I hear in my head that old R&B song about a scrub. A scrub's a guy who can't get no time from me. But anyway. A ladyship. Well, an Arnold Palmer is traditionally non-alcoholic, and apparently this is just naturally fermenting because there's like yeast in pineapple. Even when I was making the syrup, it bubbled a little bit, which showed partial fermentation, but it's fine now because I took the pineapple out. It won't go any further. And as I mentioned before, Mrs. Angry used to make wines and whatnot, so she knows about fermentation. And as she pointed out to me, don't add water to that because adding the water will make it ferment more. The sugar will stop the fermentation. So the tepache has some sugar, but it has much more water. And so the theory is over 24 to 48 hours, it ferments a little bit, actually goes a teeny bit alcoholic, like less than beer, for instance, but a teeny bit alcoholic, but has that fermented taste. So I already have some ideas of what I'm going to do, besides just trying it as tepache. And of course, you can add soda or lemonade to it for the refreshing thing. I'm going to make some drinks, because I have that pineapple syrup, and I'm going to make a coconut syrup. Then I get some rums going in there, and I'm going to make a type of pina colada, because pina colada has coconut milk in it. And if you do that in the fridge, it's going to separate and actually go off. And the same deal. Everyone always says if you put a citrus in a bottle cocktail, keep it in the fridge, it's going to lose its taste. And I honestly think people are wankers about citrus juice, and it has to be super fresh. But if I don't use lime juice and I don't use coconut milk, but I use, to get that fruity flavor, I use a pineapple syrup and a coconut syrup and a lemon lime syrup that I've made previously. I get all the flavors in there, but none of the stuff that can go off. And sorry, it's got a kiss blown to me as Mrs. Angry left the room. It's like, so I'll get the flavors of the pineapple and the coconut and the lime without actually putting coconut milk in there. But plus, if I keep that in the fridge, if I have some coconut milk, I can either just pour myself straight from the bottle, and I think that's going to be pretty good. It's almost going to be like a pina colada old fashioned, actually. Because I'm going to put at least 3 different sorts of rum. I'll probably put some coconut rum, some pineapple rum, and some normal aged rum in there. Maybe some overproof, just for a fucking laugh. Some more than 100 proof, more than 50% alcohol rum. I have 3 rums that are more than 50% alcohol. So, bam, look out. So I'm thinking it kind of technically you could call it, it's probably going to be a pina colada old fashioned that I'll have in the fridge. Even just as I say it, I'm like, fuck yeah. I want that in the fridge that I can just pour out whenever I want. But if you wanted to make it a creamy pina colada, I could get that out of the fridge and then just add some coconut milk and go shaky, shaky, shaky and pour it over ice and have the really creamy pina colada. But that's the plan. Haven't heard from AZ. Think I should message him? Okay. Are we scared? I could send him a rude text message and see if he responds. Because when did he has been on this week. We saw him on Tuesday. I'm sure we saw him on Tuesday. Christ, I just forgot what day it was. I thought, I'm acting like it's party night. Is it actually party night? For a second, I was worried it was still Thursday night. And I was going like, I can't get shit-faced. I might have to do it. No, but it's definitely Friday. It's definitely Friday. So, okay. Whew, safe. So, all right, message AZ. I'll say, what are you doing, bitch? That's literally what I'm going to text him. What are you doing, bitch? And I'll put the ringer on so you'll hear the ding if he responds. I'm always really reticent to message AZ because he has such problems with sleep. I'm worried about waking him up, but we'll do it. Brachiel, you just triple checked what day it is. I was fucking just for a second. I was fucking lost. I blame COVID. I blame lockdown. I blame the fact I've been working from home for more than 18 months. Days of the week don't mean as much anymore. You do still have to keep track of them, but yes, Miguelich, I just messaged, what are you doing, bitch? And he'll message back, I was sleeping. I was like, I've explained to him many times he needs to message me because if he doesn't message me for a couple of days, I start to think he might be dead. And I'm really reticent to message him because the sleep deprivation he suffers from, I worry that I waking up with a text and he's sleeping for the first time in 3 days. And Renegade Faith, yes, working from home fucking rocks. I love it. And I love the fact, again, Jesus, what are we up to? 5 million people dead from COVID. So you don't want to say a good thing about it. And not just 5 million people dead, tens of millions of people sick long term, probably hundreds of millions of people adversely affected, like with their job going away or their business going away. But yeah, working from home fucking rocks. Brachiel, we are getting to the point of all restrictions being lifted too. We are racing towards 95% of the population being double vaccinated. So it's like, we're fucking done. We lived through some of the toughest lockdowns in the world to keep the deaths to the minimum. I always love comparing Australia to Florida in the US. Like Florida is an example of the worst fucking handling of COVID. Florida has a lower population than Australia and has had more than 50,000 people die from COVID. Australia is still on about 1,500 people dead. So when I get particularly Americans, particularly right-wing Americans saying dumb shit about, but why would you go through those lockdowns? And it's like, to avoid 50,000 unnecessary deaths. That seems like a good deal to me. Fuck's sake. Chris, hello. Speaking of freedom, Chris is here. Love your enthusiasm, Brachial. Defeating Corona like Ivan Drago defeating Apollo Creed. Yes, Annette, that's an excellent slogan. Death. Why not avoid it? And again, death ultimately is inevitable and unavoidable. But if you're presented with a situation where you can avoid tens of thousands of unnecessary deaths, why wouldn't you do it? Yes, Chris, that's where we are. Remember, the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason, and plot. See no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. I've always loved the line of celebrate Guy Fawkes Day, the last person to enter Parliament with honest intentions. His intentions were to blow it up, but he was honest about that. So, it's a thing. Now I'm thinking of the V for Vendetta movie, which I like, and I've read the it's an Alan Moore comic, I think. And now I need to look that up just to be sure. V for Vendetta. comic. Okay. Yeah, Alan Moore. Okay. Alan Moore's an interesting guy. He's what shall we say? Complex, flawed individual. But the one bit from V for Vendetta where I actually go, this was written by a dude, is when V tortures the woman, and I've forgotten her name. I've forgotten the characters. I don't know. In my defense, I don't know any of the characters' names apart from V. But basically, she is tortured by V, and that makes her come over to his side. And I'm like, yeah, that's a dude. That is a dude saying, if you treat a woman shit enough, she'll come across to your side. Brachial, oh, dude, I want you to translate for me what Freud is, because thing. Thank you, ladyship. Evie. Evie is the character's name, and what's her name? Who plays her? Who is super fucking good? She is very good in the movie. But just the whole thing of when V tortures Evie to an horrific amount, but she comes over to his side. It's like, yeah, a dude wrote that. A dude wrote that if you treat a woman badly enough, she'll come across to your side. Again, broadly, I like Alan Moore. I didn't read. I listened to the audiobook of his rather epic novel. The audiobook's like 120 hours long or something. It's called Jerusalem. It's pretty fucking epic. I like Alan Moore, but he's a complex and flawed person. We're all flawed. We're absolutely all flawed. Oh, so Renegade Faith, Brachial, he speaks Swedish, German, English. So no, Brachial, just the name of the song. The name of the song. You said you were singing on Die Freud. I just want to be clear. Her ladyship, we're all about the random facts on this stream. Yes, Nettie, there's a weird sort of domination thing with Alan Moore, but every now and then I see something, and it's pretty good, and I like it, but then there'll be a bit where it's like, man, this is fucking written by a dude. Seriously, does On die Freude translate as Ode to Joy? Because honestly, being monolingual, seeing the words On die Freude seems potentially negative, but it's actually Ode to Joy. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Yay, Aidsy replied. Dirty wrong things. He's okay. Aidsy says he might try and join us. That actually means he might not. But I'm going to send him the link. And he may or may not join us this evening. He did write. His text reply to me had some very graphic sexual things in it. All I have to do is put the E in, and it auto-completes to email you the link. All right, so Aidsy may or may not join us. Okay, and On der Freude could also mean too happy. It could be a toast. I like that. That's a toast. On der Freude. It just reminded me of the Simpsons thing with Sideshow Bob on trial for wanting to murder Bart Simpson. And he's got a massive tattoo on his torso that says, "Die, Bart, die." And the prosecution, well, what about that tattoo on your chest? He goes, oh, no, it's German. It says, "Thee, Bart, thee." And you get, I think it's Wiggum who says, anyone who speaks German can't be bad. They make so many jokes about Germans on The Simpsons. It fucking weirds me out. Safa, I don't know what that means. Would I leak Aidsy's... Do you mean, would I tell you exactly what his message said? I will. It's not leaking. I'll tell you exactly what he said. I said, "What are you doing, bitch?" He said, "Dirty, wrong things against the Lord and making baby Jesus cry. Boss of the house farting in his face, which is making him cry. And then he said, send the link and I'll try and join you. So I'm just saying, he just sent me a rather sexual text, boasting about the fact he's getting some action, I think, honestly. Rude, really, rude, but, you know. It's kind of like, Brackell, you know this, there was often a lot of conjecture. JFK, when he was in West Berlin, said, and when he's doing a speech, he goes, "Ich bin ein Berliner," which he says means, you know, I am a Berliner. I am a native. I am a person who lives in Berlin. But there is also a confectionery called a Berliner. I think it's like a cream pastry. Much as there's a pastry called a Danish, and people who didn't like JFK claimed that when he said "Ich bin ein Berliner" was the equivalent of saying "I am a Danish," not "I am Danish," "I am a Danish," which is like they're saying JFK said I am a cream puff. I heard people say, no, that's not right. That's not how Berliners would say it. He was actually right in saying I am a resident of Berlin. Berliners would not have taken it as I am a confectionery, but I don't speak German and I'm not a person from Berlin, so I'm honestly not sure. Saf, I get what you're doing with Scummo leaking his text from Macron, and the rest of the world is going, dude, you fucking suck. And her ladyship is in the mood for a strawberry Danish. Honestly, I could probably murder a fucking pastry at the moment, a really buttery pastry. But I'll just stick with alcohol, really. All right, man. Okay, that I think I just gave myself a double strong martini. I am half Tim Smithed right now. I definitely shouldn't drive because Tim Smith was way more than double the limit. I absolutely shouldn't drive or operate heavy machinery at the moment. But yes, Chris grabbing a cookie, nice. Yeah, well, see, yeah, Annette, the Berliner was some sort of confection, whether it's the donut or something, but I've heard people say it wasn't it. Darius Anti-Famous, hello. You were called a poofter today by a coward in the city. I agree. They were a coward. All right, so we're all in donut mood now. Ooh, Renegade Faith. And next cocktail, a buttery pastry. Okay. How would we Okay, now I love challenges like this. How would we recreate the taste of a pastry in a cocktail? Okay, this is a fun. I love challenges like this. So, okay, we want something a bit buttery and something sweet, and it needs a savory, a biscuity element too. Hey, Justin, how you doing? So, short of having a fat washed spirit, I also got apparently there's something I want to try one day. I have done a bacon fat washed bourbon, which was great. Bacon, the flavor of bacon absorbed into a bourbon. But apparently, yeah, burnt butter, brown butter, like you cook butter in a pan until it just starts to brown. Add that to bourbon and let it infuse, so you get this burnt butter flavor in bourbon. Apparently, that's really good. So I think, I don't have that. What I'd think to recreate a pastry, I think you'd do a burnt butter bourbon with a fruit liqueur. So it's almost like an old fashioned. I would do a burnt butter bourbon infusion and a fruit liqueur, like a blue. I've got a bunch of like blueberry and blackberry and raspberry liqueurs over there. One of them, and yes, Renegade Faith, rim the glass with apple crumble. So yeah, crush up some biscuits, or I think crush up some biscuits and put some melted butter in them and crush them up so it's a wet paste and rim the glass in it. We've got it. Okay, so it would be a burnt butter bourbon with a fruit liqueur and the glass rimmed with like crushed biscuits. Done. I'm not doing it tonight, but that's the thing. Dairy experiments. You thought it was funny when someone asked you, you're saying pufta. Who says they were vegan. Clearly saw your mask, decided to lose your shit. Does your mask say something about being vegan, or is it just one of those freaks who doesn't like things? Oh, Nettie, apple, an apple spirit. A whiskey burnt butt. That's a thing I want to. I haven't really done a lot of fat washing. For those who are unfamiliar with the term, it's where you get something that's either oil based or has animal fat in it, and you liquefy the oil or the fat. Now, as I said, butter is one thing people use. That's where the term butterscotch actually comes from. It is actually butter infused scotch. Butter is one, bacon fat is one. You can do it with olive oil. You can do it with nut oils, coconut oil. But basically, you liquefy the oil or fat, and then you put it with the spirit. You know, maybe in a pot, you just simmer it for a little while on the stove. You don't want it to boil. Just simmer it for a little bit so the oil or fat completely mixes with the spirit. Then you put that in a container and put that in the freezer, and the oil or fat will rise to the top and solidify, and you can just scoop that off and then run the spirit through a filter to get rid of any little bits, and then you have the spirit which has absorbed the flavor of the oil or the fat that you put in it. I've got some coconut oil in there that, yeah, it's the stuff that solidifies at room temperature. I want to warm that up in a pan with, I'm trying to think what would get, I'm torn between gin or rum is kind of obvious. I think a coconut gin would be fucking awesome. But yeah, I want to do it with the coconut oil, but I'll do it sometime. Cinnamon. Oh, Jesus. Yes. Okay. So, Renegade Faith. Holy fuck. I'm going to do that. Burnt butter whiskey with a fruit liqueur and cinnamon. So not just when you put the butter and the whiskey on the stove to simmer, put a cinnamon stick in there as well and let it simmer so the flavor goes all through, and then filter. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna do it's okay. Christmas is a little way off yet, but that's it. Yeah. What would we call that? Christmas pud? Oof. Oh my God. I'm really into that idea though. Making burnt butter whiskey, cinnamon, and something fruity, and then something biscuity. Ooh, Renegade, the 12 cocktails of Christmas. I wasn't going to do it until you just said it. Oof. Okay, and I have a little bit of time to prepare. So I could do that in like the 2 or 3 weeks leading up to Christmas, the 12 cocktails of Christmas. Man. Oh, yes, her ladyship, mulled cider fucking rocks. I fucking love mulled cider. For those who don't know, all you do, cider and whatever spices you like, cinnamon, star anise, nutmeg, cloves, all these things. You put them on the stove and just let them simmer and warm up and let the spice flavors permeate the cider, and then strain it out and have hot cider with these spicy flavors. It fucking rocks. Mulled cider and some mulled wine. I'm not a big wine drinker, but mulled cider fucking rocks. Man. Oof. Oh my God. Okay, I need to do some planning. The 12 cocktails of Christmas. I've got about a month to plan it. But it does need some planning. The 12 cocktails of Christmas. Yes, her ladyship, orange and cherry. Fuck yes. Ooh, some orange peel, and I've got the maraschino cherries. Oh my God. Okay, I'm doing that. Mulled cider, technically not a cocktail. And also, it's going to be fucking summer. I don't fucking care, man. I will have a hot mulled cider in summer. I will fucking do. And yes, I also agree, her ladyship, making a mulled cider makes your whole place smell amazing. I am absolutely. Now, the only question is, I mean, you do it with a carbonated cider because it's got to decarbonate with some. So, but there is an Australian cider that's made out in Western New South Wales, not far from where I grew up. That's not carbonated. That's one of my favourite ciders. From a cidery called Small Acres. I have to see if I can get some. And yes, Her Ladyship, you can always spike it. You can spike it with a spirit as well, just to give it an extra punch. And I've got some apple. I've got a couple different apple brandies. So I could do that to punch it up a bit. Oh, god damn. Sorry. You all got me going now. Do an angry toddy. Instead of honey, use something. Ooh, hot or spicy. You know what I'd use? This is where I'd punch it up. I've got a chili liqueur over there. What's it called? Ancho Reyes. It's a Mexican chili liqueur, and it's fucking great. Yes, I'd make a mulled cider and punch it up with Ancho Reyes. Fuck yes, Renegade Faith, you are on the money, Abby. Fucking hell, a mulled cider with Ancho Reyes in it, just to fucking punch it up a bit, both in spice and alcohol content. Fuck yeah. Mulled cider with a shot of Ancho Reyes would fucking rock. Oh, chestnuts. Okay. Chestnuts is getting out there. Not a huge chestnut fan. Peppermint for the candy canes. Again, we'll see that now you're into the 12 cocktails of Christmas. I do these different ones. Could do different. Definitely want to do a minty one. Do one that tastes. Oh Jesus! I've got to get the Tiny Bear summer gins because they do a Christmas pud gin that straight up fucking tastes like Christmas pud. Oofed. Okay, I need to start making notes. I'm not really doing it tonight, but I need to start making notes on what to do for the 12 cocktails of Christmas. Man, okay. I may have mentioned this before, but my freezer martini is really strong, and I think I poured myself a double because I'm definitely Tim Smithed at the moment. Absolutely feeling it. I think, a Jesus birthday cake cocktail. You drink it and it refills itself. something loaves and fishes. I think you need a really red one for the blood of Christ, but that's not Christmas. That's Easter, the Last Supper, and all that. Nettie, where's your dinner? Good question. Where's your loaves and fishes? Okay, I feel like I actually need to take a toilet break before I go into the next drink, and I'm sure you'll be fine. It's like, I'll be quick. Fuck, it's 9 o'clock already. Okay. I'm going to take a toilet break and then see if anyone wants to join Angry Bunch. So actually, I'm going to put the link. And when I come back, see who wants to join. So there goes the link. I'm going to take a quick toilet break, see if anyone wants to join when I get back. So amuse yourselves in the meantime. Oof. All right. I'm back. Oh, okay. Dad's gone. Let's be naughty. Ladyship. Okay, well, this is a stream. Party night stream usually goes for another 4 hours at least. So you never know how long we'll be here, even if you have to drive somewhere. So, oh my God, the two things went through my head. I'm out there taking a piss and was like, really had to take a piss on me. Man, I think I'm losing about a kilo of water weight at this point. And then it reminded me of the olden days. I don't know if anyone used to watch years ago when I streamed on Blog TV, and there was this joke where I wouldn't leave the stream. I'd like hold like an empty Pepsi bottle out of camera and piss in that, and realize that I was pissing like nearly a liter. So it's lucky the bottle was bigger than that. But I've grown up. I don't piss on stream anymore. I go off to do it. Kirsten, you ducked off to watch news on the ocean cleanup. That's fun. What did you learn about ocean cleanup? That sounds interesting. The most interesting news I heard today was John Barilaro dropping his lawsuit against YouTuber Friendly Geordies, which just makes me think Barilaro really didn't want to go to court and try and prove he wasn't corrupt. That's just how it feels to me. Who knows? Who knows? But I think Barilaro really wants to disappear from the public eye. That doesn't mean, by definition, he's a filthy, dirty criminal who's trying to get away with years of criminal activity. Can't help but ponder, though. Who knows? It's a mystery. I think I will top up my freezer martini before I put it back. Ooh, there's like a release of pressure there. It's like it's fermenting in the bottle. I don't know. Okay, where's my jigger? And I need a jigger and a funnel. All right, I can get those. They're just over here. Okay, camera, you want to go back here? Get out of the way, camera. And I got a funnel. And I got a jigger. All right, now I've just got to decide which gins I'm going to top it up with. So the news is they've deployed System 2, which will clean up the plastic in the Pacific garbage patch in 3,000 trips. Well, I like the sound of that, because everything I've heard about the Pacific garbage patch, less than optimal. I'm just going to say, I don't want to be radical and say it's actively bad. I'm just going to say less than perfect. Right. Actually, I probably want to finish a bottle of gin, because I'm definitely fucking buying some this week. Which one's nearly empty? I think it's one. Oh, you're just putting a bowl there. Okay, that's okay. Is it that one? No, that's the one that's got more in it. That one's got less in it. All right. So, we'll put some applewood, bush apple, Australian gin. All right. So, hello, Robotman Greg. So, Kirsten, they're going to build 9 more, speed up the process. Well, that sounds good. And hello, Luke, as well. People popping in while I'm doing that. All right, put the funnel in, dickhead. All right, so I'm going to put gin and vermouth and a bit of water in. One more, I think. Oh, that's almost gone now, which is what I wanted. All right. A little bit of vermouth and a little bit of water to simulate the ice. I think I have this one. Yep. All right. Little homemade gin. Not gin vermouth. Put that in. Put that back. All right. I think there's a teeny bit of orange bitters left in this bottle. And I thought wrong. There's nothing in it. Okay. Wonder if that can go in recycling. I don't know. I'll find out. Okay. I do have a new bottle of orange bitters. I got Regians this time. Okay. Couple dashes of orange bitters. And a bit of water. For balance. Yep, that looks good to me. That looks good to me. And now... Okay, actually... Oh no, there's a bit of gin there. I might make something with that later. Use it up. Might make a gin cocktail later. Kirsten, your boss had to sponsor you to walk 137 steps a day for a week. Nice. Renegade Faith, what spirits don't have carbs? I don't know the answer to that. Doing keto. There is actually a YouTube channel. In fact, I can think of two where they specialize in keto stuff and they make cocktails. I'll have to look them up for you. Mr. Beast launched Team C's fundraiser to help. Nice. He seems to do a lot of philanthropy. So because you're stubborn, so when your boss said sponsor you to walk 137 steps a day for a week, you're stubborn, you said, okay, good. All right. So freezer martini back in the freezer. That's probably enough martini for one evening. Put that back in there. Ugh, I'm all sticky again. Sorry, I'm just going to wash my hands. Don't know what I handled that was sticky. All right. That's what she said. All right. Tepache. Okay, I think I'm going to take that spoon out, actually. All right. You're done. And I want to put that pineapple syrup inside. I've got a little bottle to put pineapple syrup in. This will do. Pineapple syrup bottle, and I want a sieve, which I have just here, a very fine sieve. Seeing I already had the funnel out, put that there. Sorry for doing this off camera, but it's just like, man, it's like a really thick syrup. And the physics of how slowly it goes through these things is quite entertaining. You're going to have to take my word for it because you can't see it. All right. That's that. That'll do. Jesus, that's a good syrup. Like Mrs. Angry makes pancakes every now and then, like really good pancakes. This pineapple syrup would fucking rock on her pancakes, actually. Dairy, your boss tries to gaslight you. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Kirsten, boss forgot it's only 10 trips between your desk and the coffee machines. Oh, my God. Safi, you've parked, so now you're getting Tim Smith. Good. Oh, now you're trying to get food and the Uber Eats drivers aren't keen. Oh. That whole, again, this is not a reflection on you. It's a reflection on the company Uber. It's just very problematic. And it's not the fault of the drivers. It's not the fault of the people who order it. Uber is just an inherently evil company. All right, I'm going to make this cocktail, which actually means changing shirts. And And I actually have my white shirt just here. I was prepared for this because I knew I'd do it. So I'm not going to do a striptease on camera, though you probably see me in the reflection, honestly. Dun, 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 dun. Might even change back again later. Who knows? Who knows? A, how long the stream goes, and B, God, I'm wearing a black singlet. I should not have worn black singlet when I was going to be wearing a white shirt. Say la vie. All right. The vest is also here, and the tie is also here. So let's get those. Almost done. Almost done. Okay. Shirt done. Tie. Vest. Ugh. Honestly. Oof. Okay. Back. It's true, Raiders. If you Tim Smith yourself too much, you will lose IQ points. That's true. So, actually, okay, strange thing. If you follow me on socials, you would have seen me post a 5th of November video. One I actually made last year for last 5th of November, a cocktail I called the Gunpowder Plot, where I played with fire and stuff, and it was fun. But I was a bit self-conscious when I posted it because, oh yeah, I didn't do a 5th of November video this year, but I did last year. So I'll reshare the one from last year. And it's from 12 months ago. And I was 20 kilos heavier, and it's really noticeable in my face. 20 kilos heavier. My hair was much shorter, and it was much less grey as well. So it was slightly confronting for me looking at the video, honestly. So is 8% strong for an apple cider? Yes, it is. It's not the strongest, but it's pretty strong. It would be more common for an apple cider to be 4 or 5%. So 8% is quite strong for an apple cider. So, yeah. So a bottle of 8% is probably close to 2 standard drinks. So even just 2 bottles of an 8%, you're Tim Smithed, basically. Right. That's my tie. Do up my vest. And I'm gonna make a cocktail. I think I will make the my version of a gentleman's health. So if you want to see Tim Smith sculling, yeah, I don't want to see Tim Smith at all, honestly. Music elevator. It turns out, oh, you didn't go flying today. The plane broke enough you couldn't take it out at night. God damn. Nav light's broken. Comms radio not booting up. GPS database a few days out of date. Damn. Oh, bummer. Because you're probably looking forward to go flying. Oh, well. Good to see you, but yeah, I can imagine you'd be rather flying, but high. Right, so I'm going to make a gentleman's health. So I need to get the components. Okay. Jameson's. The Stout Edition. Irish whiskey finished in craft beer barrels. Oka Gold as a yellow chartreuse replacement. Instead of Lillet Blanc, I'm getting Roche. Coque Rossa. Dirty Sue for the saline. And lemon juice. Got some lemon juice I squeezed. And I do want to do a little bit of sugar syrup because my aromatized wine is a little bitter. All right. Okay, I'm going to do this so you see me do it. Right, got to get the camera happening. We'll just go over here. Oh, what's that framing look like? This time, being a solo operation, I kind of wish I had someone else involved. So I wasn't doing it all on my own, but C'est la vie, which is the French way of saying that is vie, whatever the fuck vie is. So what is it? 1 ounce Jameson, 3/4 of an ounce of everything else. All right. That's easy to remember. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Michael, hello, good evening. Do I know who David Reynolds is? No, not really. Oh, sorry, just burping a little there. All right, you're getting nostril cam, looking at my nostrils while I do this. This should not take too long. That camera's here. Where's my audio recorder? It's here. And this would be shaking cocktail. Oh, Christ. A moustache. Fuck. Okay, maybe. Okay, I'm not going to do this tonight. Fuck it. Okay. Oh, take 2. Take fucking 2. I need to get the citrus to make a garnish for that. I might do it tomorrow night. I have to go out to the shops tomorrow and get a lemon. God damn it. God damn it all to hell. Damn you all to hell. You went and blew it up. All right. 5 seconds while I think of another cocktail to make, because I do want another cocktail. All right. So David Reynolds is a racing driver and an anti-vaxxer. Damn. What a clown. Got booted from being able to compete because he hasn't had his vaccination yet. Yeah. Fuck people who are anti-vax. Honestly, I hate them. The Ridgewell. Okay, that's okay. It's a very... the 99% of my viewers on my cocktail channel are in the Northern Hemisphere, and it's fall for them. This is a good one. Whiskey, vermouth, sweet vermouth, creme de mure. Oh, actually, I fucking love the sound of this. This sounds great. All right. Fuck it. Okay. Different ingredients. Right. Puntamez and sweet vermouth. Slightly bitter vermouth and sweet vermouth. Put the dirty Sue back because there's no saline in this. And I don't think there's any sugar in it either. So I'll put this back. All right. Sweet vermouth. The Jamisons can go back. And we want a rye and... okay. I am going to... I think I'll use Fortis. 100 proof Australian whiskey and rye whiskey, Australian rye. This is very Australian. Actually, this is all fucking Australian. No, Puntamez is an Australian. Oka Gold. I'm not using you anymore. Go back. You're throwing me off. I could do this as an all Australian version. Why not? I like to do it. The Ridgewell. Fuck it. Puntamez, you can go back in the fridge. I'll get Maiden Eye Nocturne. I love making all Australian versions of something. Creme de mure, which is over here somewhere. That is my creme de mure. Is that it? Yep, creme de mure is almost done. It's an excuse to buy some more if I use it up. Buy some more from Marionette. I was planning on buying something from Marionette anyway. Safa, I did not feel any sort of tremor. Saying there's a 2.3 mag in Port Phillip. I virtually live in Port Phillip. I didn't feel it. Kirsten, if you're still there, I was just going to ask you again. I don't know if you got a chance to ask your friend at Marionette how bitter their bitter curacao is. Like compare it to on the spectrum between Aperol and Campari. Because if it's Campari, that's too bitter for me. Because I'm a wuss. Weak in my bloodline will not survive the winter. Right. So, a Ridgewell. So, yeah, this is basically... Yep, this is basically a Manhattan variation. How much creme de mure? Like a bar spoon. Okay. Oh, no, that's okay, because I should actually email them on their website and ask them. Oh, music gave it. The epicenter of the tremor was in the bay off Rosebud. That's interesting. Terry said to venomous hear tremors every time a train goes by. I've not lived that close to a train line myself. I've had friends who did. And in Sydney, friends who lived under the flight path where the whole fucking house shook when a plane went over. That was a fucking experience, I tell you what. Okay, I actually put my mixing glass in the dishwasher. I need to get it out because this is a stirred cocktail. All right, so stirrer. Gaz Regan's finger. So got the stirrer, stirring glass. Friggin' Hawthorne strainer. What kind of glass were they saying to put this in? Have his mobile number. Should have just texted him. Geez, that's up to you. I feel uncomfortable making a call on that. And hello, who's that? Celtic. Hello. Music Avity had a trumpet tutor who lived under Sydney's flight path, got grant money to double glaze their house off the council. Instead, used it to move to Germany. Good call. Good call. Reut. So I've got whiskey and rye, vermouth, and myrrh, and say Ango and orange bitters. 1 dash of each. Mango and orange. All right. Okay. That's all the components. And the fucking Difford's specs are really fussy, and I'm just going to simplify them. Celtic, AIDS's with the world. I texted him earlier. He might join us tonight. So, right, I'm going to make this cocktail. Oh, God, I've moved the camera. I need to move the camera back before I do anything. That'll just take me a second. All right. What's that pointing at now? All right. That seems pretty good. Pretty good. Do this so you can see me while I do it. Okay, so I think I'm ready to go. The glass. I might put a glass in the freezer while I'm making it just to chill it a little bit. What do they say? Just a chill glass. Might just Nick and Nora. I might put one of my Nick and Noras in the freezer, just chill it for a little bit while I make this. All right. To quote Matthew McConaughey, hey. I'm just going to switch this on. This will be relatively quick. It's not a very fussy cocktail. Come on, start audio recorder. There we go. Loading. Ready. Off to the races. Except not, because horse races are bad. All right. Let's do it. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you're ready for another cocktail. This is another interesting riff on a classic. This is essentially following the template of the Manhattan, but it does that neat trick of splitting the elements, so it brings in a more complex taste. Manhattan, pretty straightforward. Whiskey and vermouth, sweet vermouth. This one, two different sorts of whiskeys, two different sorts of vermouths, little extra fruit liqueur to add just that tiny bit more sweetness. This makes it, if you're in the part of the world where it's cooling down, and again, you're not necessarily watching this when I upload it, but if you're watching this, this is what they call the fall cocktail. Now me, it's just coming into mid-spring. We're getting warmer weather, but I just love boozy cocktails. So I'm going to drink this any time of the year, and I hope that wherever you are, you'll enjoy it too. Let's make it together right now. This cocktail is called a Ridgewell, and the recipe I found recommends splitting between a bourbon and a rye whiskey. This is the thing I do. I'm going to use all Australian ingredients for this. So I'm going to use the equivalents for the original cocktail I found. But this is the thing I always recommend. Don't be afraid to improvise, and definitely buy local. So this is going to be a split between a standard type of whiskey and a rye whiskey. In my case, they'll both be Australian. You should go with what you have. For the whiskey part, I'm going to use Starward's Fortis. This Fortis means strong. This is their 100 proof whiskey, and I'm going to start with 1 ounce or 30 mils of whiskey. There's my jigger. Being a little generous, because why not be nice to myself? It's probably more than 1 ounce. Next up, the rye, and I'm going to do an equal split. This is a local rye, much as Starward is kind of just down the road from me. So is the Gospel Distillery, and they specialize in rye whiskies. So far as I know, they're the only Australian distillery that focuses purely on rye whiskies. They do a good job of it. This is their straight rye. It's a 45% alcohol, so it's 90 proof. It's very nice. But again, use the rye, or maybe one of those Canadian ones that are rye style, something with those little spicy notes that you get from a rye. Going to add 1 ounce or 30 mils of rye whiskey. Now for the vermouth component, which is also split. The recipe I found suggested to use Punt Amez or another full-bodied vermouth. And I do have Punt Amez and I was going to use it, but I thought I'm going all Australian. This is something I picked up recently from a local winemaker that make excellent vermouths. They're called Maiden Eye. This is what they call their Nocturne. It's a dark vermouth and it's a slightly bitter vermouth. But Punt Amez is available most parts of the world. It's a good addition to your bar if you don't have it. But whatever vermouth you're choosing to use, we're going with 15 mils, half an ounce. As I said, we're splitting the vermouth. We also want half an ounce of a sweet red vermouth. This probably my favorite, another Australian make. This is from South Australia, from Unico, their Yuzu sweet vermouth. It's the reddest sweet vermouth I've had, and I love the taste of it. It goes really well in this type of drink. But whichever sweet red vermouth you're using, 15 mils, half an ounce going in. This cocktail's little twist away from the standard Manhattan recipe is just a splash of a fruit liqueur. They say a creme de menthe, which is a blackberry liqueur. And I have, again, another local one, the Marionette Distillery, another one that's just down the road from me. They use Tasmanian blackberries for this, but you get various creme de menthe around the world. You should be able to get one wherever you are. Or again, improvise with another berry fruit liqueur. Don't be scared. Just experiment. Cocktails should be fun, not being locked down to rules. But we're really just a splash, like a bar spoon, around 5 mils of creme de menthe. And I'm going to fucking eyeball that. That's probably 5 mils. Fucking Wild West here. To finish this cocktail off, we are going to add some bitters. In fact, what's recommended is a split. And so I'm going to go with that. Going to be 1 dash of Angostura or some other aromatic bitters and 1 dash of orange bitters. Shazam, y'all. All right. Captain Marvel Jones. Right. Stir it. Mess with my ice. It's going to melt on the floor, leave a wet patch that I'll slip on and break my neck. This is a stirred cocktail, so add ice to our stirring glass, and I'm going to use Gaz Regan's finger because when you've got Gaz Regan's finger, you want to use it whenever you get a chance. I'm going to stir that for around 15 or 20 seconds. Get in there, you bastard. Shit. Outtakes. I might actually use that in the video. It's a very red drink. It smells very fruity and wine-like. Man, that tastes pretty good. Okay. Get my glass out of the freezer. I think I want to garnish this. This is just crying. This is an excuse for a maraschino cherry, and I love them so much. All right. Got to try and spear a maraschino cherry. I think there's only a couple left in this jar, so it's going to be a challenge. Because you can't see them, and they're slippery little suckers. Got him. I used the force. I used the force to determine where it was. Now, I have that sitting there. Cherry juice. Got there. More stick again. Oh. I've been chilling this Nick and Nora in the freezer while I made the cocktail. You use the glassware of your choice, a stemmed glass, maybe a coupe. I like this Nick and Nora. So just strain that into the glass. It's a fantastic red color. I think this is crying out for a maraschino cherry, really. Should have fine strained it because I got 2 fucking huge bits of ice in there. I'll just take out with my fingers. Fuck it. I managed to spear a cherry. I'm just going to put that straight in the glass. That's a magnificent color. Now for the taste test. Oh, those whiskey flavors coming through. A little bit of spice from the rye, and the fruitiness from the basically the wine-based vermouths, of course. And I'm not sure that I can actually taste the creme de mure. It's just a little touch in there. Maybe it's there, but it's a great balance between the fruitiness and the whiskey tastes. And this is the sort of thing I could definitely sit back by a fire in a comfy chair and sip away at. But even so, as I said, it's a bit warmer here for me. It's not going to stop me enjoying this. I hope wherever you are, you're enjoying what you're doing, enjoying what you're drinking, and take care of yourself. Take care of the people around you. Until I see you again, cheers. That'll do. I didn't script this. I scripted last week's videos. Didn't script this week. I got distracted. Just got to switch things off. And we'll get back to the chat. Turn that off. Turn that off. All right. Don't even know if I'll make another video tonight. I'll make them tomorrow. Ooh, no. Where have I gone? There we are. Where's my mouse? I've got to get back to the right tab. All right. We're back from Nostril Cam. Excellent. Nice. Chris, listening to a Linkin Park concert while I was filming that. Nice. Terry with a nose like mine, you reckon? Nose cam for OnlyFans. There's definitely, look, there's something for everyone. Definitely. I think I will use that bit where I was trying to get the ice down and a bit went flying out. Put it at the start of the video as funny outtake. People like humor. People like to laugh. Man, that is a really rich drink. Like that's just like a really rich, boozy drink. Oh, I love it. I love rich, boozy drinks. I might just, man, I'm going to make something and just tip that into it. You know what? I think I know what I'm going to make as well, actually. Yeah, it's fun. I've got to say, I try and put a funny outtakey thing at the start of the videos, so people know I don't take myself too seriously. Because I'm dressed like maybe I take myself too seriously. So I got that. I've got to make the Kevin Costner, which I'm not going to make tomorrow night, and maybe a short as well. Like, you know, YouTube trying to compete with TikTok. Do a less than 60-second video. If anyone can think of a cocktail video I could make in less than 60 seconds, tell me. I'm thinking of just making a pink martini, which is a martini with, instead of dry vermouth, a red vermouth. Just to have a bit of fun. Oh, Chris, abso-fucking-lutely. this whole cocktail thing is a cover for me to eat cherries. I freaking love the cherries. Nice, Renegade Faith. I feel like a super bad influence, but you're having a cheat night getting on the cocktails. Right. I feel like a bad influence, but I'm also comfortable in the role of bad influence, quite honestly. So we'll take that as it comes. So I was just thinking, will I make a martini? And will I just use the freezer martini? No, I haven't made one with the Archie Bone Dry, which is a fucking killer gin for martinis. That's why I don't put that in my freezer. I love doing the freezer martini with mixed gins, but because the Archie Rose Bone Dry is a really special one, I don't want to lose it in other gins, so I keep it for very specific things. But I actually fucking love the martini made with mixed gins. Oh, Kirsten and Negroni, no. Although I've got stuff that I like the Autonomy Amaro is an excellent Campari substitute. Proper. Safa, I put the fucking link for Angry Bunch out before and no one took the bait, as it were. I'll do it again. That's the link for anyone who wants to join the party. No pressure, no compulsion, but if anyone wants to, that's the link. Of course, the other thing I like using as the Campari substitute in Negroni, I've still got some of the pre-mixed Archie Rose cocktail, the new Groni, which is really smoky. And straight, that's a little bit too bitter for me. But using it as Campari in a Negroni, it's just kind of the right level for me. And that smoky characteristic it has is really good. Oh, nice. Okay, Renegade Faith's going to join. Well, that's cool. Safa, no, I haven't been checking messages, but I thought you told me you're drinking like an 8% cider or something. So, cheers. Okay, well, the Richwell is pretty good. It's not radically different from a straight Campari, but it's straight Manhattan. So if saying 3,700 houses without power, fucking hell, that would suck. That's bordering on a week with no power. That would fucking suck. What's this one? The Darlington. Maybe I need to lighten up and make a blue curacao drink. Gin, Calvados, blue curacao, vermouth, lemon juice, and sugar syrup. I might make that. I mean, seriously. That sounds quite interesting. I think I'll make that next. I have a blue drink. I need to have a blue drink. Blue drinks are party drinks. And it's party night. It's party night. Party night. I feel like I'm not going to make any more cocktail videos. So I'm going to take this off. Save it for tomorrow night. Make the Kevin Costner one tomorrow night. And maybe a short as well. Too late. I've already taken it off. I'm taking it off. Jerry's Hermits, you're getting your comfort zone and click on that. That's okay. Look, again, no pressure. Absolutely, no one should ever feel pressured. It's defeating the whole purpose of everything if you feel pressured. So I'm going to take this off. I'm just going to put my casual cocktail shirt back on because it's groovy. A little bit of everything. Dun, dun, dun. Put this here. Put that there. Put the cocktail shirt back on. All right. There's like I've been getting these off various like Chinese websites. They have very similar designs, crossovers. I think they're probably all coming out of the same warehouse. And I get XL, and there's a little bit of divergence in what arrives when I order XL. Like this one's very roomy. For a fat bastard like me, I am very, very surprised that an XL from a Chinese warehouse is roomy on me. But one or two I've ordered are a little bit tight. But I just got to work on losing some more weight. Dairy's anti-famous if I chant shards of ass. Shards of ass 3 times. God damn. I'm thinking of this one. I just want to finish this. I might do a chocolate gin and spicy orange ginger beer and this just to make it super fucking fruity. But after I drink this anyway. Not rushing through because I am definitely fucking half Tim Smithed at the moment, which means I definitely can't drive because Tim Smith was well over double the legal limit. I can feel, well, I'm lucid. I'm fine. I absolutely should not drive a car at the moment because I would definitely be over the legal limit and my reaction time would definitely be dulled. It would definitely be dangerous for me to drive at the moment. That's the other thing with that Tim Smith fuck. I thought I was okay. All that's telling us, you fucking piece of shit, is you drink drive all the fucking time, you fucking piece of garbage. So fuck that guy. I may have said that already because I dislike him quite intensely. He's just fucked around with the public health orders and actually no, I won't do the chocolate gin. I want to finish this one. Maybe gin and creme de menthe and soda, actually. That sounds like a good drink. I think I'll fucking do that. After I finish that, I finish this and then have a gin and creme de menthe and soda, and I will be fucking thoroughly Tim Smithed at that point. So watch out. That's all I'm saying. Watch out. This thing. Oh, Safa, you're going to fucking freak out the right wingers at that point, saying Dan Andrews, Premier for life, no more state elections. There are so many fucking lunatics freaking out about him. So the Raiders, yes, Tim Smith drinking at one of his many. No, he said he was at a friend's place drinking wine. Again, the guy is so fucking reprehensible. He's such fucking garbage. Fuck, I hate him. He's just like undermined the public health messages constantly through COVID. He's never let us enjoy any of the positives. He's just been doing shit gutter politics the whole time. And he's betrayed himself for who he really is. He's been drink driving for fucking years. Just fucking crashed. And okay, for those who missed this little detail, which is hilarious, apparently what he crashed was a Jag he'd only bought 5 weeks previous. And he won't get any insurance for it because insurance doesn't cover you when you're drunk. So I hope it fucking ruins him. Safi, you heard rumors Sutton might be quitting. I wouldn't be surprised if the people who've been core to the COVID campaign wanted a fucking break once things were settled, because this has got to be the worst fucking stress, and it's stretching out over 2 years. Jesus. So fucking harsh. And again, Brett Sutton and Jerome, the COVID commander, just these people who've been fronting fucking press conferences non-stop, although they have actually stopped them now. But, 18 months of these press conferences, so fucking stressful. Not what they signed up for. It's a fucking crisis. And they're not flawless people. They are not flawless people. They made mistakes. They were wrong from time. Again, with the benefit of hindsight, I think you could highlight various things over the last 18 months where they were wrong, or what they did was not the best thing. But Jesus Christ, they're trying to manage an unprecedented fucking crisis. Oh, shit. Raiders, yeah. Brett Sutton, Jerome, and basically every health worker in the country deserves a fucking 1 month, all expenses paid luxury holiday because they've put up with so much. That's just flaring out white. It's it's working though. Caster sugar on, I had this, I don't know if you've been in the supermarket, they have frozen fruits in the thing. I actually bought some frozen coconut meat and I tried it in a smoothie and I didn't like it. I don't like the consistency. Okay. I just taste that. The sugar is definitely picking up some coconut. So it's definitely getting a bit moist. Apparently a word people don't like, moist. It's definitely absorbing a bit of moisture from the coconut. I'll check it in the morning. If it hasn't started to liquefy, what I will do tomorrow is put it in a little pot on the stove with some water and simmer it and just get all that coconut flavor and make a coconut syrup. So what I'm going to do, that pineapple syrup I was showing off before, pineapple syrup, coconut syrup, probably even the apple syrup I've made. Oh, no, probably the lime syrup because there's lime in a pina colada. And then I'm going to have a couple different sorts of rum and I'm going to fucking mix it all and put it in a bottle and keep it in the fridge. And then it's like an instant sort of pina colada old fashioned. I have this bitters called Tiki Bitters, Elamacule Tiki Bitters, which is really nice. Oh God, I've got to put some allspice dram in it. Man, okay, this is going to be, I'm just telling you now, this is going to be a good fucking drink. I'm probably going to make it tomorrow. And I'll probably make a video of it. Maybe casual in the kitchen with my cocktail shirts. Make a bottled pina colada old fashioned. I reckon it's going to be a fucking killer drink. So with a couple different sorts of rum. I think I'll do coconut rum and pineapple rum, and probably an aged rum. Maybe a white rum. Oh God, maybe my rum agricole, which is 55% alcohol. I'm going to do a couple different rums anyway, and the coconut syrup and the pineapple syrup. Some allspice dram just to give it a little edge. Man, it's going to be a fucking good drink, is all I'm going to say. Oh, yes, Raiders. Yeah, all the people who did the signing. And I have to admit, I fucking love how the signers in press conferences they're not just spelling stuff out. They're also, the whole way they do it is communicating the vibe. I fucking love everyone who is doing the signing for the press conferences. They fucking rock. Dairy. A colada is usually dairy free. Yes, they are. If they're creamy, it's because it has coconut milk in it. You don't put. Some people would put cream in a colada. I personally don't. micheladas are dairy free. If they've got any sort of creamy stuff in it, it will be coconut milk. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to make what's essentially a pina colada old fashioned, which won't even have coconut milk in it, but will have coconut flavor and pineapple flavor and lime flavor and a couple of different rums in there. And I'll just be pouring that straight into a glass because it's going to fucking rock. It's going to be a really fucking good drink. But if I want it to be a really creamy one, I will add some coconut milk and shake it. Put coconut milk, put it on ice, shake it so it foams up. That also sounds great. Safa, quarter Tim Smith. I'm more than half Tim Smith, man. I am absolutely. I don't think I'm fully Tim Smith, but I'm more than half Tim Smith. I'm going to finish that, and I'm going to make something with gin and creme de menthe, and then I think I'll be fully Tim Smith. Safa, if you put an egg in a cocktail, it's called a flip. That's a specific sort of cocktail. When you shake a cocktail with an egg, you get this really rich and again, I think flips are fucking awesome. Actually, flips are flipping awesome. It's it brings a really custardy texture to it. Again, flips are very good sort of Christmas cocktails. Egg white makes a cocktail fluffy, but a whole egg or even just an egg yolk with it makes it sort of very custardy. And I'm a fan of flips, quite honestly. So if you had a flip for your 27th birthday, nice. There is any feminist. Have I seen the signer for death metal? I've seen signers at death metal concerts and at rap concerts, and they're fucking hilarious. Yes, Kirsten, a flip is a whole egg. A flip is the egg white and the egg yolk. You just put a whole fucking egg and you shake it with and you get a really sort of custardy texture to the cocktail. I'm a fan of flips. I know some people get freaked out about it, and I think this is mainly Americans, and I think this is down to poor food handling techniques in America. Make them think they're going to get salmonella if they put egg white or egg yolk or whole egg in a drink. It's like, you just have shit food handling standards in the US. I don't feel worried at all about using egg in a cocktail in Australia. Also, because I'm not vegetarian, I'm not vegan. So I'll use egg in again, vegan option. If you want that frothiness in a cocktail, but you don't want to use egg white or whole egg because you're vegan, totally respect that. The big options, there's aquafaba, which is essentially chickpea juice or butterbean juice or something like that. Or you can get products like Wonderfoam. Speaking of butterbeans, my God, out of fucking nowhere, it's 80.
How the fuck are you, Mr. Angry Aussie? I note that you are sipping on a fine cocktail of your own making and choosing. I note that you've got a fine cocktail shirt on, and you'll note that I've put on a shitty grey T-shirt that's got ink stains. I deliberately did that to prove that I was working and am worth
I am, in the modern parlance, the modern vernacular, I am half Tim Smith at the moment.
You know what? I like that because I can show you this pen and this pen.
Yes.
And say, this is brighter ink than this.
Yes.
And thus makes me more organized. You'll see me writing down things as we go along tonight because I am flowing.
I am hoping potentially towards New Year's Eve, maybe exactly New Year's Eve, we get to do the whole live stream thing. And as I discussed in secret messages with you the other night, martinis, courtesy of Dr. Abigail, because last New Year's Eve, Abigail and Nettie came over here and we had an excellent time. Perchance, I don't know, you might have other things on New Year's Eve, but you might be able to come over, or we might be able to go over. Or see, here's the thing.
I'm thinking maybe you guys might be able to come over to mine because the fireworks display at mine is fucking amazing.
Because if we got onto the roof of your place, it
That's
depends
what I'm
how good
talking
the
about.
Wi-Fi or the 4G is.
We
But also,
could work that out real easy.
yeah, we could work out. Yeah, again, yeah, where AIDS is, if we can get onto the rooftop of his building, the view of the fireworks is amazing.
The view of the city is amazing.
Yes, and Abigail has a great view of the city and half of the fireworks. Nettie's actually in the city. Or again, my place, because there's more space for everyone to crash out at my place. That's literally the only reason I would recommend my place, is because if we all get fucking shit-faced, fucking scuttered, there's more space to crash out at my place.
I will admit, on fireworks night, a couple of times I have been, let's say, full sail and sponsored heavily. And
sponsored by
when the festivities are over, I've gone, well, the commute home is not going to suck, because I go down one flight of stairs and thank fuck it's down.
I remember many years ago, this was not a live stream, but way back with your ex-wife at the place you used to live in, we had a New Year's Eve. I had my absinthe, my very overstrength absinthe, and everyone was getting fucking hammered and whatnot. And sometime post midnight, I poured myself yet another absinthe drink, and everyone went to fucking bed. And I'm going like, well, I'm not drinking my fucking 85% absinthe when everyone's gone to bed. And I left it sitting on the table. And what happened was everyone slept for 12 hours, and this absinthe was sitting, this super overproof absinthe was on the table, and everyone woke up and everyone's going, why the fuck does the entire house smell like licorice? Because this extremely high alcohol absinthe that I'd poured just before going to sleep had just been evaporating
all night, because it was like,
it was really hot as well.
It never went below 30 degrees that night.
It was really hot, yeah.
And I wanted the aircon to stay on, and my lovely wife said, no, that'll just take up too much electricity, and turned it off. And it just, because the house is cool enough, we can turn it off. It wasn't, and it fucking just heated up. And in the morning, I remember going, well, it was 30 all night, because I watched TV or something, and it told us that, because in Melbourne, there's this weird rule. Okay.
It's a weird rule. Okay. Yeah.
And the weird rule is that public pools, okay, if the nighttime temperature does not go below, I think it's 28. If the day has been 40, right, and the nighttime temperature doesn't go below 30 or 28, they stay open all night.
Oh my God.
People sleep in the water. And they've got lifeguards patrolling all the time going, that one's fallen asleep and he's going to drown.
Sorry, I just ate my cherry that had been soaking in that cocktail, and it tasted so fucking good.
I can imagine.
So I'm saying, 2009, that was the really hot. No, 2009 was where it didn't go below like 30 at midnight.
It was so hot. And the pools were all open, so that weirdly enough, the traffic home from New Year's wasn't so bad. Everybody said so, like, because everyone went to alternative places like the beach or the pools to see the fireworks, because they didn't give a fuck because it's too hot. And it was so fucking hot. I couldn't go anywhere because my hands were swollen as fuck. And remember too that 2009 was the year after I'd had the gangrene, and I'd been fixed up, but I was still pretty much
still manky. Still manky is what we're saying.
Yeah, he's still
Yeah.
recovering. And in 2009, did the show, actually.
Code Grey. Code Grey. Go on YouTube, search AIDSy Code Grey. You
AIDSy
can
Code
watch
Grey.
the full show and also rehearsal videos, behind the scenes, interviews. It's very sexy stuff. AIDSy Code's Grey.
Very sexy stuff.
stuff.
And you get to see AIDSy naked.
Full frontal. YouTube hasn't banned it because it's art. Full frontal, dick out. I'm saying. I sounded way too excited when I was saying that.
I remember watching an interview with Daniel Radcliffe, who did Equus.
Which is full frontal dick out stuff, yeah?
Yeah. He did Equus, and in Equus there's a scene that you do naked, yeah? Yeah. And he said his friends all asked him, "What? Aren't you worried that one day you'll come out with an erection?" And he said, "Oh, please. Because the trouble with when you come out on stage with your dick out, it fucking shrinks back into your body." Yeah. And you're going, "Don't do that. Come on, fucking show yourself. What are you doing? You don't fucking disappear on me." And of course,
you're backstage going, come out. What are you doing?
Come on. And in my situation, exactly the same thing happened. Now, I'm not ashamed to say that before the Reverend Doctor pulled the curtain back, I gave it a quick yank to try and give it a bit of length.
Get some life. Try and get some life.
Just give it a bit of length, just so it wouldn't, disappear. And he was always worried about we were going over time, so he'd always yank the curtain back too fast, and I couldn't get ready. And I was going, come on, man. Because I was supposed to signal him, but he was freaking because we were going over time.
And you never gave a shit about going over time.
I never gave one half of a shit about going over time. It was only ever fucking 10 minutes in. Get over yourselves, guys. I mean, the next show was the 10 o'clock show. And if you're fucking starting a show at 10 o'clock, believe me, you're not a marquee performer.
Sorry, Renegade Faith's joining us. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Renegade Faith. How you doing?
Oh my God, your lights are so beautiful. I love them.
Oh, thank you.
They are a bit fabulous.
Thanks.
I can't call him my boyfriend. My ex-boyfriend with benefits has made, with his 3D printer, a light cover that he puts LEDs in, and then he programs them to do different colors and chase and do different things. And he's got
and Brock's joining us as well. Hello,
Brock. How you doing?
Hello. Long time no see.
Yes, it has been a little time since you've joined us. Lovely to see you again.
Yeah,
it is. And I'm loving your headphones, man.
Thank you.
They're working for me. I'm thinking if I had headphones like that, I wouldn't be called dickhead as I was walking down the street. I might still be called dickhead as I was walking.
I was about to say, I think you just get that sometimes, really.
I think I just
God, AZ, sorry, a door has been opened. Alexander has gone, I've forgotten. What's the story behind Flappy Dogs? Which is potentially one of the truly great AIDSy stories.
Okay.
Do you want to tell it? Because I reckon the way I tell it is far less excusable to you. But your version will be far more generous to yourself. And then I'll come in with. Anyway, you go. I think you. I think you should.
Free.
You tell Flappy Dogs. You tell Flappy Dogs.
I had just been through a 16-hour operation to save my life. During that operation, I had lost. They nicked and okay. The operation was to cut my scrotum off, and rump-sized, like a steak, rump steak-sized portion out of my leg. because there was this massive, nasty infection in there called a necrotizing fasciitis, which means skin-eating disease, flesh-eating disease. And so they did this operation and kept on carving back until they were happy it was all gone.
Yeah.
So they cut my scrotum off completely. And
also, you were in an induced coma for like a week.
Well,
afterwards.
this is the thing. They told me, we're going to do this operation. It's going to be about 6 hours. You're going to wake up in intensive care. Then we're going to take you up to the ward. Right? Now, I go into the operation asleep, awake. I'm in intensive care. They take the tube out. They take me up to the ward. So far, everything as advertised. And my mum's there, and that was weird because she would have had to get on a plane immediately and get down there. And I was thinking, fuck, that's odd. So I saw my wife at the time and my mum, and there were a couple of doctors and a couple of nurses around. I'm going, oh, yeah, g'day. And through my window, over the road where the Peter Mac Cancer Centre is now, was the derelict building of the Royal Dental Hospital, which is a teaching hospital. It was the Royal Dental Hospital, and coming through the roof, and I could see the roof, were all the vent pipes, which were covered around with tar paper to make them waterproof. But the tar paper had come free in over time and in the wind, and the wind was blowing outside, and I, for the life of me, couldn't remember the word for penguin. I thought they looked like penguins, but I couldn't for the life of me remember the word for penguins. So I said, oh, look at the flappy dogs. And everyone said, there are no flappy dogs over there, Hazy. And I'm going,
I just want to say, pick your favorite bit. Your favorite bit was AZ thought there were penguins on the roof, or AZ couldn't remember the word for penguins. Either is good. Either is good.
And I was pissed, right? I was pissed off because there were clearly flappy dogs over on the roof. And I was looking at the flappy dogs doing their thing, like they were almost going in a nesting, they were almost like, walking around nesting. And I'm going, look, there are flappy dogs. And my mother rolls her eyes and goes, there are no flappy dogs over on the roof. And I'm going, fuck's sake. Look with your eyes onto the roof. It's just there. All you need to do is look through the transparent window and you will see in your own mind's eye the flappy dogs doing their thing. And I was getting increasingly annoyed, but somehow I couldn't express the aggro that I was feeling, which was weird. And then everyone's looking at me like they knew something I didn't.
What everyone else knew, AZ was on massive amounts of ketamine. And
that's one of the things they knew.
Everyone else literally refused to even look out the window. AZ is going, look out the window for the flappy dog. And everyone's going, I'm not doing that. And he's getting agitated because people won't even look. And he's going, why won't you even look? And everyone's going, because you were on so much drugs. It's just...
And I had figured out by the time I couldn't get angry enough that I was on a lot of drugs. I'm going to say a shitload of drugs. But I'm also going to add that at this time there was also added to the shitload of drugs a metric fuck ton of drugs.
Yeah.
Because they'd pumped me full of ketamine because I'd been in an induced coma for a week and a half.
And
right?
You thought it was 6 hours later.
Wasn't 6 hours. It was 16 hours. They nicked an artery, artery in my scrotal area, and I bled out. And they've gone, shit, we better fix that. They've sewn it back up again, pumped me back full of blood, give me the zippity zap, and I was good to go. Except then they tested the blood that came out of me and discovered that it was septic. I'd had sepsis, and they've gone, well, this just went from fucked to shithouse. And they've gone to my folks. They've gone, start preparing his funeral. He has less than 2% chance of living through the night. It's just not going to happen.
I just want to bring up my favorite Code Grey moment, because again, 80 turned this true story into a stage show for the Melbourne Comedy Festival quite a few years back, and I videoed it. There's video of it on YouTube. I videoed more than one night. I saw multiple nights. My personal favorite is when he tells the story about dying on the operating table. The audience is in the palm of his hands as he's saying everything that went wrong, and he goes da da da, and then just goes, and he goes, and I died, and the stage goes black, and I heard this female voice just whimper and go, oh no! And after the show, people would often go up to Ace and say that was amazing. And after the show, we found out what happened. The woman who we heard go, oh no, she and her boyfriend came up and said that was amazing. What happened when you said I died? She got so upset and went, oh no, he died. And the boyfriend's going, he's on the fucking stage. He got better. And she's like, he had been telling the story so compellingly when he just led it to this point where he said, and I died. This woman watching goes, oh no, he's dead. And her boyfriend's going, he's on the stage. He's not dead. He got better. And it was just that's storytelling. When you are telling the story of your own death and people listening to the story think you're dead, you're a storyteller at that point.
You're winning. Anyway, so this shit's gone down. I've got septic blood. They put 80 liters of blood through my system. So they put it in, run it through a one of those kidney machines called a
dialysis machine.
Dialysis machine. They'd run it through a dialysis machine. It'd come out this straw color. They'd drain that out, put another bag in, and they did that 80 times. Now, each one of these bags of blood costs $1,000, and they cost $1,000 because in Australia, all blood donation is free. Like the people who donate blood don't get paid for it, but the administration that happens between the donor and the recipient is spectacular. Each blood bag has several serial numbers. It's the same serial number, but several serial numbers on it, off this funny little tube which comes down off it, and they can break off each one of these bits of tube and test that blood, and they do. When it gets to the hospital, it's frozen for a time, but it's only frozen for a short time because blood goes off, and then when it goes past its use-by date, they throw it away. Well, they destroy it. Actually, they burn it. I've got to fix that light, but I'll do that in a minute. They burn it in the high temperature incinerator. Anyway, they put 80 litres of blood through me. I died again in ICU, and they were going to call my death. And they came over with a piece of paper to do it. And then my heart started on its own. And they went, well, fuck, if he's going to have a go, we might as well. And then because they were just waiting for me to die. And then from that point, they said, well, fuck, we'll give it a shot. And I got better and better and better and better. And then eventually they took me out of the induced coma and put me up in the ward. And I was fucked. I was out of my scon on a shitload of drugs and so much ketamine that I was just not home. And so I'm fucking freaking out about these fucking flappy dogs that no one's giving me. I mean,
we've gone full circle. We're back to flappy dogs.
Listen to what I'm fucking saying. I'm in the one bed. For fuck's sake, I've got an input here too, okay? Yeah. If there's fucking flappy dogs, there's fucking flappy dogs. And I was then shown that I had a little button in my hand that was connected to a morphine machine. And then when I pressed the little button, it gave me free morphine. And I went, oh, that's fucking all right. I'll be doing that. Click. And I was fucking hitting that button because they only give it to you once every 5 minutes. And you've got to wait for a little green light to go on and then you can hit it again. And I was just all day looking at this green light going, yep, go.
You're like a rat in a maze, just like, oh, no, hit the button.
Hit the button. Occasionally, should I go here?
No. It was known Kirsten. You'll love this. Kirsten said you were talking about flappy dogs. She went off to do some stuff, and she's come back. It's still flappy dogs. No, because what happened is we went on a whole thing, and we talked about so many, and we just came right back around.
Back.
You've arrived when we've come back to flappy dogs.
And eventually I managed to tell people that what was going on was I thought they were penguins and I couldn't remember the word for penguin, but everyone loved flappy dogs so fucking much that for the next 3 years in the comedy circles, people would talk to me about flappy dogs.
Flappy dogs. And I remember some fan of the channel did some art, and I don't think I've got it on this laptop, but it was this beautiful bit of Photoshop where the head of a pug is stuck on a penguin, and that was a flappy dog, and that just was it
was gorgeously done. It was really wonderfully done.
Beautiful.
And I just thought, fucking hell. Anyway, when you get a graft, because they cut lots of skin off me, and when you get when you get a graft, and this was mostly on my leg, the scrotum they were very clever about. They cut a whole bit of skin out of my other leg that didn't have the wound on it, and they turned it into a kind of tennis ball, right? And then and did this thing and then sewed it up into my scrotal area. And then what they'd done is they got my testes and put them in my legs to save them. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And again, I just want to stress to everyone, I never saw that. I honestly was kind of tempted. If I had ever asked AZ, please show me, he would have showed me what it looked like when he had a penis and no visible testicles because they had been stored inside his thighs for safekeeping. But now he's had a new coin purse made out of flesh from another bit of his body, and he has a penis and scrotum now.
Amazing job.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Just fall out of my leg, and they just it was like origami skin. It was great. Anyway, the new scrotum has hair on half of it.
Sorry. Oh my God. I was just drinking when you said that, and it's just all gone back in the glass.
That's two.
All right. Sorry.
That's two for this year. I'm very happy. It's got hair on half of it because they'd taken it from, and they took the graft skin for the other side of the other leg from that, for the right leg from the left leg. And where the graft skin had come off, the hair was gone.
Yeah.
And where the flap came for the scrotal repair, it came from that area, but also from further down where there was hair. So,
dear viewers, I'm just asking you to imagine Aidsy has a comb over on his balls. So I'm just that's
real.
what's happening.
That's
what's
real.
happening.
You know,
have you made a flappy dog cocktail?
I possibly have. That feels like something I might have done at one point. But okay, Abby, what would you say would be? What would be a?
How about like something that's black and white, like maybe like black sambuca and something, I don't know, creamy.
And something that's like really high alcohol content too, because a flappy dog has got to fuck with your head. A flappy dog has got to fuck with your head.
What about?
Well, penguins have yellow as well, so you could add lemons.
Yeah.
What about a little bit of Bailey's, a little bit of Kahlua, and a little bit of Galliano?
Dude, are you in a time you're stuck in the 70s? That is like I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I just feel like you're in a 70s time warp there. But yeah.
Well, I was in a time warp during that time.
I know. It's a special thing. I also love Renegade Faith. You had a Japanese slipper, a cocktail that was invented in Australia. Actually, the bartender who invented it was French. He was working in bars in Sydney, and it was trying to get people to drink Midori. So the Japanese slipper was, which is Midori, which is a Japanese melon liqueur, lemon juice, and Cointreau. That was actually invented in Australia in the 80s, I think. But he was a French bartender who was working in bars in Sydney. And okay, someday I'm going to go on Tom Gleason's hard quiz, and my special subject will be cocktails. And I was just like,
well, I mean, I hope you embarrass Tom Gleason because he's a smart ass. And
he is, but he also, that's his persona is the smart ass, and the audience should actually enjoy it if anyone ever gets one up on Tom.
He's a really sweet guy.
He is. Tom Gleason is
a really nice guy.
A very nice person. Kind of like Red Simons invented that character in the 80s on Hey Hey It's Saturday, where he was the bad guy. Red Simons is actually a reasonable person.
Well, Red Simon's son is Red Simon's son is on the spectrum, quite
of course,
on the spectrum, and he has done more work for effectively for autism in Victoria than fucking anyone. He's you know at every fundraiser, he's at every he's the guy who rings up rich people and goes, "Oh, you can afford a couple of grand. You can do that." And he keeps it so quiet. Not his son. He's very proud of his son. He if his son fucking, he's there at the opening of a tinny if his son's fucking involved. But he doesn't keep that secret, but he keeps all his fun.
It's a good guy, and because Red Simons was on ABC Radio for a long time too. Also, I'm old enough to have been a Skyhooks fan when Skyhooks were actually a live band that was playing, and
they were pretty good.
I will always love Red Simons for saying, because from the original lineup of Skyhooks, he was the first one to leave. He was actually kicked out. He said, "Oh, I saw an interview once where he said, yeah, we did this tour of the UK, and this was early 80s." And he said, and basically, I just got so bad, no one could stand me anymore. And there was a mutual agreement that I would leave the band because, seriously, if the rest of them had to see me again, they were going to punch the fuck out of me.
Kill me.
and the fact that he was self-aware enough to say, I got so bad that people I'd been sharing my life with for 10 years just said, I don't want to be around you anymore because I'm going to fucking stab you. I'm going to stab you if I'm still around. And so there was a mutual agreement that I would leave and the rest of the band, the mutual agreement was the rest of the band saying, I will stab you if you don't go away. And I was saying, I don't want to be stabbed.
So I will go away.
So I'll go away. And again, that level of self-awareness, pretty good, honestly.
The thing that was sad, though, was everybody's sort of patched up later.
Yeah.
And
they were fine. Yeah.
And it was pretty quick. The patch up was actually pretty quick, and they were all hanging out occasionally, and they were doing occasional country gigs.
Yeah.
Because Red Simons by this stage was on the TV.
Hey, he was on Hey Hey It's Saturday. He developed that whole persona on Hey Hey It's Saturday where he was the bad guy. He was acting, it was performing and whatnot. But it was like an extrapolation of he had that conflict with his long-term friends in Skyhawks. He's just people. It kind of grabs people's attention.
Yeah,
if you're the bad guy.
They'd patched up and they'd basically gotten together and said, you know what, we're all old and it's been years and it's about time for Skyhawks to have a revival tour. And they said, actually, you know what, all our kids are grown up and fucking, we're comfortable because we've invested well. Let's fucking do a tour. And then Shirl, whose love was flying, had built his own kit plane and fucking crashed it and killed himself.
And again, Shirl was a lovely person of ambiguous sexuality because it's like because he had curly hair, Shirl the curl, but it's like Shirley Temple.
Nothing ambiguous about Shirl.
He married a woman. He married a female human. He just, in certain party situations, if an erect penis was there, he might reach a hand out and go.
Be all involved in that.
I know, right?
All involved. He was a bit like me. He'd fuck a tree once he'd put a stick in to make sure a spider wasn't at the other end. Fucking. He was all over into anything. And he had rules too. It had to be consenting or forget it. And I always admired that about Shirl. Because this is back in the days in Australian rock where anything went. And
70s and 80s Australian rock, there was again I love thinking in the modern era you get people going, these Zoomers, they're all bisexual and trans and non-binary and what. No, dude, the fucking 70s, Gen X in sort of young boomers and old Gen X in the 70s and into the 80s were very sexually ambiguous and that's like that's Skyhooks, Jimmy and the Boys, all this weird shit that happened in Australia in the 70s and early 80s. So Aidy and I I'm a couple years older than you, but not many.
Just a few.
Okay. People always say, where did we know? We did the same uni course. My final year at uni was Aidy's first year at uni. So we're older. Me and Aidy are older Gen X. But the 70s and early 80s, there was this thing in both culture and pop music. It was very sexually ambiguous. Oh, Aidy.
And also too.
Supernaut. Do you remember Supernaut with I Like It Both Ways? Renegade Faith. Is that something? Does that register with you at all?
Yes.
Sorry. I don't know how you guys are about dark humor. Do you guys have pretty dark humor? I assume also have.
Brock, I'm willing to bet my friend any dark humor you have does not even approach approach our dark humor. Brock, please.
I actually
humor.
since you're the cocktail master.
Yeah.
I would like you to make I just came up with a concept for a cocktail. But
Yes,
the cocktail has a smell like burnt almonds.
Oof. Yes. Okay.
And it has to be called The Downfall. Do you know the Downfall movie?
Oh my God! Yes, the Hitler Downfall movie.
But
Yes,
yes.
because you know he chewed cyanide.
I like it, Brock.
Yes.
And cyanide they say smells like burnt almonds.
Bitter almond. Yes.
Yes.
All right. I have a little bit of my drink to drink here, but for you, Brock, I'm going to do.
It's like an experimental thing. Like it's almost like
we're going to do a
Are you
downfall.
going to call it? Are you going to call it the chamber?
No, it's got. No, it has to be called The Downfall. The Downfall.
No, it's the downfall. It's the downfall.
Yes,
Okay.
That's the intellectual tricky thing. Like if you smell the burnt almonds, people will know like this is cyanide.
I've got some the sweetener that is almond based. Orgeat. I've got some orgeat, which is an almond sweetener. Okay, what is a German spirit?
And Edgar, I'll see what it would have to be like. The spirit has to be like yellowy orange, so it almost looks like cyanide.
Fucking hell, man. Okay, Brock, geez, dude, you've got me going now. I've got to finish this, which is actually a fucking rum thing that I've got going on here. But okay, orgeat, which is almond based, and I've got to get some orange shit happening. A downfall cocktail, something Hitler would have drunk in the bunk. So
he was. I think they drink. What's it called? Like schnapps, but
schnapps.
But they. I know the Germans have like the corn liquor. Like it's not a corn like but it's they call it corn with C.
It's
a white liquor. It's a white liquor.
Yeah, it's a white liquor, and it's not corn. It's
They call it corn because that's the German word for the.
It's not barley. It's a kind of mix between corn and barley. It's
Okay, no. I've got a moonshine, which was like an unaged barley spirit. And I do that and some almond sweetener, which is orgeat.
Look what Queen Kerr said. Smoke your glass for the acid smell. That's awesome.
Right. Kirsten, seriously, I am drunk enough to, if I started smoking stuff, I would set myself on fire. It would be very bad. It would be very bad.
No, but the drink has that almond smell,
Yes.
and then a little bit like yellowish, so it looks like cyanide in the glass.
All right,
you know.
All right.
That's
I'll be back. I'm gonna go make a cocktail. I need more booze.
Maybe we're creating like a new trendy fucking drink, and it's gonna be called Downfall.
Oh yeah. No. The Downfall cocktail. So okay, I've got some ochre gold for the yellow. I've got some orgeat here.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab another beer. For sure.
Right, so I've got some orgeat. I've got something yellow. What? I'm trying to think. What do I have that's really fucking German?
really German.
I've got some French Calvados. That's like German occupied France.
Yeah. The thing is, the Germans traditionally drink fucking anything from anywhere.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to get some rosemary. Miss Leg has been growing some rosemary in the garden. I'm just going to go out and get it.
The French were fighting the English. The Scottish were trading with the French because they would trade Scotch whiskey for red wine. and effectively the Germans would trade the French for things like Moselle and other things for Scotch, and so you'd find Scotch all across Europe, and everyone fucking loved it. And that's why you get bourbon in America, because all of the colonists. Angry, did you hear?
What? Where's my phone? I need a torch. I'm using my phone for a torch. I'm just going outside.
Do you want me to ring it?
No, I've got it.
You got it, right.
I found it. Torch. Okay, so if I do that, it's like. Correct.
I think it's on, mate.
I'm going out to get some rosemary. I'm getting some rosemary for a cocktail.
All right.
I think it's on, mate.
Oh my god, I'm trapped.
Have you, AZ? Do you know a comedian called Al Murray?
Oh, you know,
He's an English guy.
Yeah, the name rings a bell, actually.
He's a British one, but he does a skit on YouTube called "Name a Country and We Have Defeated Them."
Yes. I remember that joke. Name a country, we've defeated them.
Yes, yeah. And he and also he has one skit where he's like, the British are the world champion world war champions of the world, undefeated. But the thing is, like, he says like, with the French, we had 100 years war, and the only reason why it became 100 years is because we enjoyed winning it so much, so we spun it out for the whole century.
Oh my god! I'm so glad you joined us, man.
But do you know Angarasi? Do you know Al Murray?
Yeah.
He's a really, really funny comedian in my
opinion.
Yes,
no, Al Murray. He plays like a bar.
Bar landlord, pub landlord.
Yeah.
Pub landlord.
His character is the landlord. Al Murray is very funny. Yes.
And he did that, like, the skit where he does like, name a country and we have defeated them. Because he does like this, like, we're the Brits, we're the great, like, I like his comedy, like, because he's like, he lets the audience like name a country for him, and he tells something about their history, like, so it means he's very well educated.
He's effectively right too.
He's pretty funny.
Been everywhere and done everyone.
Yeah.
And there's one thing. They were in Australia. He was in Australia at the comedy festival, and somebody named a country. That's what it was. They said Nepal, and he said, doesn't count. They're our soldiers now.
The fucking Gurkhas.
Yeah.
And we've told so many Gurkhas. Oh my god, they're amazing.
Everyone pissed themselves. It was like, because they'd lost, and because they lost, the British went, well, fuck that, and then went to them and said, righto, so we've lost. Why did we lose? And the Gurkhas were going, why are you here? He said, well, because we lost, and we're prepared to take our head out of our ass and find out why. And they got more and more, knowledge of the culture, and eventually they had eaten the salt of Queen Victoria, and from then on in, they were lieged to Queen Victoria. They'd eaten the salt of Queen Victoria, and of course the British were not fucking slow about bringing the gifts and the money either. They were very, very, very generous about fucking making sure they were friends, because they wanted the Gurkha soldiers, and they wanted that shit on their side because it's quite effective and remains so to this day.
It's like one of the most recent Victoria Crosses was awarded to a Gurkha in Afghanistan. And when you read the story, it's like he was on a forward guard post when Mujahideen were coming in, and it's like he thought he was going to die. And possibly the worst thing you can do is make a Gurkha think he's going to die, because at that point all bets are
bets are off.
And he was literally detonating claymore mines. If you don't know what a claymore mine is, it's a metal thing and it's in a parabolic shape, and there's this thing on the front that says face towards enemy. And you detonate it and it fires shrapnel in a particular direction. But it's very dangerous. And this guy, because he was being overwhelmed by what's the name? It's not the Mujahideen. What are they called these days?
Taliban.
Taliban. Thank you. The Taliban. He was in a forward guard post and they were going to overwhelm it. So this guy literally thought he was going to die. So he was just picking up claymore mines and physically detonating them, which is super dangerous.
He was fucking holding them.
A mine in front of. They were coming up on his guard post, and he was hitting them with a hammer, essentially, and physically detonating them, and spraying shrapnel at the. Because he just thought he was going to die, so he thought about it.
I'm going to make it expensive.
And he lived, and they fucking retreated him. And then he went to his CO, who was a Brit, and the CO said, "Can you provide a report?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, okay. So all these Taliban were coming, and they overwhelmed me, and I thought I was going to die." And he said, "So what did you do then?" "So I got these claymore mines, and there was a trigger on the top, and I hit it with a hammer." And the Brit is going, "You did what?" I was physically holding a mine that fires shrapnel, and I was hitting it with a hammer, so it fired the shrapnel. And the Brit is going, "What the fuck?" And he's going, "Dude, I just thought I was going to die, so I might as well move anything."
And of course, the CO at the time didn't say, "Oh, that's bullshit," because the COs have seen the Gurkhas in action and went, "Yeah, I buy it."
And this goes back to the fucking Falklands War, because Gurkhas were fighting in the Falklands, and British soldiers were told, if you're on patrol or if you're on guard duty and you feel hands going up your body and touching your insignia, don't anything.
Freak out.
Because that's a Gurkha working out if you're a British soldier or an Argentinian soldier. They are just touching the insignia on you. So if you're ever on guard duty and you feel hands going over, just stand still. Just stand still.
Let
it happen.
Move quick. Let it happen. Don't fucking reach for anything. Just stand still.
Because these Gurkhas were just running around in the dark and fucking knifing people. And it was like, Jesus, it's so weird. Sorry, I went out and got some rosemary because I was going to make another cocktail.
Did you get your rosemary?
I got rosemary. Mrs. Angry.
Nice work. Okay. Did you turn the torch off on your phone?
God, dude. I don't know why people say you're useless. That's excellent. Yes, I turned the.
Nice.
Fuck. I don't know why people say you're useless, because that was
probably because advice. I'm physically a wreck and probably going to die in a couple of years, and also haven't written anything good in about a year.
But you say you're going to die in a couple of years. I expected you to die 10 years ago. So the fact that you were still around?
There's that. But, all the tests come back with, he's fucked. And I go, oh, well, we'll see how we go. And,
my personal favorite is how much you scare medical people. When they run tests on you, they look at the results and go, oh, my God, what the fuck?
Yeah. I love the time when I got picked up by the doctor. That was weird. Right. You're in trouble when your doctor rings you up and says, what are you doing today? Oh, I thought I'd fucking do the washing, and then I thought I'd go down. Why don't you come in? Why don't you come in now? Why don't you come in now and have a chat now? And then you know you're really in trouble when the lab calls up and says, good morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm going, fucking hello, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go, what are you up to today, buddy? What are you doing today? Oh, I thought why don't you go and see your doctor now? Why don't you go and see your doctor right now? He's good.
Here's the one I want to share. And this is AZ said this to me over the years when he's in medical world. He goes into the hospital, sees a doctor, and when they say, is there anything we can do for you? And AZ, and I get this in either in calls or text messages from AZ, where they say, is there anything I can do for you? And AZ says, can I have some morphine? And they say, yes. And then I get this message from AZ going, oh my God, I am so fucked. I just asked for morphine and they gave it to me.
And when they just give it to you, you know, oh fuck, I'm in trouble now.
Because morphine's a dangerous drug. Morphine is a very dangerous, addictive drug. So
and they don't want to give it to you ever.
No.
Right?
No.
And you say, oh, can I have some morphine? And they go, yep. And you go, oh, fuck.
And I have either had these conversations or text messages with AZ where he's gone, oh, they asked me what I wanted and I said morphine and they said yes, so I'm clearly fucked. It's just like,
get your visit in soon.
Oh my God, please visit me because I'm going to be dead soon. God, oh my God.
The time when I thought I was most in trouble, when I was the most in trouble I've ever been was when my doctor picked me up and took me to the hospital, because that was that day. The lab called up and then the doctor called up and said, don't come in, go straight to the hospital. And he says, how are you going to the hospital? I said, oh, PT. He said, no, fuck that, I'll come and pick you up. And I've gone, you've got other patients? And he said, not today. And so he takes me to the hospital and he does the Masonic handshake with them and I go straight in. You know, in the Australian medical system, because it's free, you get to wait 6-8 hours before you go in. And that's fine because it's free. Trust me, it's okay. You know, and people get that and they go, oh, it's cool. They're about to spend thousands of fucking bucks on me. I'm okay with it. But he's like said some shit and done some shit and I go straight in. And they put me in the ICU and I thought, oh, this is embarrassing. You don't walk into the ICU. That's bad. Anyway, the time I was actually most worried was when I got the gangrene, and I was in a room upstairs and there were 45 doctors in the room looking at me and I thought, shit.
This is the like with AZ, it's actually the spectrum. When AZ wakes up and it's the professor level surgeons and the interns and everyone in between, he wakes up and there's 20 people looking at him, and it's the trainees through to the professor level surgeons going, we can all learn something from how fucked up this guy is. That's when he wakes up and goes, I'm in trouble. I'm
in trouble now.
Trouble.
And like Mr. Burns, when all of the everything's trying to come through the door.
Yeah, Renegade Faith. Yeah, AD is literally Mr. Burns, where he is so sick that all the diseases are trying to come through at once and they block each other. That is AZ. That is AZ. You hit the nail on the head.
The worst thing that happened during that time with the 45 doctors is that it was this intern with these two lady interns. He clearly wanted to put bits of himself into bits of them. And he's on his way out and says, we're very lucky to see this in a live patient. Usually we only get to see the post-mortem slides. And I've gone, fuck. And this high...
And this is the thing. No. Anyone watching this live stream, anyone who watches this after the fact on YouTube, that guy literally survived shit that has a 98% fatality rate, and he had all the medical people gathering around looking at him because, like, I've never seen this in a live patient. I've
Not
heard
a live guy.
post-mortem. It's just like, it's so fucked. This
It was
guy,
just-
so
It was
fucked.
just a shocking
fucked.
day. I was having a rough day. And as these interns left, this higher end doctor nodded to another high end doctor, and he's like deployed off the bed that he was sitting on like a puma, and he's just gone out of the corridor where there's windows, and he's just fucking taken this intern by the shoulder and just like hit him, just like bang. And obviously he said, "We don't say shit like that in front of live patients, dickhead."
You don't tell the patient we expect them to be dead. You just don't do that.
No, we don't do that. There was the only other really bad thing that happened on that particular event was there was a woman there who was a young doctor, and she said, "Oh, can I put the catheter in, like my penis? Right? Can I put the catheter in? Because that'll be my 5 and I'll be qualified."
Oh,
and I'm going, "No." Right?
Oh my God.
No. And then she goes, "Oh, don't worry." Grabs me, like, squeezes the and jams this pipe in, and I'm just going, "Ah!" Ended up being very good though. And she was qualified, so everything's good. She can jam pipes in anyone now.
I hope she used the right size.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I hope she used the right size.
She used a fucking huge one, and that upset me.
That's what I work in continence and ostomy, so catheters.
Right.
That's why I'm wondering. She just grabbed a random size, like.
No, it wasn't random. It was 7 fucking millimeters wide.
No.
I just thought there's no way you're going to fit that in there, and she managed it. I've got a 7 millimeter fucking hose in my dick.
For people with a long enough memory, when we had a female prime minister in Julia Gillard, and she had her first bloke who she wasn't actually married to, he was doing a public thing, and he was doing things about men's health with looking for prostate cancer, and he was trying to be funny with a prostate exam, and he's saying, "Oh, what you want for the prostate exam, you want to find like a lady Asian doctor who has little fingers to do the finger up your butt thing." And we actually did a video about this because AZ had actual real world experience. Like, no, what you want, gentlemen, if you are having a fucking prostate probe, you do not want a lady Asian doctor with you want a guy, you want a male, big burly male nurse, because he fucking knows how much you don't want a finger up your butt, and he's going to do it gently. AZ has an actual experience of the lady Asian doctor who was kind of awkward about the whole thing, and her version of an anal probe was basically taking a run up and going, "Fatam!" up AZ's butt. And this was not in Code Grey. This was immortalized in Mistress M's show, Fuck a Love Story. Like, no, if you're doing an anal probe, you want to roll it in gently. You're not landing Thunderbird 1. You're not just going Fatam. And because AD was the you weren't the director. What's the term?
I was the mentor of the show.
Yeah, no, but there's a term. There's a theatre term.
I know what you mean.
For the main character.
No. AD was basically telling he was the director for this show, Mistress M did, but there's a show. It's not auteur. It's anyway. Fuck it. This only matters to AD and me. No one else gives a shit.
A dramaturg. I was the dramaturg.
Dramaturg! That's the fucking term. Dramaturg. Literally no one but AD and me cares that we got that term right. But AD worked with Mistress M to develop this show about 10 years ago called Fuck a Love Story. But there was a whole thing about when you're doing the prostate exam, you roll it in gently. You're not landing Thunderbird 1. AZ had an actual experience of a female Asian doctor who felt really awkward doing a butt probe with him and did it super bad.
Slammed it on in there. And
she virtually did a run-up. She virtually took about 10 steps back and run up and went bam up AZ's butt.
Prostate exam directed by Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh, hey, you know what we're talking about.
And I, in my haste, screamed out, "Fuck me." That's bloody awful. Well, we're not going to fucking send you in to do the courtesy finger, are we? And the whole nurses' station shat themselves. They were crying desperately because they didn't like this doctor, and some of them were crying.
Yeah. If you've been under serious medical care, it's like nurses here, doctors here. In general culture, people think doctors are here and nurses are here. But if you've actually been in the world where you've handed over all your rights to the medical world, nurses are here and doctors here. And again, because way back in the early 90s, my living girlfriend, she was a nurse and I learned all the stuff. Nurses are patient advocates, essentially. Doctors are these people with messiah complexes that think they can solve everything. And nurses are the down-to-earth people who say, okay, here's what the patient wants. Here's what the patient wants in this. So, yeah, real talk, nurses here, doctors here. Weird stereotypes in society is doctors here and nurses here. But if you have to go into medical world and surrender yourself to medical world, make friends with the nurses.
Always the nurses. I had a big to-do with some doctors, and one of these guys is a professor, and he's come in and he's very snooty, and he's going, well, blah, 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 blah. And I said, oh, yeah, but I think you've completely missed the mark on this one. And he's looked at me like, how fucking dare you? I've gone, look, guys, we really should get this out in the open now. In your field, you're very high up, and I respect that. In my field, I'm an emeritus professor, and we publish 3D. So I am not afraid of you because
I remember we had this discussion like fucking 10 years ago where because you were deep in medical world and these fuckers were trying to one up it on you, and you thought about it because in terms of theatre and performance, you were actually beyond that, which was a whole thing of regaining the power.
I had just been basically appointed one of the 6 national directors. And what the national directors do is they basically roadmap what comedy is going to be for the next 5 to 10 years. And so our responsibility was what training was going to be for the next 5 to 10 years. It's a fucking awesome responsibility, you know. And when you think about it, you fucking shit ice because it's terrifying.
Yeah. And at the very least, you were a professor. Yeah. So Chris actually did the Wikipedia lookup of dramaturg. Dramaturg is a dedicated person on the creative team whose primary task is to support the play's development by asking key questions, starting conversations, researching, providing context, helping the artists as they work together to tell the intended story. So the dramaturg is not a director, but the dramaturg is the experienced person who helps the people who are developing a story of this is how you should present the story.
Yes. Have you?
And I'm going to have a toilet break and leave all you folks for 30 to 60 seconds. I'm going to wash my hands. I'm just going to preempt anyone who thinks I came back too quickly that I didn't wash my hands. I'm going to wash my hands. fuck you for judging me. So
I'm not
I've
going
got
to judge
scoring
you.
last.
I'm not going to judge you. I mean, I don't know how many times I've done water sports, scat play, and then made people dinner. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I'm not afeared of that. If they get horrid bacterial infections, well, whose bloody immune system is that? You know? I have never done that. My immune system is so bad that when the third round of vaccine jabs comes out, I'm going to get a phone call and be told to come in that day because my immune system is crashed. I got arthritis when I was 26. And back in the old days, they used to treat arthritis, which is an autoimmune disease, by giving you chemotherapy and shutting down your autoimmune system so that it would stop attacking you, right? And it makes sense. And it actually worked, but I was on chemo for 5 years. And what's supposed to happen when you stop being on chemo is that your immune system's supposed to bounce back. Unfortunately, mine was so damaged that it stayed at basically 14% for the whole time. And every few years they put me on hemoglobin. I've said that wrong.
No, hemoglobin's good. I like that.
Yeah. They put me on hemoglobulin. I've still fucked it up. Drips to up my leukocytes. And basically, yeah, I've got to be very careful when I go, and I had to do the garbage today. Someone put a fucking laser printer in the skip and I had to get it out. So I had to then have a shower afterwards because if I left any of the bacteria on me, I'd die. I effectively have low-grade AIDS because my immune system is so shit. But if I get anything, and this is why I've been getting all of these exotic diseases over time, because my immune system is crap. The freaking gangrene was actually an ant bite. An ant bit me on the balls, and those bastards don't clean their mandibles between meals. The dirty little fuckers. And,
yeah. But I also want to clarify, like you say, like your immune deficiency could technically be defined as an acquired immune deficiency, but it was not triggered by HIV, which is it's literally just a whole bunch of other things, which started when you had rheumatoid arthritis, and the treatment was stuff to fucking suppress your immune system, because rheumatoid arthritis is an overreaction of your immune system.
Exactly.
So you had chemo to fucking shut down your immune system.
And it worked. It worked. It stopped the arthritis. It just took 5 years and destroyed my immune system. Which, you know, there's ups and downs.
Swings and roundabouts.
This is as straight as I can get my hands. I can't get my hands straight. My knees don't go straight.
Okay. We joke about how bad AIDS' health is at the moment, but there was that period in your early 30s when you were getting the treatment for rheumatoid arthritis, when your skin was green and you were bloated, and you kind of looked like our uni lecturers. When I see the photos from that period, I laugh at AIDS and goes, "That was your fat lesbian stage." And it was like, he looked exactly like our uni lecturers in the 80s. And I get that makes me non-PC, and I get that I'm cancelled for saying that. But that was a real thing. AIDS went from being persecuted by these uni lecturers who fucking loved me, just as an aside. They loved me, hated him. And then he ended up 10 years later, he looked just like them, with short hair and a little bit bloated.
They had heard from some. Sorry, What did you say? Ready, go, Folk?
Did you guys go to uni together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
where we met each other. Yeah,
Yeah.
Cool.
we did the same uni course. Yeah, that's where we met each other.
We did the same course. It was a communications course.
Theatre
and
media.
We did a thing called C-Strand, also known as theatre media. Okay, so the communications course at this college, and it was a college of advanced education, right? So you've got to imagine
before they all got amalgamated into universities.
Yeah, which was fucked.
Now it's
universities, right? Then your TAFEs, which where your tradies go, and in the middle were these colleges of advanced education, and what they were about was they were uni-style learning, but they were technical skills. So we had journalists, we had PR people, we had business people who were learning computers. We had business people who were learning computer science. We had environmental students who were learning environmental research. Yeah, and we had a theatre school, and we were taught how to make theatre out of mud and sticks. And
we had no budget. We had no budget,
and we were told, you're not going to get a budget. What you're going to do is get a mate and a ute, and you're going to go not east of the Blue Mountains. You're going to go not east of the Dividing Range. You're going to go west, and all of New South Wales west of the mountains is yours. And every city has its day. Like every city has its big thing, like a big crab or a big myna or a big fish, right? And every city has its big day, and they want a parade. They want the school band to do an Advanced Australia Fair. The mayor's got to have a speech. An important woman has to have a speech. The local dramatic society puts on a show. Then there's a dinner. And then there's a dance, okay? Now, if you can crash that day and say, for $5,000, I can pick this whole thing, put this whole thing together in such a way that it's going to look spectacular. And all you do, literally all you do, is you take the garbage from the local industries and you put it in a warehouse that someone's donated. You say, righto, theatre people, righto, kids, righto, everyone, we're going to make a big emu. We're going to make a big kangaroo. We're going to make a big, we're going to make big puppets, basically. And that's going to go in the parade. And all the kids are going to be using whistles and drums made out of garbage bins, which we've filled with varying levels of water, so they sound different. And we're going to roll down the street, and at the end of that time, we're going to put all of the water in a tank, and we're going to have a girl that we know jump off the council building into the tank and do the spectacular jump into the cup of water thing. Now, what no one knows is that she's highly trained, right? She's a highly trained acrobat and knows absolutely that we've also put at the bottom of the tank a layer of, it's kind of a closed cell foam sponge. So she'll hit the water, which will slow half of it down. Then she'll hit the closed cell foam, and she's already curled up in position. So she knows how to fall, and then she jumps up, and the crowd goes nuts. Then we put on the dance, and we set up the theatre people to do something spectacular. Right, the whole process costs about $1,000 to do. Okay, unless they want fireworks, then they've got to put in another $5,000. The whole process costs about $1,000 to do. They give us 5, we take away 4, and we go to the next town's day and do that again. And we got told that is what theatre in Australia is. It's not going to Sydney and getting a gig in a black theatre, black box theatre, because there aren't any. It's not going to Sydney and Melbourne and getting a job on TV because there aren't any. And all those jobs are taken by people who know people.
Yeah.
And you don't know those people.
Yeah. And weirdly, that training in the 80s and early 90s prepared us perfectly for YouTube. Create your own content with no budget and no whatnot. And obviously this was, 10, 20 years before YouTube existed, but the training we had bizarrely fit perfectly into doing stuff for YouTube. Like my Facebook memories tell me 11 years ago was when AJ and I started working together on YouTube. I started on YouTube 15 years ago, but 11 years ago is when we started. And that's because I bumped into him at the Melbourne Comedy Festival one year.
And I was
also
just about
in the chat, Michael Kearney has questions for Nettie and Abigail. Abigail hasn't been on the stream tonight, as far as I know. Nettie was, but she was also making a few cocktails, so she also might have dipped out. So I'm not sure what's working for you, Michael. But yes, so
but I use Theatre of Mud and Sticks every day.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we got taught how to talk to an audience of 20 or 6,000. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
And we got at all levels as well.
I'm jealous. I wish I had done that course. It sounds like so much fun.
It's fucking awesome.
It was a really good course. It was a good course.
It's fucking awesome. We also got hated when we turned into a university, which we didn't like. We didn't want to do that, but they made us do it. When we turned into a university, the chancellor or the vice chancellor of the university wanted to kill off our course. He hated us. And so he kept on cutting our budget. And so what our lecturers did was they went to the Bathurst City Council and said, we will give you a show that brings everyone off the mountain during the big car race that they have there every year into the town. It's going to be family shows of a daytime, and it's going to be an adult cabaret of a nighttime. We're going to do these shows in town, and families are going to come down and spend their money in town, and people are going to see this cabaret at the town hall in the night. Anyway, this thing was a fucking roaring success. And that course still to this fucking day gets 70% of its budget on that weekend. And
that was the other weird
not
thing.
Enough people to in theatre to run it. There's only 25 people get in a year. So there's only 75 at any one time. And this thing has a cast of about 500. So what happens is, as a theatre student, you are a captain of students from other courses who are interested in doing something for a couple of months. And you have a team around you that you have to lead to victory. And you have to very quickly learn management skills, and you have to very quickly learn how to operate people to make them feel good, because you're working long hours. Because we were used to working 14-hour days. We were used to that. You didn't get holidays as a theatre student. You just kept on going. Holidays were great because there was no one there and you could fucking run around the campus and get what you want. But these guys weren't used to working 14-hour days. They were used to working like 6-hour days and stopping. But we would push them to work the 14 hours. And around hour 8, they were all starting to grumble, going, I'm tired and I'm shitty and I've had enough. And we would go, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then we started to realise we've pushed them too hard. And we would have to have tricks. One of the tricks we had was every 6 hours they got a hot feed. Every 6 hours they got a hot feed. And every 12 hours, we stopped for an hour and they went to the pub or the drinking house and had as many as they could throw down. Yeah. And every 2 hours, we would stop for 20 minutes and just do nothing. Just have a 20-minute smoke, break, do whatever. And then toward the end of the making time, and the making of the stuff was really what took up the time, and the rehearsal was what took up the time. Toward the end of the construction period, what happened was the core team of about 150 would sleep at the campus. You wouldn't go home. You'd sleep there and you'd have your breakfast supplied and your lunch supplied, but you'd work for about 18 hours a day. And what used to happen was there was effectively an orgy happening pretty much every night. And it was kind of cool.
Okay. So Abigail's joining us. Hello.
Abigail.
Honor and a pleasure, man.
Hi, Abigail. Long time no see.
Yeah, Brock, I felt like you wanted to say something, Brock, by the way.
Oh, well, I was just saying that once I finish this drink, I may go because I need some sleep.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
I worked the night shift, and now it's like 1 o'clock.
That's fair. Yeah. And Laura's joining us.
Laura!
Laura. Hello. Fabulous to see you, man.
Yeah. I also want to throw in, there's a bit of that long spiel of 80s that might have confused people. Our uni was in a country town west of Sydney called Bathurst, and there's a fucking racetrack in this town, like a world standard racetrack called Mount Panorama that the local council fucking tricked the state government into paying for in the 60s.
Yes.
And so there were a couple of major motor racing events every year. There was 2 for cars and there was 1 for motorcycles. But so it ended up very much okay. My first year at the uni was AD's last year. Sorry, no, my last year was AD's first year. So it was towards the end of my time at uni, the theatre people started doing these shows about the fucking races. And it really developed over the time AD was there. So yeah, there's a very weird thing. You're in a country town and essentially someone tricked the state government into paying for a world-class racetrack on the edge of the town. It was very weird. Very
people weird. Lived up there. It was a
people lived on the mountain. Yes,
it was an actual municipal road, and people lived on the mountain, and they would hire out their front lawns to race viewers at phenomenal prices. Like, it was not uncommon to hear people say, "I got a bargain. It was only $1,500 for the day." And it's
also, here's a weird thing. A guy I went to school with, he was in my year. He started uni the same year as me. He was in the business course. There is no two ways about it. He had a sexual fetish about danger. He had a sexual fetish about physical danger. And you'd get a lot of kids from Sydney would come to this campus in Bathurst. And it was like, oh, there's a racetrack. Let's drive our car around the racetrack. They changed it a few years after I got there, but there used to be this massive straight that came down. It was a downhill straight from the mountain. And at the base was a 90-degree turn. And the thing is that a downhill straight, you pick up a lot of speed, but you have to brake pretty sharply for a 90-degree turn. Now, somewhere in the late 90s or early 2000s, they changed it and they put a big dog leg in this straight.
They put a big curve in this straight.
It was too dangerous. It was too dangerous. But when I was there, it was
faster and faster. And what was happening was that was before ceramic brakes. So what was happening was the brakes were getting so hot that they would actually disintegrate.
Yeah, the brakes would burn out
into the wall at approximately 300 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, so it was a long downhill straight with a 90-degree curve. That eventually changed. But this thing happened in my first year. I wasn't in the car, there was my mate who knew it, and the rest of them were all kids from Sydney who didn't know what the track was. And he was in the car, and the person driving was just hammering it down this downhill straight, approaching a 90-degree corner, and nobody else in the car knew a 90-degree corner was coming, but my friend did. And what ended up happening is the driver at the last second saw there was a 90-degree turn coming and slammed on the brakes and hooked the steering wheel really hard, and the car went up on two wheels around the corner, was about a fucking pube hair away from rolling, but just made it around the corner and then patunch, landed straight and then stopped. And everyone else in the car was shitting themselves. And I shit you not, my friend, I think he had a fucking erection, and everyone else was wetting themselves going, that was the worst thing ever. My friend was going, that was cool. Do you want to do that again? And this dude seriously had a sexual fetish for danger. It was
and this was not uncommon, right? To the point where when uni started every year, right, the police would set up at the end of Conrod Strait, which is what this straight was called.
The straight was called Conrod Strait, yes.
At the end of this straight to catch students going too fast, because it was a 60-kilometre-hour zone. It's a 60-kilometre-per-hour zone, and they would be doing 250. But the trouble was their cars were not racing cars. They were fucking domestic cars. They'd hit the brakes. The brakes would overheat and not work. So they'd fucking end up in the wall, and another 4 students died. So what the cops used to do is they would set up a little bit further up the straight, and then woo, you've been caught doing unimaginable speed above 60.
They get them at the top because that was less dangerous than the straight. And when it's a 60k zone, you only have to be doing 80k's and they can pull you over. The straights where people were doing 200 kilometers an hour instead of 60, that's very hard to stop them. Although I also remember the one that caused the accidents was College Drive, which was a road on the college campus, which was a single lane and very badly maintained.
I want to look up this place. What's the name of the town?
Bathurst. Bathurst. You can look up the Mount Panorama racetrack at Bathurst. But College Drive, which was a drive within the college campus, which is very badly maintained with potholes and shit. People crash. Again, Aussies might remember Andrew Denton, who was famous on TV. He went to the same. He's older than the two of us. He was famous at Mitchell for having crashed on College Drive, and I mean he fucking crashed.
Really crashed.
He hit this tree. He hadn't braked at all, and it totaled his car. And he ended up in hospital with multiple fractures in both legs. And he was immortalized when I was there. Someone told me the story. He's in hospital with his both legs in traction with multiple fractures. And someone who visited him, who was trying to cheer him up, said, "Oh, I heard the other guy was drunk." And Denton said, he must have been fucking pissed because he was driving a tree, and because he was just so he was pissed, and this road was in such bad, he just couldn't maintain control because the road was in such bad condition, and he ran off, and he was pissed. He wasn't going that fast, but if you don't brake, if you hit a tree at 30 kilometers an hour and you haven't braked at all,
you will break you.
That's like a speeding driver who's hit the brakes and then hits a wall. But he fucked himself up. Yeah.
I want to know something. Is this a thing? Is this a thing that happens in Australia as happens in the UK? So on the weekend, there isn't really much news on. Yeah, and that's when you get the 3 teenagers were killed last night in a car crash stories.
Well, unfortunately, Laura, 3 teenagers are killed every day in a car crash, and you don't always hear it.
Well, I know this. I just mean on the weekend because there's not much news on. That's when
not
What you get here is politicians releasing questionable policy at 5:30 on a Friday afternoon because all the journalists have gone home at that point, and they're hoping the really bad policy they've just released disappears because all the journalists have gone home.
Yeah.
You know, funny you mentioned that. Did you hear about the news in the UK with the politics this week?
No.
What bit?
So basically what you've got a Tory politician who was paid by a company and who basically, talked to some of his mates and things like that and made stuff, put votes in and stuff like that for this company. And so he ended up...
doesn't sound like the Tories at all, Laura.
Yeah, do you know, it's amazing how you already know where this story is going and which party. Anyway, so what happened was, so he got into trouble because the way there's like a regulatory authority in Parliament. So he basically got in trouble for doing stuff he shouldn't be doing. So what happened was that the Tories decided that they were going to have a vote on, that it was kind of unfair that this guy was getting into trouble for doing things that he'd done. And so they decided to change the way the system worked. And so there was a vote on it. And, even sort of Tories, because in the last election, there was something called the Labour Wall, where it was like the North and it was a lot of Labour stuff going on, historical links to mining and steel industry and all those sorts of things. Labour heartland for years, and then suddenly with Brexit and, stuff like that going on, basically they managed to get a whole bunch of them to turn conservative to the Tories. Mm-hmm. However, a lot of those ones are like, yeah, shit, this is really bad, because it makes government look corrupt,
Yeah.
And so then yesterday he resigned.
Okay.
And he resigned saying that he was still going to be serving. I don't know how he's going to be doing this, but he's still in the world of politics.
Okay.
And it's like, cruel world? You mean, you doing bad things and getting accountable for the things that you actually did?
There was a scandal here, Laura, where in New South Wales, now remember, New South Wales got its administrative start during a period called the Rum Call Rebellion, and that was where the soldiers basically decided that the currency was rum and they had it and everyone else could fucking jam it up their ass, and they would basically decide everything, and they did for a lot of years, and to this day New South Wales is probably the most corrupt place ever. If you're in the know, in the hierarchy, then you can get away with anything. So what happened was there was this company called Sydney Water Australia. Okay, now Sydney Water Australia basically put out all these brochures with beautiful pictures of water and flowing water going into the water. It was beautiful pictures, and then they started billing people in New South Wales, basically invoicing them, and they had to pay up, $30-50 every 2 months. And then it was found that Sydney Water Australia had no water, pipes, distribution, land, infrastructure, and delivered no water to anyone ever.
Wow.
And what it was just people sending out bills. And they so closely got away with it because they had people on both sides of politics trying to push this bill through Parliament. And it was only whistleblowers and a few other parliamentarians went, hang on a minute, you're not actually selling anything. You're just billing people for nothing. And it finally blew up in the press. And finally, all the people in the west of Sydney had spent something in the order of $25 million of their own money, because they started in the west,
It's bad, but they're kind of legends.
I mean, if they'd have got away with
Like, that's fucking genius.
if they'd have got away with it, they just would have been fucking getting blown by Polynesians on islands they owned.
Sorry, Abigail wants to say something, I think.
Please.
Your
microphone on.
Your mic's off, babe.
Cannot hear you. So technical issues in Dr. Abigail Land. That's no, still can't hear you. So I'm gonna keep up a commentary until I can actually hear you. And in fact, at some point, if we can hear you, before you were on here, we were talking about a martini fueled stream at some point. I'm going to stop talking when I can hear you, but I still can't hear you.
That was last week, wasn't it?
That was Halloween. That was Halloween. We were thinking of another one, possibly New Year's Eve, possibly before New Year's Eve. Who knows? Whether it's at my place or
How's that?
place or
You're
back.
You're on.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! I just martinis, eh? Yes, that was pretty good. I had a story I wanted to tell after AIDS was finished.
I'm really done. They got caught, and they all basically went to the Corruption Commission, and they're all had to go to jail.
I don't know a lot about this Aussie stuff, but I want to ask, what do you think about the Dave Chappelle shit that's going on?
Yeah.
I have to admit that I do agree with him that Hannah Gadsby is not funny. She is not funny.
Hannah Gadsby is a national treasure. I love it a bit, and I think she is quite funny.
She can be. She can't be. She can be. She can't. She's spotty, but she's really good. When she's good, she's fucking great.
Yeah.
I don't even know who she is.
I think Hannah Gadsby's shows that she's famous for were fantastic bits of theatre that had some very funny jokes in them.
Yes.
They're not the best comedy shows I've ever seen, but they are absolutely top-notch pieces of theatre that has some very funny jokes.
Very funny jokes in, yeah. When she's good, she's very fucking good.
Yeah, when her jokes hit, she's extremely funny. But she does great theatre. She actually constructs excellent theatre. And she's
I should also point out that I'm very attracted sexually to Hannah Gadsby.
That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
I'm a person. I fucking love Dave Chappelle. Like Dave Chappelle's humor, like his sketch humor. He's a master of sketch humor.
Here's the thing, and I've said this multiple times. Dave Chappelle, he's very intelligent. He's very funny, and he's also very compassionate. But he has, to me, a massive, inexplicable blind spot where he says dumb shit on topics of which he has no understanding, and he ends up telling jokes that are essentially black guy in a suit jokes. And again, because I grew up in a really racist town in country New South Wales, how I explain that is disparaging racist jokes we used to make where I grew up. It's like, what do you call a black guy in a suit? The defendant. And the intrinsic nature of the joke is that person may convince themselves they are a particular thing, but we will never accept them. And me growing up in a racist environment was a black person may be intelligent, may be educated, may be accomplished, may be successful, but they're still a black person, so we don't like them. Dave Chappelle is like that with trans people. And it puzzles me and frustrates me because I deeply believe Dave Chappelle, he's intelligent, he's very funny, but most importantly, he's compassionate. Yet with all those things, he has this horrific blind spot where he just says the stupidest, most ill-informed shit. I don't quite understand.
Angry?
Yeah, mate.
Buffer's backstage.
Yeah.
Oh, Suspects.
But I think most of his humor has always been like, at least in the Dave Chappelle show, it's always been around like this concept of stereotypes. Because he always makes jokes about stereotypes.
But if you remember,
I personally think that stereotypes are hilarious. Like,
but if you remember,
Yeah, but you're a cis white guy.
Yeah, he abandoned.
Of course they are.
I may be or may not, but I still think like I know I'm a white guy. I smell like a dog or whatever. But
yeah,
But wasn't one of Dave Chappelle's best friends who was one of his best friends and who opened or did a part of his show? Weren't they trans?
So he claims, yes. But the other thing I want to stress with the older days, because Chappelle's show was 10 years ago, which I fucking love. Chappelle's show was groundbreaking. It was amazing. Dave Chappelle walked away from Chappelle's show when Comedy Central were offering him tens of millions of dollars to keep going because he looked at it and went, people are laughing for the wrong reason. White guys are not getting the irony of the race-based humor I am doing, and they are just laughing at stereotypes. And Dave Chappelle walked away from tens of millions of dollars because the show had turned into something that he could not morally get behind, which I absolutely respect him for. That is a stunning thing. But in the last 5 years, particularly when Netflix has welcomed him back and said, we will pay you however many $1 million you want to record specials for us, he's lost something. So yeah, the whole thing with Chappelle's show and the sketch stuff, it's important to remember he walked away from it when he looked at it and said, people are laughing at the wrong things.
One of the things he's lost, Angry, is the support and love of Eddie Murphy. We've got to understand that Eddie Murphy had a stable of young comics that he trained and helped. There's a few of them. And
of course, because Charlie Murphy was on Chappelle's show. Well, Charlie
Murphy was on there.
Eddie Murphy's brother, and he told those fucking hilarious stories.
Who did the hair straightening show?
Rick James. When Dave Chappelle
James, bitch.
Yeah, I'm Rick James, bitch. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. And again, that is possibly the single funniest thing that's ever been done in the last 20 years, to have Charlie Murphy telling his version of the stories where he interacted with Rick James. And they recorded the interviews just before Rick James died. Rick James actually died before that episode went to air, but they recorded interviews with Rick James while he was still alive. And Dave Chappelle was playing Rick James 20 years earlier. And there was that fantastic thing where Charlie Murphy tells a story where Rick James acted like a piece of shit and put his muddy boots on their lounge and stuff. And there's an interview where Rick James goes, Charlie Murphy tells this stupid story where I put the boots on there. That's a ridiculous story. Why did Charlie Murphy say that? And then he takes a breath and went, yeah, I did that. I absolutely
did that. Yeah.
And Dave Chappelle, who's interviewing him, going, well, why did you do that? And Rick James just goes, cocaine's a hell of a drug.
A hell of a drug.
It was just the best. It was the best moment in comedy in the last 20 years.
But when Dave Chappelle did the Little John too. Little John? Do you remember?
Yes, he does a great
when he does like,
John.
Yay! When he did that, that's so hilarious.
So one of the things we got to understand is their pedigree, right?
Yeah.
So you've got Eddie Murphy, who's coming out of his comedy presentation years. He's coming out of his 15 years of being a comic, and he's going into mentoring and coaching. And he coached a whole bunch of young, hot black comics. Dave Chappelle was one of them. Now, when he was under Eddie Murphy's tutelage, He was fucking hot. He was on fire. I still can't remember the other amazing comic. He does a wonderful routine about gun control.
Oh,
guns
Great
don't kill
Sage
people,
joining us.
bullets kill people.
Oh, I think we've got an echo in your part, Great Sage. I don't know what's going on there.
You do. I just turned off the.
Oh, good man. Good man. We're all good.
YouTube.
Who was the comic who did the joke about guns don't kill people, bullets kill people? We got to sell bullets for $5,000.
That's Chris Rock. That was Chris Rock.
Chris Rock was another one of Eddie Murphy's kids, and this stable that Eddie Murphy built was brilliant. And now when Dave Chappelle has come back recently, he upset Eddie Murphy with some of the things that he was saying and some of the political things that he was saying. And it had a bit to do with Black Lives Matter, and it had a bit to do with gender issues, because Eddie Murphy is deeply affected by hate crime, right? Think about when Eddie Murphy grew up. He grew up in the 80s. And that was not a nice time to be black and in LA. Right?
And I also want to highlight a Dave Chappelle thing from when he had Charlie Murphy on. I think Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy are dark-skinned Afro-Americans. And the people who were getting into media and music from the 60s through the 80s were light-skinned. And Rick James was light-skinned. Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy were dark-skinned. And there was, Charlie Murphy has this joke, Wesley Snipes hadn't hit yet. There were no... Eddie was the first dark-skinned black person in mainstream culture. And Rick James's nickname for Charlie Murphy was Midnight, because Charlie Murphy was so much more dark-skinned than Rick James was. And so that was another thing. Eddie Murphy, when he hit the heights that he hit, he was the first dark-skinned black person to have that presence in mainstream American culture for a very long time. I mean,
but you should watch the Charlie. I like some of the Charlie Murphy videos with him, like Charlie Murphy being gangster on interviews.
Charlie Murphy's very funny. Charlie Murphy was a very funny
No. This is when he's very serious, like Charlie Murphy being gangster.
Yeah. Again, because if Charlie Murphy wanted to scare you, he would scare the fuck out of you.
Yeah, because he has that
Charlie
attitude.
Murphy
like,
was a pretty threatening guy. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was the bodyguard. He was the bodyguard of his brother. Like, when the brother became like big and whatever. He was the bodyguard to his brother.
Yeah. And that's where the Rick James story comes up, because he punched the shit out of Rick James more than once.
Yes.
And Rick James was crossing boundaries.
And there's
but all those like clips and whatever videos with Charlie Murphy, he's so fucking hilarious when he speaks about. And also the sketches where Dave Chappelle included him to, like where he's supposed to play this uber gangster guy. He is so funny. Like,
he's a very funny guy. And everyone remembers the Rick James story. The one that people don't remember as well was the Prince story, which was fucking hilarious.
The Prince.
In that story, Dave Chappelle plays Prince. And what it was, Charlie Murphy and his sidekick, they were like very street guys. They came across Prince and his entourage one day. They were playing basketball, like street ball. And Prince said, let's play a game of ball against each other. And so they did. And Charlie Murphy and his real street guys thought, this is funny. Prince is wearing his ruffled shirt and all these street. We're going to fuck them up. And Prince and his crew were much better basketballers than Charlie Murphy and his crew. And Prince and his crew fucking beat Charlie Murphy and his crew 6 ways from Sunday. And after this happened and they beat them and to try to finish, Charlie Murphy finishes with saying to Prince, like, great game, man. But Prince just went, Charlie Murphy, work on your game. We beat you like a bitch. And it was just like super effeminate Prince and his really campy crew beat Charlie Murphy and his street crew in street basketball. And Charlie Murphy tried to be really butch about it.
I want to comment on something you said earlier because
yes,
it reminded me. I once did something accidentally racist.
Oh, no.
Do you remember I showed you pictures of my cats?
Yeah.
Yes.
One was a ginger cream Tom, and the other one was a black cat. Well,
Yeah.
I originally called that black cat Midnight because it made sense that black cat.
Yeah, sure.
And it wasn't like a cat called Blackie, which just annoys the hell out of me. People with no invention. But I didn't realize that Midnight was a slur against black people. So
it's not really.
It's
but
not.
Okay, you reminded me the true story of the Dam Busters, which was a really significant World War II operation with these bomber pilots. They worked out a way because the Germans were dangerously close to getting nuclear weapons, and they needed what's called hard water. And there was this big dam, and these bomber pilots were going, you have to destroy this dam, and normal bombs won't work. And the Dam Busters practiced with these bombs that would skip across water and hit a wall and detonate. And it ended up being successful, and it derailed the Nazi nuclear program. But the head of the Dam Busters, the guy who was in charge of the bomber wing, he had a black dog who he called Nigger. And that's a real thing. And at one point, Peter Jackson was going to make a movie about the Dam Busters. It never ended up happening. But there was this whole furor. Peter Jackson is just going, this guy is not going to be sympathetic if he has a black dog that's called that. But also it's like, but you're denying history if you pretend this guy didn't have a black dog that was called that. And the movie never ended up getting made.
He was an arsehole.
Yeah, but Peter Jackson struggled with this for a period. Like, I kind of want to be true to history, but obviously no one's going to be sympathetic to this guy if it comes out how casually racist he was.
Not only that,
that's what English guys in the mid-20s, the early 20th century were like.
That's what they were like. But worse than that,
was just normal.
Was he treated his underlings like usable fodder? When the 401 trained, they had to train at treetop level in Lancaster bombers, and it scared shit out of me. I mean, I'd do it in a Mosquito, but I wouldn't do it in a fucking Lancaster.
No, those slow-moving bombers,
And, you fucking hit something in a Lancaster and down you go. And he lost fucking 5 planes full of men while they were training, and he didn't even go to their funerals.
Now, if you do proper training, people are going to die in training.
But he didn't give a shit. He didn't know their names.
The officer class.
By the way, the guy's name is Guy Gibson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That's him. Yeah, but the officer class in even in Australia, one of the most famous officers, and he was an amazing person. His name.
I'll be back in a bit.
Thanks, Abigail. His name was Edward Dunlop. His nickname was Weary. He was part of the soldiers who were captured in the fall.
He's a local from my area.
Yeah, no, Weary Dunlop is a fucking legend. He was part of the army that was caught in the fall of Singapore. He was one of the ones imprisoned in
he built a train.
Training. Yeah, and again, he was responsible for keeping an untold number of people alive in the Japanese internment camps. And the Japanese were barbaric with what they did. And he kept people alive, and he hung up, and he survived the war. He was a surgeon, and after the war, he went back to surgery. And again, besides saving all these people in World War II, he was a heart surgeon, and he saved innumerable lives. But apparently, complete prick. If you were under him, you did exactly what he said, or he would shit all over you. But when you read the story,
can I interrupt?
Yes,
My my hometown in regional Vic, he grew up around, and there's a statue of him, and John Howard opened it in '96, I think, or '97.
Yeah, well, fuck John Howard. But again, Weary Dunlop, when you read the stories where, man, he was actually a prick, I will give him that. He kept so many people alive during World War II, and post-World War II, he saved so many lives with his surgery, but apparently, total prick.
I think he grew up in Devonish, which is 15 kilometers from where I grew up. So around that area in regional Vic.
Yeah. But
Totally.
again, sometimes people earn the right to be a prick.
There is a big problem in the medical systems in the Western medical tradition, where the senior surgeons bully the lesser surgeons.
Yes,
And
no, they are.
They think they're better than everybody.
Registrars, and they bully the interns, and the reasoning behind it is you've got to be tough to make it through, but it's bullshit. It's basically an abuse of power. It's basically nasty, and they've recently started to really look at it and say we're losing good doctors because they can't mentally handle being bullied every day, and they are losing good doctors.
Particularly if they're not
who are
white men,
unsympathetic to patients, who won't look at further testing of patients, and who won't go the extra yard to try and save patients. There is a term called "looks good from door." And what it is a doctor, and unfortunately doctors get 2 hours to see something in the order of 50 patients, right? So they've got to fucking move, and they're not easy cases. They're tricky cases, so they've got to be moving. But a lot of stuff is missed because they'll look in, they'll go, oh, they're breathing, fucking move on. And you know, if there wasn't such a thing in Australia called a Met call. Now, a Met call is done by the nurses. If the nurses see a patient and they go, something's wrong, I don't like this, something's really wrong here, and they call a Met call, all of a sudden 25 doctors turn up and check everything out. Nurses cannot be disciplined for a Met call. If nothing's wrong, they cannot be disciplined for a Met call. They are not in any trouble at all ever, because 95% of Met calls usually end up saving the patient's life. Because something is fucking wrong and the nurse caught it. And it was the Met call system that started the process of going, we're losing too many doctors because they're being bullied out of the system, and the ones we're keeping don't give a fuck. So we've got to change our ways, and it is changing. Abigail, you wanted to jump in.
I wanted to jump in half an hour ago, several topics back.
Do it.
Now I'm just depressed, and I'm going to go. I'll catch everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
No, Abigail. Jump back to the thing that you wanted to talk about.
No, it's fine. It's not important. Good night, everyone.
We do it another time. Night, Abigail. I wanted to throw in the thing about.
I do want to follow up.
Hey, Abigail.
Yeah, good night. I do want to sort of follow up with something like that. So, there was something that happened in the UK over the last, few weeks, last month. So there's a woman called Kathleen Stock, who is a transphobic. She was a professor at a big university. University of Sussex, I think it is. She resigned recently because there was a campaign to basically get her out. It was, her behavior online and, things like that, a transphobic behavior is unacceptable. And basically students protested. And they did it, they like put up little, signs and stuff like that, get the stock out or something like that. But rather than listen to the students who might have a problem with this lady, and by the way, this lady has published stuff. There's a sort of a paper that's been signed by like thousands or hundreds of people calling for the end of like trans healthcare.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. It's really abhorrent. But so the university backed her because academic freedom. And the approach, it's almost like the idea of authority. What these students shouldn't have a right to protest about this. They're here to learn and be taught, not have an opinion on something. And that seems to be the kind of feeling that I got from the university's response to one of their professors being a transphobic cow.
We are getting a bit about that over here too. When we've had a Tory government in for quite some time. Before that, we had a Labor government in for a long time.
For 9 years.
A lot of work with the universities about opening up and making sure that everyone had a fair shot at getting to uni. And the Tories said, these are vile nests of left-wing politics, and they fucking weren't. They were ones of fucking open debate. And then when the Tories got in, they started making it harder and harder and harder for anyone who was left or poor to get into uni. And now,
can I butt in, Daisy? They got rid of humanitarian studies. The Aussie Tories got rid of humanitarian studies last year, didn't they?
Yes,
probably.
That was one of the ones that they got rid of. Yeah.
And history. I was pissed off about the history and history stuff.
Yeah, it's weird that the Tories like a particular kind of history, and if you dare to walk away from that particular kind of history, they don't like it at all.
It really is. It's quite interesting that if you look at history, you'll find that universities are where the young people basically discover about socialism or something like that and think, wow, this system makes loads of sense. Things should be more equal and egalitarian, and they're not. And so this is where you get activism really kind of coming into a thing, because young people are like, this is unacceptable. We should do something. I'm going to do something. Let's protest and things like that. It's where it's the reason why, like when you look at Iran and you'll get the the protests that have gone on there, anti-government protests, they're centered around universities.
Yeah. If you teach people critical thinking, they tend to rebel a little.
Yeah, it's like the system is wrong. I've been taught that the system is wrong, and this is a system that could work better. Let's try that. And the powers that be go, no. We don't want that.
Laura, as a well, I wasn't born in communism, but it doesn't work because it wasn't around when I was born. But do you have to pay for uni like Australia?
Sorry?
No, I was asking Laura a question. Does the UK have to pay for university like Australia does these days?
Oh yeah. And the prices have gone up and up and up and up. It's like £9,000 a year or something. Which can leave people with debts for decades.
Yeah.
And then house prices have risen as well. And you've
got
people at 30 still living at home.
You got a interesting situation over here too, Laura. They didn't ban socialism in the universities when the Tories got in and took hold.
And the
but what
Chinese
they
are here.
do
The Chinese.
is they shut down any funding for any political parties on campus. So any funding for any political parties got shut down. Now, the young Liberals, which are the young Tories, aren't a
Why would you
political
join
party.
that?
They are a social club.
Mm.
And as a social club, they get funding up the fucking wazoo. So they are effectively the young version of the Tories. They're called the Smurf Patrol, and they're called the Smurf Patrol because they wear blue t-shirts and they're usually blonde. So around election time, the Smurf Patrol comes around to hand out leaflets and say you should vote Tory. And the local
I feel like
red
Great
t-shirt.
Sage Equal of Heaven wants to say something.
Great Sage wants to say.
On what Angie was saying, I was at La Trobe Uni about 15 years ago, mature age student.
Yeah.
With Nettie. And
Small world.
Young Liberal organisation is, the Young Liberals are a social club. They're also they themselves are about 3 different social clubs.
Yes.
So they have 3 times the funding.
Are they a young fascist club?
No. They're just spoiled fucking pricks. Seriously, if you're a young Liberal, you're just a spoiled fucking prick.
How sad do you have
Ironically,
to be young Liberal?
Hey, actually, I have to tell something. Do you know where modern liberalism comes from? Who wrote the doctrine for modern liberalism? Do you know that?
I'm not really from.
Well,
Brian, who are you suggesting?
I will tell you his name. His name is John Locke.
Oh yeah, okay. And again,
the guy from Lost.
Yeah, no, John Locke. John
Yeah,
Locke. I'm sorry.
People who don't understand why the Australian Liberal Party is the Conservative Party is exactly what Brock was talking about. In the mid-20th century, some people adhered to that ideology, and it was all about individualism and whatnot. And just over the late 20th and early 21st century, it corrupted into this weird fucking thing.
Honestly, I don't hope you, Angry Ozzy, I don't hope that you mind me playing the devil's advocate, but I will tell you.
Go for it.
I will tell you this, that I think that liberalism is the concept of saying that truth is relative. When you say truth is something that is relative, then you say truth does not exist. So, what is the concept of truth, really?
Okay,
but John Locke is a poison to the mind. Like,
okay.
And I will tell you this: that John Locke tried to make a liberal concept, which I believe is very liberal, in that idea that truth is relative. He tried to actually propose that rape should be legal in the United States at one point.
That's
which is horrific.
Yeah,
he made a liberal argument for why it should be because it's relative to truth.
I feel like I don't know John Locke at all, and I feel like you've read a lot of him. But again, that question of relativism versus absolutism.
It's not absolute in a sense, because Socrates, who I admire, he's not a liberal, but he says there's no truth in truth itself because it's a limit to what you know currently. You're supposed to discover beyond the point of knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to throw in musical theatre from the 70s at this point with the Tim Royce and Andrew Lloyd Webber Jesus Christ Superstar. What is truth? It's this unchanging law. We both have truths. Are mine the same as yours? And again, the concept of truth being an absolute. People who view the world in different ways will declare mutually exclusive things to be truth. And I think that's where the idea of relativism comes in. People are trying to say, look, you're looking at the world, you're interpreting it in a particular way and declaring that's an absolute truth. But the perception of truth is based on where you're coming from, the frame in which you're viewing things and whatnot. So the idea of there being an objective truth is dangerous because different people will look at exactly the same thing and interpret it in completely different ways.
Absolutely.
What do you mean?
But absolutely. But there has to be...
As from a famous Guinness quote, from a certain point of view.
Yes. As Obi-Wan
it's not just
said.
that, though. It's not just that. There's a difference between what someone believes is the true as opposed to what is the case.
Absolutely.
Well,
Laura, absolutely. Let's wait. Can I make another statement?
Yeah, no. AD, let Brock finish what he's going to say here.
Okay, yes.
Because the thing is that what you say is like perspective, taste, or whatever. Like in that case, there's an there's a subjective truth. Like you think something tastes better than I do, but that's whatever. But there are certain like universal truths that we all know to be real. Like if I drop the slider right now, you know it will fall down. It won't go up. There's a universal principle that
beautiful thing
dictates this.
I believe that to be true. But one of my favorite things was an absolutely nonsensical comic that I read when I was at uni, and it was very funny. It was called Oink, and there was one character was this weird character called Burp the Smelly Alien, and he said, gravity is an illusion. Everyone believes it. What is really happening is we are surrounded by poltergeists who grab a hold of things, and whenever you let go of something, they drag it down to the ground. And of course, you cannot disprove that. You cannot disprove that. Logically, you cannot disprove that. Again, I'm with you, Brock. What we need to do when we have a hypothesis, we need to test it. We need to see evidence that supports that hypothesis. We need to have a test that's open enough that might uncover evidence that contradicts the hypothesis. And all the available evidence is, gravity is real. If you hold something up here, let it go, it will fall to the ground. That is essentially incontrovertible.
I was gonna say it's a shame that Dr. Abigail's gone because this is really her jam.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Absolutely. I think
I have something to add, but I'm pretty dumb.
I wish she would have stayed. Like I wish she would have stayed. But the thing is, like, there are universal truths that we all know to be true.
No,
no, and that's the thing. You and I think, Brock, probably agree on at least 99% of things, but we will find fucking weirdos who will fucking disagree with stuff that we think is self-evident. So the danger of saying it's self-evident is true. There are weird. Renegade Faith.
Angry.
I don't say much because I don't really get half of what people are saying because I'm not.
No, but you say what you feel.
So I didn't come up with this, but I've heard it. So imagine if there's this like brilliant neuroscientist and she's lived in a box for her whole life, and her whole hypothesis was what's that called? Thesis, or I don't know. Was to learn about the color red. So she studied the human brain and how it perceives the color red, and she knows everything about the color red and why, basically everything about the color red, but she's never actually seen the color red. When she steps outside the box and she sees red for the first time, will she learn anything?
Yes.
And this is the thing. We all believe we understand the same thing when we say red, but we literally have no way of knowing if every other person perceives red the same way we perceive red.
Exactly. That's the way I took the question. But I saw this on TikTok, and so many people disagreed and said that there's no way she could learn anything new. So it just shows that people
But Faith, you have to consider do you know Helen Keller, the deaf and the mute?
Yeah.
Like that, she was deaf and blind, and still she was an absolute genius. Like, so
And she learned by touch.
Yes, I do not think that the human mind is like constricted to the senses. Like, even though you see, right?
No, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that everyone perceives things differently. So
yeah, absolutely. But how do we understand concepts? We have to have a perception of concepts, right? So
again,
something that you can perceive as the color red.
Yeah, Brock, all I think is you have a higher opinion of a significant proportion of humanity than I do. Great Sage, you've got a hand
Me
up.
too.
You're going to say something.
I have
Great
a high
Sage first and
opinion.
AZ.
When I was training in sword fighting, we would.
Yes. I'm on board already. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sword fighting. I'm on board. We're talking sword fighting. I'm here.
Oh, on board. I thought you said you were bored already.
No, on board. I'm on
no,
board.
no,
Oh, brother,
no,
I'm so on board with sword fighting. Sorry.
Now, when I was training people in sword fighting and axe fighting and all that, we would sit there and explain to people that I will tell you when a blow is too hard for play fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would sit there and go, but that wasn't. Well, how the hell do you know? I'm the one getting hit by it.
Getting hit, yeah.
Can I also take
your view on the
take a
world
step
is
back?
always relative.
Did you actually say axe fighting?
Yeah, much better than
my
sword.
fucking god! Oh my fucking god! You are a fucking legend. Sorry,
I do
okay,
hope.
everything else we said tonight. Everything else we said tonight is out the window. We are now talking axe fighting.
I need to know something though. I need to know an important thing here, and that is, do you have an axe in one hand and a shield in the other hand?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, as you've seen it.
You can
Don't appropriate my culture over there.
Hey, yes, Brock, this is your fucking culture. Axe fighting.
Yes, don't appropriate it.
Viking culture.
Use
Laura,
a broad-headed axe to shield and then finish with. So you use your Frankish axe as a jabber, and you use your broad-headed axe to shield, and then when they're sort of not looking, fucking take the head off. So two axes is actually better often than a shield and an axe. A shield and an axe is for your younger guys. Two axes is for the guy who's up the front who's fucking frightening.
Sorry. Great Sage, I feel like you want to say something about the axe fighting at this point.
Yes. For starters, I have an axe near my bedroom door.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
That's not an axe. This is an axe.
No. It's only about that big because when you're inside, you don't want something that's really big because it'll hit the ceiling and get stuck.
You want something you can use. Yeah.
You want something that big. That big. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't sit your weapons by the front door. Trust me, I've got PTSD.
No. Bad.
Because as soon as someone kicks the front door in, they've have the weapon. You've disarmed them.
Oh.
Right? Now, a Dane axe is really great. It's the only weapon in medieval history that can split a man from top to tail.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
But what you do with that is you don't actually chop a man in half with it. You reach out, you grab him around the neck, and you pull him into the shield wall. That opens up, they fall over, and then you kill them and take their armor off them because that's worth more than a house.
Fucking A.
Sorry. Just like literally, this live stream has been going for 4.5 hours now. Nothing else matters except we're talking about murdering people with axes.
What year were axes invented in? What year were axes invented in?
Pardon?
What year were they invented in axes?
Is that mail? Great Sage, are you showing us some mail now?
This is the mail I made.
You made that?
You would have done that in 15 minutes, Great Sage, because, mail is a piece of piss to make.
You should send me that mail.
Oh, my fucking God. This
so
just fucking rocks. Again, I've already said it, but I'm saying it again. Nothing in the last 4.5 hours matters. Now we are talking about murdering people with axes and chainmail.
No.
Now it's fucking real. Now it's
self-defense.
fucking real.
Note to self. Note to
Self-defense
self.
by nation.
Self-defense.
Great
Don't
When you
piss
wear
off
this
Great
under
Sage.
your clothes, is weight loss.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yes, that would be great.
Isn't it
Great
handy?
Sage, you made
Isn't it handy?
that mail, yes?
Yes. You've seen me wearing it, AG.
Such a piece of piss to make. You would have done that in what, 20 minutes?
A couple of months.
I have seen people. I've seen a husband and wife team who actually make mail for people, and they watch TV, and they put 5 rings on a ring, and then
One ring
slap
at a time,
home
2
a
pairs of
rivet,
pliers.
and then they put 5 rings on a ring, and then they slap home a rivet, and they talk while they're doing it. It's like watching couples do fucking needlepoint together. Also, there are people who are enjoying freedom loudly downstairs.
We can travel to Victoria.
I also think we're all pretty much on board with freedom and loudness. And if Kirsten wasn't with us, if she was trying to go to sleep, that would be bad. But it's like fucking 12:30 on a Friday night, party night. I'm pacing myself.
You know that it's much
I did just have another drink. But like an hour ago, I was having a drink, and I go, no, this is going to be one of those streams. If I drink alcohol now, I will fall asleep. And
He will be Tim Smith times 10.
So I've got to drink some water. I'm going to drink some water.
I'll be back.
You did know that it's easier to teach a woman to sword fight better than it is to teach a male.
Fucking
I heard that.
Fucking it is.
And nothing is more scary than a woman caressing an axe like a small cat.
Don't piss off a woman. That's what I think.
We'll never piss off a woman ever. That's never a good look.
I had the opportunity of going goalie in the world's most dangerous ball sport. It's called Nataleka. There was 2 teams.
Why would you do that for?
Because it's fun.
Yeah.
There was 2 teams.
You're a fucked up man, and I accept that. I will listen to you because you frighten me, but understand that we cannot be in a dark alley together.
No, we can't be in a dark alley together because last time we were alone, you kept trying to fuck me.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, me, AZ, Great Sage down a dark alley. That's a night out. That's a night out. That's what
You remember a man called Girling?
Oh my god! Oh shit! Okay.
I'm the one that used to come around to Girling's and sword fight with him.
You've sword fought with Girling. Okay, so I'm just remembering a New Year's Eve thing from 10 years ago where AZ and I were doing a live stream and it was in Girling's house. And he's a huge guy and he's going shirt off and he insisted on putting oil on us and massaging us. And we had people in the live stream going, that looks kind of gay. Why are you getting massaged? I said, look, honestly, if a huge burly man rubbing oil in my body is gay, I don't want to be straight.
I don't want to be straight.
We're just hanging out here and it's just dudes together rubbing oil into each other's bodies. I don't understand why anyone has a problem with it.
Then he started streaming Milton for 2 hours, which was
but also I'm not fucking joking that I went home that night and what I found out is 12 hours later, like Girling woke up and went, I wonder where AZ was. And this was a 2-story house. AZ had climbed out a window on the 2nd floor and had slept on the roof. And Girling had woken up and naked AZ was lying on the roof of their house. And Girling's out the window going, come back inside. What the fuck are you doing?
Well, the reason he was saying come back inside was I woke up late. They'd woken up and gone, AZ must have gone out because they couldn't find me. And then I woke up screaming at birds saying, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to sleep. And my back was sunburnt. So I'd been there all morning. And then
again,
they came out and said, AZ, how did you get on the roof? And I looked at them and went, I don't know. And then it took us an hour to get me down. And it was like
AZ, was it drugs or was it alcohol that got you on the roof?
No, it was sleep deprivation. It was sleep deprivation. That was all it was.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's really what it
Andy
was.
went quiet. Maybe it was drugs. I said sleep deprivation.
I think
and
it
he went
was.
quiet.
There was
Maybe
some
it
drugs, but it was mostly sleep deprivation.
It was sleep because we did a live stream and we were talking, and Girling came over and was massaging us, and I still remember it. Like 10 years later, it was so hilarious. People in the live stream going, "Why is that shirtless burly man rubbing oil into you? That seems gay." And I'm like,
was he wearing his kilt?
"No, I don't think so."
No,
But
he was wearing leather pants.
He was shirtless and he was saying, "You guys need to calm down." And he was rubbing oil into us. And certain people on the stream were like, "That seems gay." And I'm going, "Look, if a big, burly, shirtless man rubbing oil into me is gay, I don't know what the world's come to."
For 15 minutes during that live stream, you guys had bailed out for some reason. And
Probably.
I stood up and was too tired to do anything. And so I did that thing that I do, which is I went to sleep standing up and I bend over.
You fell asleep on the screen. Yes.
I bent over, like just bent over, and was standing up asleep, like bent over. And then you guys came back and went, I just crashed standing up again.
Yeah.
And then you pushed me onto the couch and I went, no, I'm awake. And faked it for like 20 minutes, but I was crashed out. I can't remember shit.
I swear to God.
Welling's about 2 days after that.
Yeah. No, I swear to God, at some point, because I've kept all my video footage for the last 15 years on external hard drives. I swear to God,
how much hard drive space do you have?
Oh, like 10 terabytes. I've got 10 terabytes of Stanley.
I'll be back.
I swear to God, one day I will be bored enough to find the footage from about 10 years ago where I was at AT's place and the camera was on and he was talking and he's leaning on his walking stick and he lost consciousness while he was standing up, and he is unconscious, but he is standing up, just leaning, and the camera was still rolling, and I was sitting there going, "This is fucking wild." He is actually unconscious, but he's standing up, and I'm recording it, and he is just fucking unconscious. And who does that? Who can lose consciousness but still be upright?
I know.
Laura.
There's, or certainly there was, a bit of a problem in Manchester, particularly like Piccadilly Gardens, where you do get some homeless people and things like that. But it's generally where people can, there's a water fountain and areas for people to sit in, and in the summer it's very nice to go there. But of course, because there's lots of people, you also get homeless people open. Someone might have a couple of pounds, bit of money to give them. Anyway, so one of the things that was a problem several years ago was something called Spice. That was their nickname. And it's super strong. It's a super strong cannabis, from what I understand. And it literally had people passing out while stood up. They were like zombies, just like, it was bizarre. Anyway, I got two things that I want to mention. I looked at my email a little while ago. I don't know if you saw me like getting excited or something. I got from my doctor saying your Sandrina, my HRT, has been increased to 2 micrograms daily, which means you need to use 2 sachets daily. A new prescription for your chosen pharmacy next week. Please book a blood test for 6 to 8 weeks. To check for the following. So it's like, yay! My HRT is being doubled again. So
awesome, Laura. That's awesome.
That rocks.
Congratulations, darling. Well done.
Thank you. And then the second one, and this is much more general and amusing. There's a thing that's trending on Twitter right now, which is Professor Alice Roberts, who got an amusing little text. So, hi Alice, you're on telly again prattling about subhumans and rock drawings. When are you going to grow up and admit that you were a fool? You're an embarrassment for pushing Planet of Apes garbage. get a Bible, read Genesis, not Genesis, Genesis.
Genesis.
And suddenly all will become clear and you'll feel stupid for believing that you evolved from monkey man, Rose.
Jesus.
So at the moment,
I am
Genesis.
going to read Genesis right now.
Yeah, Genesis.
I might have to write it first, and
yeah.
I will report to you next week.
I just worry because this is a thing that happens on the internet all the fucking time, where someone accosts you and goes, "You must believe fundamentally stupid, brain dead shit," and what they're saying to you is so stupid that you're just going, I don't know. I don't know how to respond because that is so freakishly stupid.
One of my favorite things, though, Angry, to do, is that the people who are desperately into creationism are your Protestants. Okay.
Yeah.
And what I like to do to those people is I like to go, so the Bible is the truth, the whole truth, right? And they go, well, yeah. And I go, well, why are you so deeply into the Catholic Bible?
Oof.
Hey, it's not a Catholic Bible. Well, the Catholics decided which books would go in it in 402. I got to find out what the Council of Dieppe was, and they decided out of the something like 400 books, which 80 would go in. And it took them 20 years to do it, but they did it. And so your Bible is the Catholic Bible, and it's the Catholic doctrine.
Is that the act?
Why?
Now, I always like to say to people, basically in Christianity, there's Catholicism and weird fucking cults. Everything else, including the Anglican Church, is a weird fucking...
Everything's
oh my gosh!
Oh my god, that's a real life ferret! Oh my god!
Yay.
I thought that was a fucking puppet. Great Sage just showed us a real life fucking ferret on there.
Is that
can show you a ferret.
Does that ferret know how to use an axe?
Yes, I bet it does.
It lives with Great Sage.
Oh no, I think
have a little
Great Sage,
mouth
there's an
and
axe.
it's like.
Okay, do me a favor, don't do that anymore. You know,
No.
so when someone shows a ferret and then shows an axe, it's like I'm thinking, you know.
I know.
Laura, don't panic.
here
I
for
don't
it.
want to make the ferret nasty. I don't want to make the ferret angry. They've got nasty little pointy teeth.
Yeah.
Ferret
By the way,
and axe.
I just have a ferret right
I'm
here.
completely on board.
And another one. So
There's
Ferret
the-
with an axe.
Very cute.
Oh, ferret. Ferret. Oh.
Honestly, I didn't think tonight I would get to share time with a ferret, but that fucking rocks.
Ferret, no.
Agro Pixie has one too.
Ferrets are kind
you know,
of
when it comes to when it
they're
comes to
very
the
loyal
Catholic,
to their owners, and they will attack burglars. And seeing a burglar, I've seen this on security cameras. Seeing a burglar come into a house and being attacked by 3 ferrets freaked the fuck out of the burglar, going, what the fuck is this? And of course the ferrets are biting chunks out of this motherfucker. And the burglars
They only do little nips, but it's unsettling. It's unsettling.
Ferrets are awesome.
I remember, when AD and I went to uni in Bathurst, my sister lived there, and her
On the other side of
her father-in-law had a farm, and on his farm he had all these things in cages. He had ferrets, he had like a Russian wolfhound, he had weird shit in these cages. But we used to love going out and visiting his farm. He had ferrets in this cage with chicken wire on it, and there was a fun game we'd play where you'd stick your fingers through the hole in the chicken wire, and the ferrets would come running out. And it was like you win if you were the last one to pull your hand away before the ferrets took a chunk out of your finger into your cage. It was just like, fun.
Laura,
Yep.
Laura, you don't have to panic. I love my little Ibn. There's no way I would hurt her.
I was joking.
Save the ferrets.
It's a beautiful ferret. It's a beautiful ferret.
Yeah, I love ferrets.
Her name is Ebon Nailfang. Or
Yes.
Neil
Yes.
Fang.
Absolutely.
Means needle teeth.
Needle teeth and
In Old like
yes, they have little needle teeth. Yes.
Yes.
A mate of mine.
I've had one bite through my thumb.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
But that was a male. They're like a third. The females are about 2/3 the size of males.
Yeah. And the males.
I've heard that owning ferrets is like owning toddlers that don't grow up.
Yes.
They get into
not necessarily.
They get into everything. They're kind of destructive. They're
not
destructive. They're curious.
You can train a ferret. If you're clever, you can train a ferret.
No, AG, you don't train a ferret. You encourage them to behave a certain way.
Exactly. You make the game curious. You make the game interesting. Yes. So I knew a guy in high school who had a ferret, right? It was a male ferret, and his mum hated this fucking thing, and he loved it to death. And he always smelled funny. We said, "Why do you kind of smell funny?" He says, "Well, it's because of my ferret." And I said, "Well, why do you smell funny now? You're at school." He says, "Because the ferret's in my bag." And he went, "You do not have a ferret in your bag." And he went, "Chester," and the ferret came straight out of the bag, straight up, and sat on his shoulder. And we went, "Okay, he's got a fucking ferret on his shoulder. Fuck me." And he said, "Oh shit, Chester, teacher." And Chester jumped straight back in the bag and hid. And he trained this ferret so well that he would get the ferret to steal shit. He would get the ferret to go up to trees and recover balls. He'd get the ferret to go up the roofs and recover stuff from the roof, like a ball or a we used to throw boomerangs on the roof and they wouldn't come down. So this ferret was smart. He would often lose his keys or leave his keys inside, and he would get his ferret to break into the house somehow, usually through the roof or somewhere, and open the fucking door for him. Now, the handle was circular, okay? Ferrets don't have opposable thumbs, and they're not very strong with locks and things like that. So what this fucking ferret would do was he would get a belt from either his mother's room or his room, and he would pop it onto the door handle, jump off the washing machine and jump back onto the washing machine, and the leather would turn the handle, pop the lock, and open it up. And it was like, how the fuck did you teach him to do that? And he said, well, I kind of didn't. I showed him that the belt can turn things because I thought he might like that. And he's just fucking used it for everything. And the first time I said, shit, how am I going to get in? Can you help me get in? Can you open the door? And he went, yeah. And Chester went nuts and said, yeah, I can do that. And he went, that's fucking awesome. You'll get an extra food. And Chester went, now you're talking, bro. Now you're talking. In
a squeaky voice, of course.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Chester had he had big balls. Like ferrets have fucking massive balls. It's like,
yes. I just want to go back to the Catholic versus Protestant thing, because there's an amusing. So, in the Great Debate community, which I've talked about a few times, there are three people that there are three times where I feel I succeeded. That I've enjoyed the most. And, I'm not going to tell you about two of them, but one of my favorite ones is an idiot guy called G-Man, Black and American, who will try to justify slavery in the Bible as a good thing. And it's like, given Black history in America, you'd think that, their apologetic would be a bit different, but no. It's in the Bible, therefore it's good, because the guy's an idiot. So he made a video saying how there are more Christians than there are atheists by like 1,000 to 1 or something. And so about a week or so later, I went into his hangout and I said, this isn't true. There are 30 million more atheists than there are Christians. And he laughed and cackled, and he basically said, well, maybe things have changed since last time I looked. What's your evidence? And I said, my evidence is G-Man, him, saying how Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics aren't Christians. And of course, as soon as you get Catholics, you know, it becomes like the third biggest religion kind of thing. And of course, you know, then all you have to do is like just look at the population of fucking China to basically say there's more atheists, you know. But anyway, so so he then basically spent the next 3 minutes telling me I was wrong and that he could call them Christians because they claim they're Christians, but they're not Christians really. You know, basically they're not saved. That's what his wording was.
Yeah.
And he thought he'd beaten me.
Yeah.
By basically saying the thing that I was already saying to him.
Yeah. I mean,
and you get fucking weirdos. You get weirdos like Jack Chick who say Catholics aren't Christians. Again, you get absolutely fucking weird schisms within Christianity
Apparently, I'm not Christian
that make no sense.
I'm Orthodox. I'm not Christian either.
Sorry, missed that completely, Safa. Say it again.
Because apparently I'm Orthodox, that doesn't count as Christianity either.
Yeah, you do. You get weird schisms in Christianity with people arguing that other things aren't real. And it's just, if you're outside the whole thing, it seems very fucking weird.
And, you know, the Lolsworthy part of it, you know, because we're talking about the Genesis and creationism stuff. Creationism effectively, Bible literalism, which creationism has then taken it to the next level, only came about because of the Seventh-day Adventist, a woman called Ellen G. White, who basically, she fell on her head when she was a child and she kept having seizures. And in those seizures, because she was religiously indoctrinated, she thought she was having visions. And so she'd talk about these visions, and, you know, basically that kept her in money for like all her life. And a religion, was sort of solidified around her. Well, and it was, give me a sec, let me just finish the last piece. And it was effectively the Bible literalism thing was a whiplash from Darwinism. Because no, I don't like where that's going. So I need the Bible to be literally the case, you know, to be literally. And as soon as you go literally, it makes no bloody sense.
Yeah.
None at all. You know, if it's just like a form of poetry and, you know, sort of a belief system, then you can twist it into, making sense for you. But, when you take it on a literal thing, and they get really pissy when there's like, no, the Bible is literally true. And it's like, okay, so you can, Jesus is a door. So can you open him? Does he have a handle? I mean, they get really pissy when you start saying things like that.
I'm going to go for a bit. I need to go to sleep and buy some cigarettes. So,
all right.
Cheers to all of you. I love you all.
It's fabulous to see you, man.
Thanks Angry Ozzy, Laura, all you. It's really nice to see you.
It's excellent hanging out.
And debate. Yeah, I'll come on some more in the future now.
Why is it talking about Christianity wants me to clean my axe?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's another G-Man thing. He's always asking people questions. Let me ask you a question. It's like, you can ask me a question. But, my little sort of joke at his expense with that is, given he's such a blunt tool, why is he always asking people questions?
When Australia was having the referendum about same-sex marriage, I'm a member of the Melton Men's Shed. Yes, I'm a member of the Melton Men's Shed, and there was a person there who was quite adamant that same-sex marriage goes against the Bible and all that stuff. So I then looked at what he was eating and said, "You can't eat that."
Yeah.
That's
And he's
right.
gone, what do you mean? I said, you can't eat that. That's a sin. That's against the Bible. Therefore, you've got to throw it out.
Yeah. Mixed
Because
fabrics.
it's got worms in it.
Yep. Definitely
That's
my all-time favorite with people who go, oh no, homosexuality is an abomination, where they go with a particular interpretation of the book of Leviticus. The best one I've ever seen is someone who had a tattoo with a particular verse from Leviticus. There was like, thou shalt not lie with a man as with a woman. That is an abomination. And they put the verse in Leviticus. 2 verses later is a thing banning tattoos. And
Well,
it's just like, what
shalt
the
not mark thy skin with any mark other than...
Yeah, it's just like, dude, you cannot selectively pick up
it's one
bits
or
of
all.
shit.
It's
Again,
one or
that
all.
is explicit. If you try,
does that include piercings?
no,
don't
I don't think
think
tattoos,
so.
piercings are banned. Tattoos are though.
Is it this
Tattoos
one?
are, piercings are not.
Egyptians.
Is it this one, Angry?
What about writing on your
Yes,
hand?
that's him. That's the dude with the tattoo that says Leviticus says you ban homosexuality, but straight after is another verse in Leviticus that bans tattoos. It's just like, it's
Yes, you're not allowed to eat shellfish either.
Egyptians and
shellfish is banned. Yeah, mixed fabric is banned and shellfish is banned.
Then why was it made?
Bats are birds.
It's just, again, because the old Hebrew books were written for a nomadic fucking group of goat herders who were wandering around the fucking desert, and trying to apply that to the modern world is fucking ridiculous.
Now,
was it 40
Renegade
years or 40,000 years? They were. How long were they in the desert for?
40.
Well, apparently
40
they
years.
were in the desert for 40 years, but they haven't found so much as a fucking gum wrapper.
There was a hilarious Mel Brooks routine from the 60s or 70s where he said, like, I read that bit of the Bible, and it's just like, Jewish guys wandering around. Someone at the back would go, "You lost, you asshole, you lost." And his wife saying, "No, be quiet." He goes, "No, fuck that guy. He's saying we're following him. He's fucking, we've been doing here for 10 years. He's lost. He doesn't know what he's doing." Because, again, what's the old saying that Jewish people have? 2 Jews, 3 opinions.
3 arguments.
Yeah, and it's just like the idea of interpreting the Bible as something you can't argue against, not a Jewish idea. Sorry, Laura, you're sharing another thing. I'm just trying to get it to come up on screen. There it is. Okay. Yes, Jesus died for our sins, but another verse is no man can die for the sins of another. Okay, but I do note Jesus died for our sins is all New Testament. The other one is all Old Testament. So you've got Buddha saying,
nobody can depict me rules. They always make me fat. Tell me about it. I've been a blonde white dude for like 2,000 years.
I got so many religious-y type memes.
Ironically, I studied in history. We learned that the only reason that the church has anything to do with marriage is because there is an echo and it's not mine. Is because St. Augustine got out of bed. St. Augustine got out of bed one morning and wrote this letter to the Pope, stating that a great way to make money is to get involved in marriages and all other aspects of village life.
The other thing about
marriages was just about property at a certain point.
Yeah. The other thing about marriage was that at around 300 AD, the Catholic Church was finding all their fucking money was going to the sons of priests. And they said, right, priests are now celibate and all the property remains with the church. Now,
that was St. Augustine as well.
Priests were married. And understood, and it was accepted. And then they said, no, we want to keep our cash. You can't get married anymore and you're celibate. And the celibacy thing only came in 50 years later, right? They didn't have to get married, but they could fuck anything they wanted. And then the celibacy
can I
came in
comment
because
on this?
what they found...
Unfortunately, the Catholic Church has had a big problem with that phrasing.
Well, yes. basically what they found is if they could basically interfere with the basic drives of humanity, they could have utter power over them.
Yep.
And if they could interfere with your sex life and tell you who and who not to have sex with, they could control everything you did. If they could basically get in and say who can and can't read, they can control everything about you. If they can get in there and tell you when and what to eat, you're not allowed to eat meat on a Friday because that's against Jesus, because we said so, except in Queensland. The Queensland Butchers Association in 1926 went to the Catholic Church and said, our meat isn't keeping till Monday. Can we have the Friday fish thing out? And the Catholic Church said, yeah, that's fair.
So
And
that's
in
why
Queensland,
Queensland is
they
the
don't
lead.
have the fish on Friday thing.
That's why the lead of Queensland.
What does it say? It's too small. I can't
A
read
lie
it.
doesn't become truth just because people believe it.
Which is hilarious for a church, yes.
Yeah, I have so many of them.
Oh,
This one you'll like. This one you'll like.
Another one.
Laura with a massive meme collection. I love
The
that.
passive aggression of the Christ. No, it's fine. I'll carry it.
That's fucking great. It's fine. I'll carry it.
Honestly, I have so many. So many memes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a different one.
Nice.
So it's because God won't heal amputees.
Oh yeah. Atheists are
That's
routinely
really
asked
weird.
how
Can't
people
read
will not know will know not to rape and murder without religion tell them not to do it, especially a religion that backs up the orders with threats of hell. Believers, listen to me carefully when I say this. When you use this argument, you terrify atheists. We hear you saying that the only thing standing between you and Ted Bundy is a flimsy belief in a supernatural being made up by pre-literate people trying to figure out where the rain came from. This is not reassuring, and if you're trying to argue from a position of moral superiority.
Yeah, I love for all his faults, and Penn Jillette has a lot of faults. The guy from Penn and Teller, he
does.
did do the great line once where he said, religious people say to me as an atheist, without a belief in God, what's to stop you from raping and murdering people as much as you want? And he said, literally nothing. Nothing stops me. The amount that I want to rape and murder people is 0. I don't want to rape and murder people. I don't need a mythical God figure to stop me from raping and murdering people, because with my lack of belief in a God, the amount that I want to rape and murder people is 0. So we're all good. And
One of the things that frightened me is I saw a doco once on creationism in schools in Texas, and basically they were arguing about evolution, and there was this classroom full of white kids, and they basically said, well, the argument is we either came from angels or we came from this, and they showed great apes. And he said, well, I don't know, but I didn't come from that. I know probably some people here did, but that. And when you really look into American non-belief in evolution, what you start to scratch the surface with is that basically your people who don't believe in your evolution don't want to believe that they came from black people, because obviously black people came from monkeys, not us, but black people came from monkeys.
It's actually quite funny. The Mormons used to have a thing until the 70s
The black people couldn't be Mormons. Yeah.
Well, it was more black people were evil. That's the reason why they were.
Yes, they were. I feel like what was the doctrine that said there was some sort of sin that was on black people?
Yeah, I can't remember, but effectively, they're the demons, the really bad people, and the reason why and God has marked them out by making them black.
Yeah,
I have a feeling Great Sage. I have a feeling Great Sage.
Okay, Great Sage. Have you got something?
Apparently, when Noah and his 3 sons left the ark,
yes,
they celebrated by getting drunk, as you do. But the oldest son, who was older and therefore had participated in some of the evils of the world that was flooded, went and sodomized his father.
Yes.
And
like the Old Testament,
God punished him by making him black.
Yes.
Then the second son went and followed up what the first son did, and therefore he was stained not more a brownie color, because the color of shit and cum mixed together.
Jesus.
And I'm sorry, this is
okay.
So he got the Santorum mix.
The third son refused to participate in this, and so he was left white and pure. And that is where the races come from, apparently.
Yeah. And the Mormons latched on to that.
Of course they did.
Intrinsically a sin. Yeah.
I wasn't taught that at school.
Ironically,
Arthur, you fucking missed out, dude. You fucking missed out.
Now, ironically, I was talking to a very good friend of mine who's he's one of those genius people that's fucked up medically, if you know what I mean. Like he did.
Trust me, I know.
He did his honors and his PhD at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And he still graduated both. He was telling me about the out of Africa theory is becoming full of holes.
Yeah.
Because of the out of Australia theory.
Yeah.
Every time they find stuff in Australia, it moves everything out of Africa
backwards. Yeah.
Backwards. So they're finding the earlier stuff in Australia.
Wasn't it connected? Wasn't Australia connected to South Africa like a trillion years ago?
No, we're not talking that far back, man.
No.
It was, but we're not talking that far back.
We're talking 80,000 years ago.
Yeah. Human or hominid creatures have only existed
I thought it was
for at most 100,000 years.
No, Earth has been around 250 million.
Yeah.
Well, ironically, something else that I was taught that I found in uni is that I did anthropology, which teaches you to think of things outside the box. And I actually studied history and archaeology, but I did a year of anthropology as well. Why not? It's free.
As you do.
What's that?
Well, it's sort of like people telling you how to think. I did humanities.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes. Like I said to them about how all these sunken ruins seem to be on the shorelines of places that were shorelines during the Ice Age around the tropics of, between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah.
And they went, there's really nothing in that. Now there's half of academia studying that shit.
Yeah.
This was 10 years ago.
Yeah. And you just, you go around Australia, right? And you talk to people who've been on digs, right? And they're digging up another Aboriginal or Indigenous
First Nations, they like
township, and they find a power shell from Hawaii. They find jade from New Zealand, and these are and they found basically a sack. A leather sack made out of kangaroo skin that was full of trade goods from around the world. And the assumption is that the Polynesians did a lively shipping trade all around the Pacific, basically getting goods back and forth to trade and sell, and basically taxing on the way through. And also they did passenger transport.
Sounds about
One
right.
of the big things that's been a problem in South America, in lower South America, at Tierra del Fuego up to sort of the middle of Chile, is that there have been a lot of Australian Indigenous DNA sort of found mixed in with bits and pieces of people. And when you go right down to Tierra del Fuego, you see people who look very much Australian Indigenous speaking Spanish. And what it looks like was a significant community of Australian Indigenous went to South America. Now, when they got there, they didn't have such a great time. There's a lot of cave paintings indicating that they were fucking killed en masse by the locals who weren't real keen to fucking share. This is not a story that we are unfamiliar with. This is not a story that's unusual. And effectively, more and more and more evidence is coming out that the Australian Indigenous folks had a lot more going on than has presently been allowed for. One of the big tussles at the moment is that we know that the clever men know a lot more than they're saying. I've seen some shit when I was training with the blackfellas years ago that blew my mind. A lot of it I'm not allowed to talk about, but some of it I can. It was spectacular and highly advanced technology. And it was so advanced, it looked like magic.
That's cool.
Just like your fucking mobile phone is a magic black box. No one knows how to work.
Look
It's
at
a
it.
magic
It
black
just
box.
glows and tells us shit.
Magic.
Sorry, also cut across. Renegade Faith just asked in chat, am I doing another cocktail? Yes, I just did a brandy old fashioned essentially.
Okay, good. Well, I'm getting another drink then. So
yeah. So this is
More drinks.
brandy and apple brandy and sugar
I'm
syrup
drinking
and some
brandy.
bitters. So this is essentially a brandy old fashioned that I'm doing.
I might just have a whiskey on the rocks.
Oh, fucking whiskey on the rocks.
I might have a Lagavulin.
Oh my God. Okay. I've got, because I didn't have scotch for the longest time. And then I was in just like, I think it was like the Coles bottle shop, and they had, it's not Lagavulin. Lagavulin is fucking legendary. I've got a Talisker. Single malt. You go get a Lagavulin, and I'm going to finish this apple brandy old fashioned that I'm drinking.
All right.
If you come back with a Lagavulin,
going,
I might give myself a bit of
yours, man.
Talisker. So
what's wrong, Angie?
I said, Angry, we've got to get this fucking corporate gig going soon, man, because I've got to fucking stock my liquor cabinet like yours, and I'm getting over it.
You've just got to come out. Now we're allowed to fucking travel. You do it. Laura, you've got something.
I could go to Melbourne if I wanted to.
Oh,
yeah.
So, AG, do you remember our plan to milk hipsters?
Yeah.
Right. I've got people, like I've got a housemate who's a goth chick who would happily be rude to the hipsters so they get the whole distressed experience.
I'd like to see that.
Fucking let's go.
And I've got people with firearms to put holes in leather clothing at the appropriate spots.
That's too much. That's too much.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah. Great Sage, you kind of jumped over a barrier there.
No. We know what
we're talking about.
What we're talking about is blowing the shit out of things and giving them to hipsters saying, this is clothing that's been shot. Buy it for $1,500.
Not
And they
actual
will.
Oh,
clothing.
and God, shall we talk about NFTs at this point?
Hang on. No, Edsy, we patch them back up. So we shoot them with a shotgun, then patch them back up, and then sell them for like $1,500 for a leather trench coat that's got a shotgun blast through the back of it.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 goth chicks that will sit there behind the counter. And when the customer comes up and goes, do you have this in small? Is it on the shelf? No. If you can't find it on the shelf, it doesn't exist. Now, if you've got complaint, there's the door. It leads them out to the back alley. And they will be rude and obnoxious and sit on their phone. And the whole thing, Aidsy came up with it, was distressed experience. So it's a whole shopping experience. And the store's gone in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you just go out to the Bacchus Marsh rifle range and blow holes in more clothing. Yes, Laura.
So back to the sort of drinking thing, I'm afraid. So I've been going through all the Bond movies. In 3 weeks, I've watched 95% of
15
them
years.
now.
I can't believe Daniel Craig's been in for 15 years. I feel old.
Probably because there's been gaps.
Don't ever say that again.
Anyway, so in Casino Royale, he's like, vodka martini, shaken, not stirred, and then he goes, "Hang on, actually," and then he gives out this weird one, and it's 3 measures of Gordon's, one of vodka, half a measure of Kina Lillet. Shake it well until it's ice cold, and add a large slice of lemon peel.
That is the Vespa Martini.
That's the Vespa.
And it's weird that they specified Gordon's, which is a kind of fucking shitty mass-produced gin. But anyway.
Yeah, it's basically, have you tried it yet? That's the question.
I absolutely have. I have a couple. And here's the thing. Okay, so I'm a big advocate of vodka is a bullshit cocktail ingredient because there's no taste. It adds nothing apart from alcohol. It's like, well, if you're going to add alcohol, why don't you put something that has extra taste? But I've made.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go, Safa. Go.
Vodka's just for poor people. Because there's lots of Russians and they're poor and they have to get pissed. So, poor vodka.
Yeah, and I get there's that, but there's expensive vodka too. What's that, Renegade Faith?
Lagavulin.
Oh, that's your Lagavulin. Okay. So I have actually done a couple of comparisons of a Vespa Martini. And the Vespa Martini, as written up by Ian Fleming, is 3 parts gin, Gordon's, with 1 part vodka, half a part Kina Lillet. And okay, so what I've done it and I've tasted it because I like dry gin martinis, and that's a martini that's mostly gin and a little bit of vermouth. So what the Vespa Martini is gin and vodka and vermouth. So some people find the taste of gin a bit too full on, like you've got that piney sort of taste you get from it. And I can actually see where a Vespa Martini would be a reasonable gateway for someone to get into a gin martini, because you put a bit of vodka in, which tamps down the gin taste a little and makes it more palatable for someone who's not into gin. So I can see where a Vespa Martini actually has some value. But broadly, vodka's kind of pointless in cocktails because it doesn't taste of anything.
It's a gateway drug.
It is. It's a gateway drug. Great Sage, you were showing off the axe again. Was there something you wanted to say, or?
Oh, sorry. I was going to backdate to something Laura asked.
Yeah, go for it.
Great Sage, while you're showing off...
Oh my God, look at that shield. Oh my God, sorry. I just got really excited.
Which is slightly sexy. I'm not erect or anything. I am. Do you know a man called the Reverend Dr. Tim Harris?
Me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you must. If you know,
It's a small
fucking
world.
what's his name?
It's a small world.
Have you fought him?
What?
With swords. Have you fought him with swords?
That's my sword.
Oh,
It's about 100 grams heavy.
Yeah.
Needs 100 grams. Actually, probably about 10 grams taken off this end.
Oof. Yeah.
Who made that for you?
Don't yourself. Don't piss off Great Sage.
Yeah, no, he's out. No, he's
Sapper,
our fucking
I'm a
guardian.
devout
That man's our
pacifist.
fucking... No, you're our fucking guardian, man.
No, mate. If it gets to these, I've already lost.
Hmm.
I
Because
love
you'll only
that
agree with me
philosophy.
out
I
of
love
fear.
that philosophy.
Trust me.
Whereas
He's right.
if I can
He's totally
talk
right.
you around, we might find common ground somewhere.
That's
Yeah.
right.
No, I love that
If it gets to
philosophy.
the knives are out, you've lost. And that's something I had to learn in Canberra.
Mind you, I am Aspie, so if the knives come out, there's no
They
emotion
stay out.
involved.
Yeah.
So
go on.
there was something I wanted to talk about before, and we kind of jumped off the topic. It was about the religious thing, and I have a feeling, maybe Angry, you may have mentioned this years ago. I mean, I've got it from 2015, so it's a long time ago. And it's just a newspaper clipping, and it's Florida couple arrested for selling tickets to heaven.
Yes, I remember that.
And here's the story. A couple in Florida, Tito and Amanda Watts, were arrested a few days ago for selling golden tickets to heaven to hundreds of people. They sold the tickets on the street for just short of $100 per ticket. Told buyers the tickets were made from solid gold, and that each ticket reserved the buyer a spot in heaven. Simply present your ticket at the pearly gates and you'll be in. Tito Watts said in his police statement, "I do not care what the police said. The tickets are solid gold, and it was Jesus who gave them to me behind the KFC and told me to sell them so I could get some money to go to outer space. I met an alien called Stevie who said that if I got the cash together, he would take me and my wife on his flying saucer to his planet that's made entirely of drugs." This sounds like AIDS should be, look, that's where AIDS is gone. AIDS is gone. That's where,
I just make a coffee and I can't go anywhere because it's just one room.
Yeah. Anyway, so to finish off, it says, "You should arrest Jesus because he's the one that gave me the golden tickets. I'm willing to wear a wire and set Jesus up." In her police statement, and Amanda Watts said, "We just wanted to leave Earth and go into space and do drugs. I didn't do anything. Tito sold the golden tickets to heaven. I just watched." Police said they confiscated over $10,000 in cash, drug paraphernalia, and a baby alligator.
Nice. That's very Florida.
Can I say that's not enough for this space ticket?
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And then I'm following it up with this picture, which I think is, because of course we see the animals going 2 by 2, and it's all a cute story for the kids. However, not for the animals. Looking at all the other dead animals, and it's like, when you've got the hippo that's bathed on the heads of the camels, and you've got the wolves howling as the zebra that's just freaking out, the lions that are like, "What the fuck?" And they're like vomiting and stuff. It's like, that's
Laura. I asked this of all devout, Christians that take the Bible literally. I asked them, so they're telling me that 2 penguins swam all the way to the Middle East to jump on a boat to not drown, yet they're swimming birds.
And polar bears all the way from the north.
Yep.
And kangaroos came from Australia, even though, other than the Aborigines, I'm sure most people didn't know.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So I want to throw in. I didn't realize micro USB was in the chat until recently. He's been chatting for a bit. Time here is 1:15 a.m. Faith is drinking some Lagavulin scotch. I've got some Talisker 10-year-old single malt. Talisker is from the Isle of Skye. This is the only scotch made on the Isle of Skye. Lagavulin is a pretty fucking legendary scotch. Talisker is not bad. So I'm just going to have
Yeah,
a dram
Ron
of
Swanson.
Talisker.
I need to ask a very, very quick question.
If anybody actually knows who Ron Swanson is.
You said it's
Okay, cool.
you said it's 1:15 in Australia. It's 2:15 here in the afternoon.
PM.
In the morning. In the morning.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
It's-
know. But what I mean is, last weekend on Sunday we had a clock change. Do you have that in Australia?
Yeah,
Yes,
we were in
daylight
daylight saving
daylight.
in
End of
the
October.
states that aren't fucking weird. We have
Queensland.
daylight saving at the moment.
Queensland. They're weird.
No, Queensland are the fucking weirdos, and because none of our Queenslanders are on the stream at the moment, I can just fucking shit on Queensland because
Crazy
they're fucking
Queensland.
weird.
They
Queensland
can't
isn't-
do it in Queensland because they'll all get stiffies on the bus.
Nah, Queensland is Australia's Florida. It's just
And
fucking
you
weird.
can't get
Really
stiffies
is.
at the bus. That's illegal in Queensland.
Trust me, it is.
It's fucking distorted
my
view
God.
says so.
I swear to God, fucking AIDS, you've got to come over here at some point. And like Abigail, Abigail always says, whenever I've got her over here, I've got her shit faced drunk. I've got a Scotch Talisker single malt 10-year-old because it was on special at one of the fucking bottle shops where it's 20%. So I've got this would be a thing, and I don't know who's going to be here or does it. Someone's going to be here and do it on a live stream. I've got Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey, American whiskey, and Australian whiskey,
I'll drink
and
it.
we're just gonna fucking line them up.
I'll drink it. I can come to Melbourne now. I'll drink it.
Angry,
Can we-
I'll take one for the team.
have a whiskey tasting night, but we all have to get dressed up like really fancy, like
Really fancy.
yeah, like
Oh,
dresses,
really fancy.
suits,
Okay.
white collars, like yeah.
I'll be in that.
Trouble is, fucking Renegade Faith, you, Laura, and friggin' Dr. Abigail would look good in a Hessian sack. I need a tailor to make me grow a foot and lose 20 pounds.
There's a reason I
God.
don't stand up on cam because I'm fat.
The thing is, I heard that the best way to grow a foot is masturbation.
What?
All right, I wasn't going to go
Sorry.
there, but yeah, okay. Now
I've been
this
hanging around
stream
you guys
is-
too long.
We're
Um,
actively
Can you,
advocating-
Yes to that.
Show me how that's done, Laura. Maybe
They say self-love is the best love.
look, Laura,
Oh.
can you show me how that's done? Maybe help me out.
No,
No, fuck off.
That's after party stuff, AG. That's
no.
No,
I have these things I call standards.
yeah.
We should have
So,
like
again.
a gangsters and flappers kind of vibe.
Oh yes, a fucking prohibition gangster flapper.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yes.
Angry Aussies Speakeasy.
Yes, a fucking speakeasy live
Nice.
stream. Fuck
Nice.
yes. And whoever I
Um,
can get here, and I don't know if it's going to take till New Year's Eve or whatever, but the
there.
idea, because I
I'll
think
come
I'm
down.
super fucking bad, but if I could line up some shots and there's like Australian whiskey, Scotch, Irish, American, I wouldn't be able to tell them, but we should all just line them up and take sips and go, what the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Did you say shots?
This one's a bit more.
Shots. Laura's sharing something.
We need some Japanese whiskies in there.
Oh yes, that's Jesus trying to swat a fly. I get it.
So,
Now,
Crucifixion.
angry.
Again, and one of the things that will forever make me sad is
You don't have a solid gold toilet.
Louis C.K. turned out to be a garbage sex abuser piece of shit because a lot of his comedy was
Genius.
incredibly funny. And there was
Yeah.
one of his TV series, which was quite a few years ago now, but he was having flashbacks to when he was a kid, being raised in the Catholic Church, and the whole guilt and pain thing fucked him up, and he tried to rescue the Jesus from the cross in the church, and he pulled out the things that were nailing the wooden Jesus to the cross to save him because it was so painful. And the episode finishes with the church caretaker with a wooden cross and the wooden Jesus, and driving the nails back into the wrists and the feet of Jesus to put him back on the cross so they could put him up on the wall. And it's so fucked up, but it's just encapsulating, man, Catholicism is kind of fucked up.
I think one of the more amusing pictures I saw years ago, and it's a picture of like Jesus on the cross, but instead of being like looking awful and everything, he's all happy and smiling, and underneath it's got no more nails.
So I have two favorite comedians that are probably unpopular opinion, and one of them is Eric Andre. He's like,
no, Eric Andre is fucking hilarious.
He's my ADHD speed. Like I just love him. And the other one is Bill Burr.
Okay. Bill Burr is very abrasive and whatnot, but Bill Burr is a very good improviser. Bill Burr can make shit up with no preparation. Bill Burr is sharp. And
he's very
also, I think Bill Burr's wife is black. And
Nia. Yes, she's black.
And that's why he did that routine on Saturday Night Live a couple months ago, where he's like, white feminism is fucked up, and you are all riding on the backs of these other non-white women. And he did this opening monologue on Saturday Night Live that was, and this is the thing. Okay, when you get people who are just hateful and they go, "Oh, I'm edgy and you can't take it," but Bill Burr, and it was very interesting to have a white cishet male do a routine where he goes, "White feminists are doing some fucked up shit that is throwing non-white women under the bus." Yep. And it's just because his wife's black, he's seen this stuff. And again, it's kind of funny when a white guy does it. It's like, I'm not sure you're the best person to do it.
He does some pretty offensive things.
Yeah. No, because he really...
There's a really famous one where he got booed off stage at a huge event. He was somewhere in America, I can't remember, and he did a joke about everybody in that area not washing, and it was about soap. And he got completely booed off stage.
Yeah, I occasionally semi-regularly listen to his podcast. He does his
podcast with his wife.
Yeah, he's very good at improvising. He'll just riff on shit.
Yeah.
And I would actually like to see Bill Burr spit rhymes, because I think he could.
Yeah.
Oh no, Bill Burr is a great improviser.
I reckon he could spit rhymes really well. Like, I'm talking Marshall Mathers fucking standard. You know, if he did some practice and he got some fucking
sorry, the rest of you don't know. Adrian and I are texting back and forth.
Damn you got me. I hate that. Okay.
The rest of you don't know what we're doing.
Stephen, fuck you.
So literally, whenever Adrian and I on the live stream say "fuck you" to one another, it just means that one of us has actually got the other one.
When we used to do the videos side by side, edited and sent out, what we would do occasionally, just to keep it fresh, is we would throw each other a hand grenade, which was not something we'd planned to do in the spot, but it was something we had and we made up and just like, here you go, mate, grab this. And you'd catch it and go, that's going to blow up and I have to do something with it. And Angry was often quick enough to just throw it back, which used to shit me to tears. But sometimes I'd hang on to it long enough to throw it and it'd just blow up and I go, yes.
There's a term. There's a term in comedy called corpsing, which is when someone throws something to you and you just fucking lose it and you start laughing and you can't. It's like, no, they got me and I can't pretend they didn't get me. And that was what me and this guy used to try to do to each other. We'd be standing side by side and we'd sit there, and if you look at the videos from, I don't know, a few years ago when we were doing stuff side by side, we would plan it ahead. We'd say, okay, we're going to talk about this, then we're going to talk about this. Okay, we know what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to say these things. And then each of us would try and just throw a fucking hand grenade to the other and just go like, buh, and the other person wasn't, and the goal was to try and make the other person start laughing, and you just throw something at them and they would just lose it and do this, and that's called corpsing. We were very close to 50-50 getting each other. I like to think I got him slightly more than he got me, but it's very close. It's a line.
Do you know, I actually really miss those kind of edited and scripted kind of videos because they were just like quick and thrown together, and 5 minutes later you've just watched and enjoyed something,
Yeah, and seriously, now we don't have limitations. Maybe we'll do it again in the next year or so. I don't know. I literally don't know.
The thing about it is, it takes time and effort, and you've got to set up the lights and all that kind of stuff.
What took most time?
I've done this myself.
You know what took most
time? I just love. Sorry.
Stories.
Micro USB is in the chat saying, "Don't have secret conversations." Me and AZ have just been firing texts back and forth. And again, it doesn't matter that none of you know what we're doing. We're just making each other fucking laugh.
Oh, I bet they're dirty.
Fuck each other up.
They're 100% dirty.
Anything, it's not going anywhere.
I just hope my name isn't attached to any of this stuff.
No, your name's not. He just knows. I literally just looked at his last text and he knows. He absolutely got me. I'm not even going to tell you why, but it's a thing. And Jesus, no, I literally have to admit, AZ just got me with a text. Look at him fucking lauding it because he fucking got me. It's funnier if I don't tell you how he got me, but he absolutely just fucking got me with a text.
Yeah, so, I was looking through my other memes, and one of them, do you remember I told you about the G-Man guy? And he's an idiot. He really is an idiot. So I created this meme to show how much of an idiot he is.
All right, I'm trying to make it appear on stream. There it is.
Scientists and engineers are working night and day in a desperate attempt to help G-Man be able to tell his ass from his elbow. It's a very, very simple one, but I just went room full of scientists and then found that and right, how can I word this now? Because honestly, the guy's so dumb, he couldn't tell his ass from his elbow. He would need a special tool to be able to tell his ass from an elbow, and he wouldn't be able to figure it out even with that. He'd need specialist training that take 10 hours. And only that, my friend and I, when I was sort of, coming up with this thing, because we were like live chatting, not live chatting, not live streaming, but, just chatting on Zoom or not on Zoom, on Skype. Yeah. And we ended up going all the way around the room, looking at the faces of the people and sort of, okay, what are these like? So, for example, you've turned it off. The guy in the blue at the front, smug bastard. You can see he's got one of those, yep, I'm at the front, in this big table now because I'm brilliant, And it's like, token black guy, just like people at the back, like I've been doing this job for 40 years. Why am I not at the big table? In the 50s, whatever, so just like, I'm sat at the back because I'm balding, but I'm still trying to look happy that I'm here.
Sorry. Laura, Micro USB is asking for some explanation about G-Man. Do you have an explanation on that front?
G-Man is a you could call him a Christian, I suppose, but he is pretty atrocious example of one. You know, he's a black guy. He lives in New Jersey, and he is a moron.
Fair enough.
That's basically the shorthand. And you know, he'll come up with like weird things, you know. So just to try to trick the atheists, because you know he thinks that. Actually, no. I'm sorry. I've gone too far. I used the word thing.
That's okay. That's okay. Sorry, Great Sage. I think you wanted to say something.
In my experience, and I've dabbled in many religions or many religious practices, the most Christian people that I've ever come across are the pagans, and the most unchristian people that I've ever met are the Christians.
And I'll throw out just left field. We don't have any American people on cam at the moment, but I've had a couple of visits to the US. The most patriotic Americans I met when I was there were Mexican. They were living in the US, and they're going, "This shit's great. The white people don't actually get how great it is here." I fucking loved them. I loved hanging out with them, but they were like they were the most patriotic Americans I ever met.
So I've got a perfect example of G-Man. Okay, so he basically says like these arguments are great ones for Christianity, and his chosen argument is answered prayer. So the story is that. He was living with his sister. His sister was getting kicked out for some reason. Maybe she wasn't paying the rent or whatever. But for whatever reason, she was getting kicked out. So he goes to his family, and no one will give him any money to be able to get a deposit on a new place. And he goes to the church, and none of them will help him either. So he prays to God. And then a couple of days later, he goes around the side of the house, and he finds a CD player, a bunch of CDs, and a locked safe. So he gives the CD player and CDs to his sister, and takes this locked safe to his brother, but he won't help him. So he goes to his dad, and his dad lends him a hammer, and he smashes his way into this safe, and he finds $3,000, and that's proof that God exists. Now,
keep going, Laura. Keep going. Finish.
Now, you see, here's the thing. Me being a lot more skeptical, it's like, okay, the night before, some bad guys up to bad things in the hood, they go and break into someone's house and steal their CD player and CDs and a locked safe, but they don't want to be walking down the street at 3 o'clock in the morning with these things under their arms, so they go and stash it around the back somewhere, and G-Man found it before. So in order for God to answer his prayer to give him the $3,000 that he needs to be able to get, you know, a new place to live, God basically had someone robbed of their stuff so G-Man could have it. You know, God could just like accidentally add like three
but you know
zeros
what,
on the end of his bank account.
Talking about every fucking thing that Christians have ever had, right? Because
all I'm gonna say is all I was thinking was Pornhub. I was just thinking Pornhub with stepbrothers and stepsisters and dads and stepdaughters and MILFs, and that was literally just Pornhub.
Yeah. So I created this meme to explain it all.
So, Laura.
And again, I'm just going to say I don't understand that. I'm just going to invoke Pornhub again.
So, Laura, what I'm getting from this is, if you're a Christian, it's okay for you to cast a spell by asking a deity to assist you in life, but if you're not a Christian, then it's a sin.
Total.
Yeah,
Flicker, flicker, flicker.
Magic hands.
No, flicker, burning hell. Flicker, flicker, flicker.
And
mate,
this is
in hell
why,
I'll be in good
I
company.
love
That's just one
American
day.
Gods, which is written by Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman and
Love the
Terry
Raven.
Pratchett both wrote things that were like, if people believe it, it's real. And the more people who believe it more wholeheartedly, the more real it is. And this is why, and I think Amazon Prime, who were running American Gods, have ditched it after 3 seasons, but it was pretty goddamn funny. There was one episode of American Gods where all the different Jesuses were there, and there was white Jesus and Asian Jesus and black Jesus and brown Jesus, and it's basically all the different people who believed in Jesus was there. And this is the thing that I don't know if Neil Gaiman came up with it on his own or if it was his thing with Terry Pratchett, but they've both done things where, like, if people believe it, it's real. And then also there's a thing in 1984 where the guy in the party says to Winston Smith, if I believe I float like a soap bubble and you believe I float like a soap bubble, then that is literally true. I am floating like a soap bubble.
But O'Brien, is Big Brother real like you?
Thank you, AZ. I forgot O'Brien's name, but yeah, it's a thing of belief. If people believe something, it's real, and this is across. Yeah, go AZ. What?
Okay, my religion has got old enough and big enough to have a schism. Thanks.
Shit, please explain that. Please explain.
I gotta pay.
All right. Okay. So it started in 1978, and it was too young to hide anything in history and too new to make up stupid rules. And then now it's got old enough so that people, mostly in America, have decided that it's all about fascism. And most of everyone else have gone, you're an abomination and should be killed. And so there's a fascist arm and a majority going, no, you're a fucked up bunch of loonies. And it all comes down to the central tenet, which is nothing is true, everything is permitted. But what the fascists
Oh my God.
But what the fascists have forgotten is that the thing is, it works both ways, and it teaches you responsibility.
Yeah. Yep.
But they just think because of their rights culture, it only works one way, and it's all about how they're allowed to do anything they want. And it's like, no.
I read the Satanic Bible.
You know, Faith, what were you saying, Faith?
I read the Satanic Bible.
Okay, that's Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible, yeah.
You know, there's an amusing thing that I've seen where, you know, there's a sort of ideology of once saved, always saved with Christians. And unfortunately, some of them have gone and sort of taken it to an extreme of all I have to do is believe that God is my Lord and Savior and died for our sins and all that kind of stuff. I can be the biggest shitbag in all of mankind and I'm still going to heaven. I can treat you like garbage, call you names, etc., etc. But because I believe that Jesus is my all, I'm going to heaven. I'm saved. Once saved, always saved. You know,
most people on death row in America are born again Christians.
Because they think they'll be saved.
Because all they have to do before they die is repent, and their sins are forgiven, and they go straight to heaven.
That was the fucking Simpsons. And there was one episode where Bart met a guy who was from an evangelical church, Brother Faith, where he was saying things up, and Brother Faith is going, "You'll save the Lord," and whatnot. And Bart says, I was just banking everything on a deathbed conversion and repenting all my sins. And Brother Faith pauses for a second and goes, "Oh, that's pretty solid." He goes, "No, no, 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 no. That's not right." And because that's the whole flaw with the Catholic confession thing. It's like if you are very cynical and you look at the confession thing as an absolute, it's like on your deathbed, you genuinely repent of all your sins and you are forgiven and go to heaven. Great sage, I cannot read that.
This is why I embrace being a cat.
Nice. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Oh, Katha. Right. Okay. Gotcha.
I've been drinking too much alcohol to read words. Sorry, Faith.
I don't know what that is.
I support that. I almost have drank too much alcohol to write words.
I know
Sage,
you did
would
good,
you be
bro.
so kind
You did
as
good.
to explain to Renegade Faith and me in a large way what a Cathar is?
Cathars were a group of people. They believed in something bigger than themselves. They didn't know exactly what it was. The easiest way to explain it that most people can accept is an all-powerful God.
Sounds like a deism. It sounds like deism.
Yeah. Now, they believed that the path that I choose of righteousness is different to the path that you choose, and we shouldn't condemn each other for our different paths. These were prominent in the provinces of Provence and Milan in France during I think it was the 14 and 1500s.
Yep.
And they believed that you should read it was mandatory that everyone needed to read because they needed to read the word of God so they could interpret it for themselves.
Yep.
Read what, though?
The Bible.
Read everything.
Which Bible?
All of them.
The Satanic Bible. The bit that says you should fuck bitches and sorry, was that the Bible or was that the porn site I was on? Sorry.
So the Bible and any other literature they could find. Okay. So anything that was written down, they should read it and think about it for themselves. Big problem at the time, the Catholic Church said we interpret what's going down in the Bible. That's very important. When Galileo did
We've had this conversation at AZ.
When Galileo did his thing, with the telescope, he didn't get in trouble for finding moons going around Jupiter. That was not the big deal. The big deal was he said in front of the church, I interpret the Bible as meaning this because I found the moons going around. And the church said, we're cool with the moons, dude. We interpret the Bible. So you're going to recant that bit. And he went, no. I know the truth. And they went, dude, we are the Catholic Church and we can fuck you up 5 ways from Sunday. We're good at it. We do it all the time. And you're not to be fucking interpreting the Bible.
Yeah.
We'll do that. You do the science. And they put him under house arrest for the rest of his life. He couldn't meet his friends. He couldn't go anywhere. And they shut him down. But that's what he got in trouble for. Not for his science, but for interpreting the Bible. As it was, it actually turned out pretty well because the Catholics then discovered later that he was right in everything he said. And they said, righto, we're sick of getting it up the arse every time a scientist comes along. So we are going to get into science big time. And they did. They helped Einstein figure out relativity. They took on evolution when it came out. All the Protestant faiths said, fuck that, it's bullshit. But the Catholics went, no, this is how it happened. When the Big Bang came out, the Catholic Church came and said, yep, that's the one. That's how it happened.
Effectively, I've got a friend who's Catholic, and her analogy for this kind of mentality is that science has revealed God's magnificence and,
And
how
look,
we're able to do it.
Literally,
analogy,
I've always been okay with that.
Yeah, her analogy, which is ironic given the date being November the 5th here still anyway, is that, God, lit the blue touch paper and stood well back.
Yes. And I have always been okay with that. I went through Catholic education, and I have always been okay.
Intelligent design.
Yeah, if not intelligent design, because that's creationism in a cheap suit and a nylon tie done up here. But I've always been okay with people saying everything you see, everything that science proves and whatnot, that's God's plan. God put all the building blocks in place for you to discover that led to that. I've always been okay with people who say, I believe in a supreme being, and the supreme being left all this stuff for you to discover, to understand the meaning of the universe.
That's what being a Cathar is all about.
Yes.
The main point is that we are human. We could be wrong.
Yes.
So I can't judge Aidsy for his belief structure because it works for him.
However,
sorry, great Sage. Just temporarily, before Aidsy goes anywhere, I am on board with anyone who judges Aidsy as being bad and wrong and depraved. And seriously, we should all just chain him in a dungeon somewhere and whip him.
But he would enjoy that. How is this punishment?
Shut up.
I know he would
Fucking
definitely
had
enjoy it.
Going, man.
He would definitely enjoy it.
But the thing is, if you're a Cathar, right, and you believe that, and I am a bishop, and I come along and say, this is not judging people, I'm not okay with that. I'm judging you, and you're going to do as I say. And then you as a Cathar say,
judgment lies in the hand of God, as it says so in the Bible.
Right, motherfucker.
Judge, yet not you be judged.
I'm going to get some of my troops around to your place, and you're coming with me, and you're going to confess all of your fucking demonic possession because you've been clearly tainted by the devil. Boys?
Why do you think the Vatican sent the Knights Hospitalis in to wipe out the Cathars?
And they killed them all.
And they even salted the ground.
Yep.
They killed
and also
every last fucking one of them. Took them 150 years, but they did it.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the silence in Doctor Who, which was an awesome twist. When the silence was first introduced, it was this weird alien race who was trying to control the development on Earth, and you forgot them as soon as you saw them. And they made you think. And then there was after the Doctor defeated the silence on Earth, a season later, there was a thing where he's going to some important thing, and the silence were along the sides, leaning over, going, confess. And what the silence actually were a confessor figure where you actually told them the worst thing you ever did, and then after you confessed to them, you forgot, and they were not evil. The schism that tried to control Earth and other things were a malevolent schism, and you forgot them. But what the silence originally were for people to genuinely confess the worst thing they had ever done, and after you confessed to them, you forgot that you forgot that you'd done it. You forgot that you confessed to someone, there is this terrible thing about me. And so what the silence truly were a priest class of alien where you could confess literally the worst thing you'd ever done, and after you confessed, you forgot. And that was brilliant, because what they originally done was a super scary fucking malevolent race that was trying to control humans, but then you found out they were just a splinter that was being bad, But the real thing of the silence, they were a priest class. They were a priest race that took your confession because you genuinely confessed the worst thing you had ever done. And then after you confessed it to them, you forgot it. And it was fucking great.
I also loved the fact that when the doctor met with the Pope and she was the Pope and there was no hiding the fact that it was the Catholic Church. And then she announced an unscheduled faith change.
Yeah.
And said, this is how it's going to go. And then the whole fucking world changed, and there's a whole bunch of spoilers I'm not going to spit out now. But Renegade
several seasons ago, but anyway.
What happened?
I want to tell you all something that I've never told anyone.
Please, Faith, do it. Do it.
So,
yes. We promise we
I want
won't
to tell
judge
you
you.
about the
Well,
reason I have this username.
Yes.
And Renegade Faith. So I made up that name back in, it was probably about 2003-ish.
I was about to say, it's like 15 or more years ago, yeah.
Oh, even longer. Like, I made it up before YouTube. This was my Xbox username back in like 2003.
Okay,
and the thought pattern as a teenager, like making up that username, was that it was believing in myself. So it was like believing if I'm a renegade and I go and do something and it betrays everybody else, but I totally believe in it, then I'm a renegade Faith. And I've never told anybody that. Like, everyone just thinks that my name is Faith.
Okay.
But my name is not Faith.
I'll defend you. I'll defend you to the fucking grave.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's fucking awesome.
So long ago.
Yeah. No,
awesome.
We will fucking line up and defend you with that. If someone says, if anyone says that's bad, I think at least AIDS and I feel like Michael, you're going to do it too. We will fucking defend you and say no. Renegade Faith, and Laura did a thumbs up, so I think Laura's on as well. We will defend you. You said your renegade faith is what defines. We are all fucking there, is what I'm saying.
Everybody is a renegade Faith. Like
yes, yes.
One of the things about being
and I've never told anybody that.
One of the things about being
I'm glad you fucking let that out.
Two of the things about being a Cathar.
Brilliant.
First one is that you are bound by the words you say.
Yep.
Now that's a scary concept. Imagine a world where people were held accountable for the words that come out of their mouths.
Oh, I am.
There wouldn't be any politicians.
I know. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
There will be.
Oh my God! Let's just kill all the politicians. Let's do it.
First against the wall when the revolution comes.
The anarchist
is the politicians.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I've just remembered something. Did you hear about what happened in America the other day?
Oh, hang on. Before you continue,
I'm sorry.
Can I finish the other thing? The other thing about Cathars is that I really, as a Cathar, I don't care what you believe in, as long as you're not trying to hurt other people with it.
That's right.
So I will defend your right to believe in it, even though I don't agree with it.
That's right.
Because you're not trying to hurt anyone else with it. You're not trying to force it on other people.
Yeah. Sorry, before because it's almost 2 a.m., so I'm legit going to bed because it's fucking 2 a.m. and who the fuck stays up? So Abigail, who's still there in the chat, said she has alexithymia, the inability to identify and describe emotion in oneself. Thus, I don't notice I'm sad or depressed until the team we had. I'm not having a great day. Again, Abigail, I feel like I can speak for everyone that we have nothing but love for you. And that is not belittling the fact that you have certain difficulties and whatnot. That's the human condition. That is the experience and whatnot. Your experience, your feelings, your emotions on a given moment, on a given day are legitimate.
Fucking
Yeah, but nothing but love for you at this point. And
Can I
also,
speak
it's
on
almost
behalf of
bedtime.
Abigail? Because
I just need to
sometimes I
say,
find this channel, like, there's so many smart, wonderful, opinionated people in your show, Angry, that so many people just want to speak and get their point across. And, like, even I've struggled with, like, trying to get a word in and trying to talk. And sometimes it's upset me. And I think that that's across the board, that sometimes if we talk about one thing and somebody's been trying to talk and we go off on a tangent, there's so many wonderful ideas that we're all just like, and I saw what happened to Abigail earlier, and I wanted to validate her that I saw what happened. And Abigail was trying to say something, and we got off on a tangent, and we were trying we didn't circle back, and I see that.
Yeah.
And we did that. And look, it's almost 2 a.m. and I just want to say, yes, love Abigail. Heine's enjoyed the listening in the chat. Love AD, love Faith, love Laura, love Michael, love Abigail, love anyone who's in the chat who hasn't spoken up. And that is literally the only reason I fucking do these streams, and it is the only reason I've been doing these streams since COVID has fucked all of us up, because it has been weird and fucked up for the last 18 months to 2 years. This has been about people coming together, sharing, being liberated, being included and whatnot. And I have no doubt I have failed in the last 18 months, 2 years to accommodate everyone. But, you know, we fucking try. We fucking try to accommodate everyone.
Don't take what I said as anything on you, Angry. You provide so wonderful for so many people. We're a whole community, and we're all just like really excited people.
I've taken what you said, Faith, as nothing but positive.
Okay, good.
You're a legend. We've known each other for so long, and it's been great. AZ, I feel like you want to throw in a thing here.
Just a quick thing, Abigail, if you're still listening, if you would permit it, and you know my number, if you would give me your email, I have a thing that I've basically half written that may very well cheer you up a bit.
Yep. Also, AD, I want to throw in, this is not about the stream and stuff, but sometime we need to catch up about projects. You know, have you taken on projects? People like DT and whatnot. There is a couple of things I want to bring up with you. There are some projects. That's the thing you will understand.
Yeah, doable. Totally doable, man.
Not a live stream, but that's the thing.
Totally doable, man. We'll talk.
I love Heine in the chat. Everyone loves everybody. Yes, we do.
You know, one of the problems you get with chats like this.
Can we just do something? Because there's 5 of
Faith,
us. Like,
do it.
Can we try and make a heart out of all our hands?
Sure.
So, AZ, you have to do this in the middle. And you guys on the bottom. Hang on, wait. No, I'm in the middle.
Now he's moved.
Okay.
Sorry. No, he's back. He's back.
Hang on. So, no, it's that one.
So,
this is so funny with all of us trying to work this out.
That way.
No, AZ, you're going to go the other way.
No, fucking work it out with Michael, AZ. What the fuck are you doing? The exact opposite of what you're doing.
There you go.
Michael,
That's
go the other way.
That's it.
Yay!
No, you guys suck so much. Sorry.
No, look, we did a heart. That's amazing.
We did it.
Thanks for your support, Angry.
That's brilliant.
We did a big
Okay, so
heart.
we're finishing with a big love heart. It's fucking 2 a.m. We need to
Angry.
Go to bed. Michael,
Angry,
what?
before you go,
yeah.
You know how you were impressed with my chainmail shirt?
Yes, I was.
This is my pistol resistance.
Oh, nice. A helmet. That is fucking
You know how hard that is to make out of flat steel?
Oh, fuck yeah.
That must be heavy.
It weighs about 8 kilos.
Holy
including
shit.
Full leather.
Can you put it on? Can you put it on now? I want to see it on.
I would love to see it on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, take the
Glasses
glasses off.
aren't a medieval thing.
That's
Yeah.
that is
So,
fucking awesome.
Now,
That's
who
fucking
wants to give me a headbutting competition?
Yes, you would win any headbutting competition,
Oh,
definitely.
I even made the these bits.
No, that's cool. The mail going down the back is very cool.
That's called a vantail.
Yeah,
A vantail. Okay.
yeah. It's
And
so you don't
it
get fucking
actually
splashed
saved
in the
me
back
from
of the
having a
fucking
sword
neck.
into the.
Yeah. That
Because
fucking
it wrapped
right.
up around the sword.
I want to finish with one last thing.
Yes, Laura.
And it's something that was funny that I saw this week. So, you know, there's the QAnon people.
Yes.
So a whole bunch of QAnon people met in Dallas, Texas this week.
Yes.
And there were like, you know, maybe 100 or so.
Yes.
Because they were convinced that JFK Jr., the guy that died a long time ago, was coming back, and he and Donald Trump were going to be going for 2024.
Yes.
And it's like, the guy's been dead for some reason. It all went wrong.
The guy that got eaten by
He didn't turn
cannibals?
up. He didn't come back from the dead. Amazing.
No,
He
he
crashed his
didn't.
plane. He
He
crashed
was
his plane.
dead.
Oh, who was the guy that got eaten by cannibals?
There's been a few.
Well, he was one of
I
those
wish
guys.
it was Donald Trump.
He went to the island, and then there was the photo. He went. and
Oh,
got eaten by
no.
cannibals.
that guy.
No. We're getting weird now. Okay.
No, wasn't he
That was
like
the
a
guy-
politician's son or something?
It was a missionary. I'm going to go to this island. People say you shouldn't go there because they've got cannibals, and he goes there and they were
And
cannibals.
they ate him. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Long
it's
pork.
like, it's like
Angry, what
in
size head
Australia,
are you?
it's 2:00 in the fucking morning.
Good. What
need
size head are
to
you?
But I'm
go
still.
to
I'm
bed.
just like I had Lagavulin, and now I'm ready to party.
Oh, you had like a bull and I had.
We
my
could always
fucking
stay
car.
around. I'm happy to chat for more.
Okay, look, no, okay. What I need to do is kill the fucking live stream, which means any of us here can continue to hang around and chat and shit.
What size
But I
head are
need-
you, Angry?
What?
What's your head hat measurement?
Huge.
That's a personal question.
Well, of course, it's a
Fucking-
personal
Well,
question.
this
It's your
is
head,
custom
not
made
everybody
for
else.
me. So if you want to
All right,
try it on, you've got to have a.
for fucking real, I'm killing the live stream. But we can keep talking to people who are on camera. And I'm gonna. Okay, Michael, I'm going to go get one of my hats, which has a measurement in inches of what my head is. But we're gonna fucking kill this live stream because it's too fucking much. Hey, gonna do a live stream on Saturday night probably because it's not a date night. But bye live stream. Goodbye.
everybody.
I clicked
Bye.